Far beyond the map, in a remote kingdom, the tiny village of Chong clung to the rugged hills of Shanxi province. Inside the Song family residence, a swarm of servants who attended the chief suddenly surged together. For over a century, the Song family commanded a noble sect, their power rooted in this tiny village in Shanxi. Back then, their white jade sword made them legends, hailed as the village's crowning pride. The Song sect had been crowned the noble sword, but its leader clung to one gnawing worry. Song Bujong, the Song family's head and legendary noble sword, personally hammered the family's second son, Song Baek, into a living blade. Yang erupted in fury at his son for botching his assignments, and Baek instantly went full kitten, batting his eyes and turning to face his father. Baek swallowed his pride and admitted he was wrong. Again. Rage flared in Yang as he snapped, "Is that the kind of thing a son of the Song family should say?" The boys at the edge pressed close, whispering that it had started again, asking if he was being too harsh on a 7-year-old. And they couldn't lift a finger to stop it. Song Yeon, the Song family's first son, ignored the commotion and plunged into relentless training, honing his skills with laser focus. He exploded into motion, unleashing every technique and carving the air with flawless sword mastery. The boys fell silent, mouths agape. The eldest young master looked unbeatable, already mastering the Song family's 4 traits technique at such a young age. He'd already devoured the trilogy on military strategy, and seeing the younger master utterly outclassed by the elder, Chief Zhang drilled him with brutal, uncompromising discipline. Realization slammed into one of them and they snapped, "We have to stop the chief!" The second gulped and nodded, fear coiling as they pictured how fast this could spiral out of control. Jung barked that the boy's technique was wrong. Fear of his father clenched Baek as he forced the movements again and, voice cracking, begged, "Is it right now?" Rage exploded in Jung as he bellowed at his son. Then a young girl stepped forward and demanded he stop. The moment his wife's voice sliced the air, Chan's anger snapped shut. Baek bolted to his mother and wrapped his arms around her. Chan exploded at Jenya. By indulging him non-stop, she was letting the boy grow up too soft. She didn't answer. One piercing stare nailed his mistake, and Chan went silent on the spot. She cut him off, snapping that Baek was only 7. What did he expect from a child that young? He whined like a panting dog under a scorching sun. Chan snarled that the boy was born into a warrior bloodline and needed iron discipline. The woman shot back, "So what? Did he want to turn back into Yon as well? A 13-year-old who never smiled, shunned his mother, and drilled with a sword from dawn till dusk?" Yun had once been a gentle child, and Chan shattered that softness, molding him into a son who cared about nothing. Right then, Yan decided to step away for a breather and froze. His parents were locked in a heated argument, a sight that felt strangely wrong to him. She glared at him and snapped, "You already forced that life on our eldest. I'll never let you raise another child that way." Young grinned like a man reborn, sure they'd started again as joy flooded him, and he looked up at the brilliant blue sky, letting his thoughts drift. Night had barely settled when thunder ripped the sky and a storm exploded overhead. Chan craned his head, stunned, and wondered why the rain had suddenly lashed down. The rain kept pounding with no end in sight. Tomorrow would be a forced day off from training, especially since sword practice can't be done in a downpour. A sudden flash of his wife's warning that the kids could catch a cold hit him like a blow, and he knew she'd kick up a fuss about it all over again. Chan pinned a glare on the trophy blade and snarled that blaming only Baek was unfair. He'd neglected the estate's affairs too. Chan seized his magic blade and unleashed a dazzling, breathtaking display of skill. Caught in a sudden downpour, Yun wandered the grounds, then stopped dead the moment he caught sight of his father training. Roots that burrow deep laugh at frost, but only when you shield them from howling winds and the winter's bite will the green remain all year. His father unlocked all 8 traits of the Song family technique. His tree stood evergreen. Chan ended his drills, spun on his son, and demanded why he'd arrived so late. Yan answered the general had summoned him, so he'd come to report. Chan blurted, "A general?" John confirmed, "It's true. An elderly woman asked to be led inside to wait out the rain." Chan scoffed, "What kind of old woman shows up at a time like this?" Yan shot back that he knew outsiders weren't allowed, but her desperate plight forced his hand, so he came to beg for permission. "Do we turn her away?" Chan shot back that he shouldn't and that he'd go see for himself. Then he froze and asked his son what his father's path was. Yan froze, confusion clouding his eyes. Chan winced inwardly, thinking he'd been too demanding. Talent aside, grilling Yan about the 8 traits felt like overkill. After a moment, Yun declared his father's path was green. Roots plunged deep into the earth, anchoring him so he could stand against any wind. The tree itself stood forever green. Chan roared with laughter, admitting he'd always known Yan was capable, But this answer shattered every expectation. They were already dragging him into family technique talks at such a young age. So John spun to his father and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Out of nowhere, Chan flung his sword into his son's hands and barked, "Take it!" Yan caught the blade, utterly unprepared. Chan barked that he must start the White Jade path tomorrow and declared Yan ready. Yan staggered back, aghast, insisting only the family head may wield White Jade. The chief scoffed, "It's merely a sword. Sharp steel belongs only to the hand that can wield it." Chan whooped, grinning wildly, and declared his spirits had soared so high he was nearly ready to give the old woman his own bedroom. Chan burst to the gate and asked the elderly woman if she was headed to Hua Chun Temple. The grandmother nodded and said she'd come to make an offering to the Buddha. Her beloved son was taken to war and returned without his head. She wanted to pray, crushed by guilt, and seeing herself as the negligent mother who failed to protect him, hoping for forgiveness and a chance to meet him again in heaven. The head of the family paused for a heartbeat, then beckoned her inside. They'd ready a room for her, and at dawn the temple would send an attendant to escort her there. She flinched at the kindness, and blurted that a wretched old woman like her didn't deserve such treatment. Those deeds would send his name roaring across Shanxi province, and she believed in his good name. With that noble heart, he couldn't abandon a helpless old woman. At that exact moment, she launched a projectile from a tube straight at his head. The chief crumpled to the ground and demanded, "What are you doing?" The old woman smiled, calm as a still lake, and replied she had come fully prepared. Written off as a village sect, they still sat among Shanxi province's top 3. If he failed to meet her expectations, he'd be stepping straight into a storm. Chan yanked his blade free and in one brutal motion countered, roaring that it was far too early for him to die, and sliced her head clean off. Moments later, Chan crumpled to his knees, hacking up blood and snarling, "You're a damned hypocrite!" Shock slammed into him. The old woman was still alive, begging him not to strain himself and choking out that he'd been poisoned with 7-step soul-chasing sand. Every movement would only magnify his agony. The old woman's body lay as nothing but a brittle shell of bones. A boy suddenly crawled out from inside and Chan roared, "Who are you?" He shrugged, voice flat as ice. "Does it even matter? The Song family will be annihilated today, no matter what." Fury tore through Chan as he hurled himself at him, bellowing, "Shut up!" But the boy stayed calm and told him not to rush. Determined to prove his power, he suddenly shot razor-long claws from his hands and sent the chief's attack flying. Chan refused to yield, snarled, unleashed his deadliest strikes, then watched the boy's claws bite straight into his blade. The chief staggered back, horror tearing through him as he realized it was corrosion, and no metal in existence should have been able to eat through steel. Cher barked to Master Song, stunned that he could still move after being poisoned. This technique was unmistakably Blood Demon Shuri. Chang roared, demanding why a lackey of that demonic cult leader had come here. She shot back that losing control was more than enough to ignite her fury. The chief's brow furrowed in confusion as he snapped, "What do you mean?" Shuri's voice sliced calm and sharp. The White Jade Sword. The White Jade Sword had reaped countless lives during the war, and the old man, shaken by its raw power, burned to claim it for himself. The blood demons would seize the Jade Sword as the Central Plains' first trophy, igniting the True Demon Society's opening act. Chan froze as the truth smashed into him. The demon cult had begun moving again. This was only the vanguard. The full assault would crash down any moment. Cher's warning rang true. Doom for the Song family was sealed. But at least Yan now clutched the Jade Sword. They had to bolt before reinforcements crashed in, and Shur snapped, "What's wrong with you?" As his eyes locked on the man's rigid, twisted posture. Was he really about to launch his final battle? Chan suddenly roared to the Song children, "Survive, no matter what!" Their roots tied them to the Song family, and terror ripped through Hyun when he saw his father barrel forward to shield them. His mother clamped his hand and forbade him to go. Yan begged to be let through, insisting he would go to his father. She snapped that it was a direct order from the head of the family. Did he dare defy it? Yen refused to accept it. Watching his father fight alone set his heart ablaze with hope that his father would survive. Peck piped up, "Why do I have to get dressed?" And his mother grinned, announcing that he and his brother were going on a trip. Beck's eyes snapped wide as he demanded why his brother had turned away. Yun's gut clenched. Could he really flee and leave his father here? It made more sense to send his brother with his mother. Mother whipped around to Yeon and thrust the sign into his hand, ordering him to take it. The Song family's emblem, the ascending dragons, the proof that he belonged to them. Shock slammed into Yen as she realized her mother was staying too, and the mother immediately wrapped her eldest son in a tight, urgent goodbye hug. Mother told Yen he'd already become so grown up. She couldn't fathom how she'd never noticed it until now. Sobs ripped from Yen as mother barked back for them to come over. She barked at the younger one to obey his brother. Now they're bound as one, never to be torn apart. Peck's eyes shot open and he blurted a question. Mother declared, "Brothers are friends sent by heaven. This friendship isn't a duty but a privilege. Beck must step into a father's shoes and follow his brother, and Young must take the reins and drive his brother onto the true path." Their mother's voice cut through the room, asking if they understood. They slid into the secret exit at once, and Peck spun to her, begging, "Will you come with us?" Mom shot back they'd go on ahead. She and her father would follow right behind, and Peck gaped, blurting, "Is this some kind of hide-and-seek?" The mother admitted it all was true. They were trapped in a never-ending game of hide-and-seek, and without martial training she'd only be dead weight for them. This is the best way for them. They must claw their way to survival at all costs, so let them finally be happy. The elder spotted strangers crossing into his territory, demanded, "Who are you?" And a blade instantly plunged into his chest. Chang pushed on, his strength nearly spent, and Shu shouted that Master Song was holding up well. For the first time he's squaring off against someone who's held their ground this long against a sure-blood demon tribe member. Boredom was already gnawing at him. Make him hand the white jade to them this instant, and he'd kill him painlessly. Chang's chest clenched, fearing whether his children had managed to escape. Then he told Demon that mercifully the heavens hadn't chosen today to let the 7 songs fall. Channing glared, rage boiling in his veins, and barked for him to finish. The demon cackled, insisting everyone had to believe this was a setup by the opposite sex. Even after the 7 steps of soul pursuit and Shure's blood demon poison coursed through him, Chang moved in to show him who was boss. Blindsided, the demon couldn't even twitch before Chan's blade cleaved him into tiny pieces. The demon hissed one final question. "How did you pull it off?" And in that split second he let go of his life. Chan let out a relieved breath. Thankful the 2 poisons couldn't mingle, and because they were so rare they remained stubbornly stable. His time was running out. Then a voice behind him barked that the Song family's technique hadn't become famous for nothing. He whipped around to face the demons that had descended on his clan, and one of them sneered that the son had already slain the blood demon. If the 12 swords of the true demon society descended on him like a storm, what could he possibly do then? After their crushing defeat in the war, the demon cult crawled through 40 years of humiliation. The true demon society had long spearheaded the rise of martial arts. The demon chief bellowed a single order: bring back the Song family's white jade sword as his first trophy. The Song family's destruction slammed the final curtain on an era and humiliated them utterly. He barked for his men to raise the village and wipe out every soul and structure. That was his order. Chan's eyes snapped open. More demons still had to be destroyed, and he had to hold out a little longer. Chan demanded why the demon cult's hounds were prowling here. A man burst forward and snapped they'd have to settle this before the leader arrived. He barked the order, and his subordinates lunged, swarming the Song family patriarch. At that moment, Yen and his brother plunged underground to escape the danger. But Yen was punished for abandoning his father to fight alone. Beck whirled to his brother, imploring him to slow his pace. Yang urged patience. In an instant, Beck's strength vanished, and he crumpled to the ground. Young slammed to a halt and demanded, "What are you doing?" Beck spat he wouldn't go. "You barked, 'Get up!'" There was no time to waste. The boy choked out that it was crushing him, that he couldn't do it anymore, and he chose to wait here for his mother. Rage boiled in N. He snatched his brother's hand and barked for him to hurry, but Beck rebelled, snapping that he didn't want to. The earth convulsed. Yen skidded to a halt, eyes wide. What was happening over there? Peck whirled to his brother, jabbed a finger at him and barked, "Look here!" Alone, Chan plunged into a swarm of demons and tore through them, felling several. A thug launched himself at him, bellowing, "Die, Chan!" And the leader spotted the attack, snapping into a fighting stance to defend himself. Chan flicked his hand once and hurled his strongest energy straight at the enemy, blasting the foe's weapon into splinters. His most powerful attack raged on as she leveled her weapon at the enemy himself and severed his arm clean from the shoulder. She barreled over, breathless, and snapped, "What are you messing with?" He slumped there, skin paper white and motionless, almost a corpse. She summoned every ounce of strength, closed the distance between them, and snarled that he was an uncooperative man. She skidded to a halt, jaw dropping, as Chief Chan unleashed his most powerful magic. Dread slammed into her. What is this? He's about to die, and a crushing wave of fear claws at her. Where is it coming from? Suddenly, the demon lord himself stormed in, yelled, "You idiots!" at his underlings, and snapped that he'd warned them Song Chan would be a formidable opponent. She spun around, her gaze snapping to the house's roof. There, the head had arrived. The leader surveyed the scene, thundered a command, and his true demon warriors surged forward to carry out the order. Fearless, Chan saw them all, and rage boiling at the thought they'd turn this place into their grave, launched himself forward. Realizing his family was in danger, Chan snapped into a monster and sliced through each of them, roaring that he'd leave no one alive. She gaped, disbelief roaring in her chest. Could Song Chong's martial art really be this devastating? She'd heard the rumors, but never imagined he was this skilled. The leader swaggered up to her and smirked that he'd only been toying with him. She froze, eyes wide, and blurted, "What?" She begged the chief on the spot for a little more time, and he snapped that he'd now see how much he'd play. His old friend watched as the girl heard everything and frowned in confusion at his words, while Chan ripped through the demons and shrugged them off with terrifying ease. He realized he still needed a little more, and the demon chief sneered, "As expected, you finished at line 8. A chill jabbed Chan's spine at the voice. He whirled, and the demon chief himself lunged straight at him. He shrugged the attack off in an instant. The leader told Chan they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Chung froze, eyes wide, and demanded, "Why me?" The leader answered bluntly, "It wasn't personal." He recognized Chung hadn't lost his strength. She gaped at the fiercest showdown and blurted she couldn't believe her eyes. Why are they both using the same martial art? The demon chief bellowed that his family's song techniques were still excellent. Chung snarled, "Don't disgrace yourself." How dare a fugitive even utter the Song family's techniques? The demon chief snarled, admitting Chan was right. He was a fugitive, and spat that even the healthiest pine can be felled. Chan's sword started to split, and that idiot slammed his blow straight into the corroded spot. The demon chief snarled that Chan already knew the Song technique would only reach half its power without the jade sword. Suddenly a gut-twisting scream ripped up from underground as Peck howled in pain. The demon chief slammed to a halt and pricked up his ears. He snapped his gaze to the breach in the wall, and there, huddled under the ruined stones, children sat. His subordinates burst in with the chief's wife in tow. She crashed to her knees at once. The moment Chan spotted his wife, rage exploded inside him. He stormed forward and demanded, "Why are you here? What happened to the children?" She whirled to the demon chief and declared they'd been apart for ages. He snarled that he never wanted to meet her like this. She snapped that he was still as stupid as ever, certain he'd long ago seen he'd get nowhere acting like this, and that from now on, nothing would change. The demon listened, sneered. Pathetic last words. And Chan's stomach dropped as he realized how bad it was, and that he didn't want any of it. She whirled to her husband and told him she was happy to meet him. Then the demon chief lunged with his blade and cleaved her down. Chan's fury exploded the moment he saw it. He hurtled to his wife, seized her head and demanded, "Why?" Chan slammed his question at the demon. "Why did you kill my wife? She had nothing to do with them." The demon spat back. "Didn't he say? No grudge stains him. He's guilty only of reaching for something that didn't fit him, and being too weak to protect it." Chan asked him if it was just for that reason. But suddenly Demon spotted the boy evolving and, with a single flick of a hand, snatched the blade from his grip. Gripping his powerful blade, his aura exploded outward with such violent force that everyone around him stumbled back in terror. It slammed into the demon lord. This was the Great Void, the ultimate sleep technique unlocked only by mastering the 9 traits. Had his burning rage just shoved him past his limits? The demon scoffed that no technique could reach him. Chen closed the distance in an instant and barked, "Shut up!" A massive explosion tore the air apart, and Chan's blade slammed to a dead stop inches from the demon's face, frozen in place. The demon snarled he'd already said Chan couldn't, while his underlings clamped iron shackles on Chan and dragged him away from the chief. Chong swore the day would come when the Song family's children would kill him. The demon snapped his blade up and snarled he'd be waiting. The demon slaughtered his friend, sneering that he wouldn't pay for a wound taken like this. A subordinate barreled toward him, words tumbling out in panic, and the chief snapped, "What happened?" The subordinate blurted they'd uncovered a secret passage. The chief lunged forward, eyes wide. A secret passage? A jolt of memory slammed into him. These were Songbuchen's children, and if not for that twist, collecting the debt that way would have been painfully dull. The chief barked the order to fall back. His subordinate staggered. "What?" The girl snapped, "What do you mean?" The white jade sword had been snatched by the Song family's children. The leader spat that if the elders knew they'd let them down so easily they'd be disgraced. She swore she still hadn't realized the Song family's technique, and the jade sword were just an excuse. He balked at indulging the old people's urge to hoard every object. The girl fired back they wouldn't let it go that easily. The head exploded into laughter and snapped that, for the sake of a little entertainment, waiting once every 10 years was a tiny price to pay. Shock slammed into her. She stared at the head and thought, what the hell is he up to? Pak burst into the house and demanded his brother explain himself. Their father lay wounded. Why were they running? He clawed at the air, shouting at his brother. Why? You're strong. Why are they doing this? Peck crashed to his knees, sobbing and swearing he'd never forgive, as the truth hit. His brother was a coward. Yen had no answers, so as the eldest he sank to his knees and yanked Pung into a fierce hug. Pung felt his brother's love wash over him instantly. Beck screamed, "Let me go, you coward!" Yan refused and clamped him in an even tighter, crushing hug. En snarled back at his brother, vowing he'd make them pay and that no one would let this go unanswered. Peck snapped at his brother that revenge was pointless. They'd be better off going straight to Mom and Dad. By morning, the boys rolled into Beijing, pulling cloaks up to shroud their faces as they tried to vanish into the crowd. Out of nowhere, Peck spotted a girl buying food nearby, and a sharp, exhausted sigh ripped from him, and asked his brother if he was hungry. Peng recoiled at the question, said nothing, and backed away. Yang's chest went cold. Since that day, Beck hadn't spoken for days, and he still hadn't come to his senses. He slammed a hand on his brother's shoulder and snapped, "Stay put! Wait here!" Then bolted off to hunt for food. Peck froze, every instinct screaming to stop his brother, but his voice betrayed him and no sound escaped. His heart screamed that he didn't want En to leave. He couldn't swallow a bite and simply let En stay with him. Peck's jaw snapped shut as his brother's vow, "I'll never abandon you," slammed into him, and he balled his fist. Beck steeled himself and told his brother he had to race back. Meanwhile, Young begged for food, but everyone refused and doused him with water. He spat that begging in the morning brings bad luck. Let him think he's lucky now. Next time he'll get beat up. En barked he'd always suspected the townsfolk were heartless, but never this heartless. With so many people, someone had to step in. He picked his way down the main road, hunting for food, when a handful of alley dwellers locked onto him and bolted after him. They crept after him, hugging the shadows to stay hidden. Then Yen pivoted on a dime and snapped, "What do you want?" He barked a laugh and brushed it off as nothing. They'd just watched him get chased away again and again. He looked famished, and they said they'd treat him if he came with them. How did he take that offer? Yong's eyes flashed as he realized they wanted his white jade. Luckily, hardly anyone had heard of the new martial arts. They looked like local bandits, but there were too many of them. Yen decided he'd better run and bolted instantly. He barked to his men to stand fast, ordered them to seize him immediately, and demanded he be captured alive. Reality slammed into Yen. He'd been overconfident, convinced that stepping out of Shanxi province would make them safe. It's not just martial artists who threaten them. They must seize back what's theirs and race to Luoyedong. A massive carriage barreled through the city as the girl peered around from the window, gasping in surprise. The old man whipped towards Su Ren, warning that if she leaned her head out like that, she might topple. Ren laughed and prodded the old man, asking whose pupil she was. He admitted she was jittery after stepping into the city for the first time in years, and revealed she was one of the 4 heads of the Murama Damo schools. The old man knew even Murama school's sprawling halls would make the child grow listless sooner or later, so every so often he'd whisk her out. A bolt of dread shot through the old man. He sensed disaster, and at that moment Ren lost her footing and tumbled off the cart. She plummeted, spotted the jagged stone poised to cradle her face, and slammed her eyes shut to avoid the impact. Seconds later, her eyes snapped open, and she realized she was standing mere inches from the stone. The old man poured every last ounce of magic into saving her, snatching her mid-air and sparing her from harm. The old man demanded to know if the man who'd tumbled from the cart and nearly died crashing into a rock was really his student. Ren flashed a fierce grin and shot back that he was the student of a caring man who would never abandon his beloved student to die. The old man locked eyes with her and pronounced her remarkably eloquent. Ren suddenly urged her teacher to wait. The old man snapped his magic off and abandoned her as she plummeted. Ren, tumbling, shot back that it was too much. She was guilty, yes, but to leave her like that? Ren hesitated, asked why the carriage had stopped, then looked up and froze. A man lay collapsed in the road right in front of her. Ren barreled to him, begging him to wake. His eyes snapped open and landed on the girl. Relief crashed through Ren. She was overjoyed he was still breathing, and yet her eyes snagged on him. Why was his face so painfully handsome? En couldn't parse his words and blurted "Mom" at the girl. The teacher marched up to Ren and snapped that if she kept staring at him like that, she'd be dead already. Ren snapped, insisting to the teacher that everything was wrong. The teacher snarled that since her student had already fallen for the guy, he had to save him. Rage flared in Ren, her cheeks burning from the teacher's words. He snapped for her to be quiet, then had to check his pulse. Relief washed over the teacher. He'd only collapsed from sheer exhaustion. With that compact, battle-honed frame, he looked every bit like a child raised in a warrior family. What had knocked him flat? His gaze snapped to the man's sword as someone barreled over and crowed, "Got you at last!" He'd been hiding like a rat. The man demanded the old man hand over the sword. The sword belonged to him, and the teacher stared at the blade and snapped, "What are you saying? It's yours?" He snarled that it was all true. If he dared get in the way, he wouldn't escape in one piece. The teacher seized the boy and snarled, "How could any man dare lay claim to the sword that has beheaded countless followers of a demonic cult?" The men staggered as his raw power slammed into them, stunned that an old man could be that strong. Peck planted himself in the exact spot his older brother had left him, then slid aside and sat in absolute silence. Peck's memory snapped back to his brother's words from earlier in the forest, and watching him, he burned with the thought, "What are you doing? It's time to sleep, but it's too noisy here." He barked quiet, with pursuers on their heels. Yet he was the one making the loudest ruckus. Peck seethed with rage, branded his brother a coward, and swore he'd never forgive him. A sharp knock cracked the silence. Peck snapped his head to the stove and froze when a metal object stood right beside him. Yang growled that this was the Song family's sign, the rising dragon, and if they split up, it would be the only thing he had left. Yang stared at the sky and swore to his brother he'd never abandon him. Beck's memories slammed into him. He clutched the sign in his hands and cried out, raw and loud. Realization hit him. His brother had abandoned him, so he turned to go his own way. At that exact moment, the same cart Yang had fallen in front of barreled past. The teacher's gaze snapped to the boy. Something about him screamed wrong. Yen lay unconscious while Ren hovered, tracking every shallow breath. Beck struck out on his own, turning every thought inside out until he declared that his own brother Yan had abandoned him. He bore the title of one of the 4 strongest cult masters, one of the 4 leaders who charged into the Great War against the demonic cult 40 years ago. After that titanic war, they hung up their blades and forged the Merma school, a cult hailed as sacred by cultists everywhere. At the school hospital, Marima Young slammed his fists on the door and screamed for them to let him in. His own brother was waiting for him. The teacher burst out an apology. Had he known a brother was there, he wouldn't have ripped him away so thoughtlessly. "Don't worry," he promised. He'd already sent a man, so just wait. He sprang from the bed, shouted that he had to go, and with tears stinging his eyes insisted his brother would wait for him. The teacher grabbed the boy's shoulder, snarled, "Don't worry. They'll find him. He swears by the name of one of the 4 heads." Ren burst forward, insisting it was true. Her teacher never lies. Yen snapped, "No." And as dusk fell, he bolted into the night to find his brother. His mind snapped. One of the 4 chapters had made an ironclad promise, and he couldn't waste a second. How deep has he plunged into the mountains? He's been clawing his way forward for what feels like forever, and the mountain refuses to end. It finally hit him why the Murama school's location was always hidden. Then, on the path ahead, a strange man appeared, striding straight toward him. Yen's eyes snapped to his belongings. 3 swords, 3 paths, strange clothes, and suddenly it clicked. He'd heard of this man somewhere. He radiates the aura of a martial arts master. He'll move with natural, effortless ease, and there should be no bad people near the Marima school. Yen swept past him without a word. A stranger brushing by the boy snapped that he had a fine sword. Yen's guts went icy. He ripped his blade free and slammed the cold steel to the man's jaw. The stranger demanded, "What are you doing?" The old man calmly praised his way. Yen spat that anyone who said that was out to get him, then ordered him to stand still, and warned he'd have to go quietly. The boy called En a kid, told him he'd clearly misunderstood, boasted there were plenty of swords even without him, then snapped for him to be quiet and stand still. He barked that the boy was jumping to conclusions, then with the faintest touch shoved him aside. En stuck the landing, disbelief roaring in his veins. So much power ignited from a single touch of his hand to the sword. He roared with laughter, gloating that he wasn't mistaken, clutching a gleaming, very expensive white jade in his hands. His jaw dropped when the stranger called out the white jade. Could it really be? His father's words slammed back into his mind. He turned to his father, the leader, and demanded if it was true their grandfather was a hero of the Great War. The leader confirmed it. His grandfather had saved the Muram alongside the 4th head of the Muram school. Yen snarled that was why they'd given him the white jade, the very relic that had exterminated countless cultists. The leader admitted it. He'd bled and fought as Han Hel's sword. Their grandfather had been formidable, but he insisted Han Hel's strength stood unmatched among the 4 leaders. Beck grinned and declared Han he the strongest. The leader snapped in agreement, and that saying even sprang up after the Great War. Beck barked, "Which one?" The leader snarled, 3 swords, 3 paths, and warned Beck to run if he ever met Han Heel. Yen's mind snapped. How could he forget? You don't meet a man who wields 3 swords every day. If he's right. The stranger blurted he had no idea what was happening, and Yong's blood ran cold as he realized the man before him was the strongest Han Hel. The man snarled that only a few people had ever dared press a sword to his throat and lived. Yoon's breath hitched. He looked young, Yet this was unmistakably one of the 4 Manhwa chapters, and running would be useless. So what could he do? Khan realized the boy had probably figured out who he was, but the kid's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. For the first time in a long time, something actually grabbed Khan's attention. Khan snarled at the boy and tossed down the challenge. Make the old man draw even 1 sword in 20 seconds, and I'll set you free. If he loses, he'll be forced to kneel as his disciple. Yong's jaw dropped at the offer, stunned and speechless, not knowing how to reply. Han barked at Ye, asking why he was grinning at the chance to be his disciple, then snapped, "Don't worry, kid. This old man will forge you into the strongest to follow me." Yong snarled at Han to keep his promise. If Han forced him to unsheath his sword, Yong vowed he'd release him. 2 years later, a buyer burst into the village, found the seller, and declared that the money for the goods was here. The salesman grinned and told the man exactly what sort of man he was. The man shoved money across without checking the goods, and shot back that the old man's wares were always perfect. The seller flipped the song back and barked for the goods. Beck lugged them over and asked the old man where to set them down. The man spotted the boy and blurted, "Time's flown. It's already been 2 years since I picked you up, hasn't it?" Dread gripped him when the boy seemed too frail. The kid shot up overnight, and even then, just like now, he remained silent. The old man conceded he was right, and on the way home he eyed him closely, seeing he wasn't like ordinary children. His compact, trained build shouted years of martial arts. He never spun a single tale. The old man leaned in and asked Peck, "Do you want to go home?" Peck blinked at the question and snapped that no, his home was here. Then, the instant they reached home, the boy cried out that someone had come to them. The old man locked onto a familiar face and barreled over, grabbing him and barking, "Why didn't you warn me about the visit?" The warrior flipped up his Panama hat and barked to the blacksmith, "We haven't seen each other in ages." It was the general of the East. The old man dropped to his knees without a moment's hesitation and cried that he'd come to greet the general. Then the girl stepped out behind him and announced she was here too. Peck froze, his cheeks burning scarlet the instant he spotted her. And the girl snapped, "Who is this?" Perched beneath the tree, Peck spotted a passing cart and declared his family had one too. A sharp voice snapped, "What are you doing?" He spun. And there she was. The girl had arrived. The girl bounded up, greeted him, and declared, "I'm Tanbani. So what's the boy's name?" Peck froze, words choked in his throat. Then the guard barked that he had to answer when spoken to. Bounty defied her guard's orders and dropped into the seat beside him. He went rigid, absolutely terrified and totally unprepared for her. Peck demanded to know what she was doing. Bonnie shot back that she'd reintroduced herself and that she was 9. And how old was he? Peck's cheeks erupted into a crimson blaze as he realized she was even more breathtaking up close, and he blurted his name, and that he was 11. Bonnie gasped, blurting that he was like an older brother to him. Peck's jaw dropped as he thought, "What older brother?" Bonnie flashed a daring grin and declared that since it happened like that, Pet could call her Lime. The guy's eyes went wide and he blurted, "Lime?" Bonnie snapped, "It's Lime for sure." Then the girl told the boy his face was bright red and asked, "Is he sick by any chance?" Peck snapped that he was fine, and the guard bristled. How dare this little guy talk to her like that? Does he even grasp who's laughing and speaking to him right now? If he knew it was her, he wouldn't dare meet her gaze. She's the daughter of the man who commands a 1,000,000-strong army, a titan whose power only the emperor surpasses. She's the prized, unwed daughter of the minister of war and the army's general. How dare this country boy set his sights on her? Suddenly Lime erupted in laughter and asked Peck what it was, her eyes alight and desperately eager to get to know him better. Surprise slammed into the warrior. When had she ever smiled this purely? It was the first time he'd seen her smile since the elder lady's death, and that smile burned with devastating sincerity. Dread clawed at him that the trip would be too much for her, but watching her set off flooded him with relief. As she strode away, Lime hollered to her brother Bayek, grinning as she teased they'd have even more fun next time. The warrior's blood ran cold when he saw her slip out of the window, and he shot a frantic warning to the lady that it was dangerous. Beck saw them off and, stunned by how strange Tanbani was, watched an old man suddenly step forward and tell the guy bluntly what it meant to have a face like that. Peck spat that it wasn't true. The old man promised they'd cross paths again in a month. That meant they'd be swamped starting tomorrow. He urged the guy into the house. The cold was already creeping in. Peck steeled himself. He had to endure this every single day for a month without stopping. The old man forged the general's sword, hammering on through his sweat. Suddenly Peck burst up to him and shouted he'd brought water. The old man praised him, beckoned him over, and said he was going to show him something now. The old man declared, "From today on I'll help you repair weapons." And the boy's eyes widened. This was the first thing he'd ever seen that wasn't a farm tool. Peck's eyes slammed onto the sword, and, in a single heartbeat, he knew it. The old man, who'd watched him spend 2 years studying nothing but tools, watched him pick that blade at a glance, and move like he'd always known the way. He refuses to speak of his past, but this kid moves like battles in his bones. Every motion screams he was born into a warrior family. Peck's memory snapped back to something he'd never understood as a kid. And now he knew why their house was like this. Because of one piece of metal. All because of one damn piece of metal. The old man brushed it off as nothing but a sword. Peck's face went white and he snapped, "What are you talking about?" The old man snapped he'd already warned. A villain's grip twists any weapon into evil, while a knight's grasp consecrates that same blade into righteous justice. The sword clenched in his hands proclaims him the leader of millions, its edge cleaving any enemy that storms in from the north. The old man insisted to Peck that hatred couldn't sustain him. He had to fix his gaze on the future. Beck watched his grandfather hammer and temper the general's sword day after day. Yet he still couldn't grasp what the old man meant. He barrels toward tomorrow with his eyes fixed on it. What does that even mean? He actually cares, and hardly anyone left treats him with that same honest heart. Mother and father who had always looked after him, worry etched into every glance, and a strange girl, and the burning hope they'd meet in a few days. Peck burst into the house, shouting to the old man that he was back. Then the water slipped from his hands as he froze at the sight of Grandpa sprawled unconscious on the floor. Peck snapped into action, called the doctor to examine Grandpa, and the doctor ordered the boy to give Grandpa this twice a day starting today. Peck blurted, "Will he get better then?" The doctor said it would only reduce his pain, and the guy's face went pale as he instantly realized everything was bad. At parting, the doctor seized the boy's hand, declared the old man a good man, and gave him leave to bury him in a proper resting place. Without warning, in the dead of night, a cough jolted the old man awake, and he hauled himself to his feet. He howled at the heartless heavens, begging for one last heartbeat to finish the sword. He slammed to a halt, his thoughts snapping to Songbeck as pity flooded him. Then a sharp knock shattered the silence and he barked, "Who's there at this hour?" He burst outside and froze. The child Bayek had tried to forge the very sword the general himself had left behind. Peck savaged the sword with every scrap of fury he had, and the truth crashed over him. He'd been abandoned again because of his own helplessness. Like his mother and father, like his brother and grandfather, they all turned their backs the moment his helplessness showed. He refuses to let that happen again. Peck swore an unbreakable oath to himself. He'd never lose anyone again, no matter what it cost him. The old man locked eyes with him as he strained, then a cold memory slammed into him. The doctor had warned the old man he'd struggle to make it through another year. He shoved everything aside and rode out that time in peace. A year later, he said he had no regrets. The orphan's eyes, hollow from wandering everywhere, burned with an impossible sadness. It was nothing but the dying old man's tiny last whim. That day he asked the boy if he was hungry. The old man braced for the boy to walk away, but the script flipped, and he was the one who had to go. The old man snapped at the boy, "Keep going and I'll only break you." Peck spun and asked, "Grandpa?" The old man swore he'd screamed so loud it scared the poor guy half to death. Peck asked if he was okay, and the doctor cut in with something else. The old man scoffed, snapping that the charlatan had foretold his imminent death 2 years ago, so he shouldn't worry. Peck's grin exploded as he blurted, "Is it true?" The old man snapped, "How dare you smile when you nearly shattered such a precious sword?" Peck flung his hands up, shouting it wasn't true. The old man laughed it off as a joke, and the blow this time rang out crisp and satisfying. Elation surged through Peck. He called it pure happiness as he watched his grandfather get much better. The old man barked at the boy to finish the sword. Peck froze, eyes wide, and demanded, "Are you serious?" The old man snapped that he'd had enough of empty assignments and could handle them himself now. Peck's hands trembled, and finally recognition hit him. The very foundation of working with steel, the temperature, and the subsequent melting. The old man told the boy forging a sword was a relentless, punishing grind, just like life. And even when hardship left him bone-tired, he'd still forge that blade someday. Peck drove the final blow and froze as that exact metallic catch, the sickening sound of iron snagging, rang out. He spun to shout he'd succeeded, but his grandfather stood utterly still and silent. The ending blindsided Peck. Fear ripped the sword from his hands, and he scrambled over to Grandpa, blurting that he'd made that very sound. Peck screamed for his grandfather to open his eyes, then hammered the blade into a flawless sword. Peck hurled himself into his grandfather's embrace, a brutal certainty that it was the end crashing over him, and he unleashed a raw, ear-splitting scream. Zhongdong's death crushed him beyond mere sorrow, Beck howled when he realized everyone who had loved him was gone. A few days later, the general stormed back for his sword, and Lime popped her head out again, snapping, "How much longer do we have to go?" The guard barked that it was dangerous. The general leaned in and demanded, "Do you want to see your brother's son that badly?" The general could tell she was utterly smitten with that bad boy Peck, while Lime squealed with joy as they hurtled closer. Lime burst into the room, bellowing to Brother Song that she had come, then stopped cold at the sight of Beck sprawled with his sword, fast asleep. Peck spilled every sordid detail, then led them to Grandpa O's grave, the exact spot he himself had buried him. Lima's composure shattered instantly, and she sobbed uncontrollably, while the guard warned him the air was freezing and urged him back to the carriage. Lime snapped no, insisting Brother Song was in rough shape, and the general seethed at being late, desperate for a chance to repay him. He showed up a little earlier, handed the kid's song back and said he'd finish the sword himself. If he etched his own tombstone, that proves he can write. The general snapped, "Are you Songbeck?" The boy declared everything correct, and the general stepped forward and asked if, with nowhere left to go, he'd come with them. The proposal hit Peck like a thunderclap. He'd believed everyone who cared about him had left. Abandonment loomed again, and this time he swore he wouldn't let it happen. Peck thanked him for the offer and refused. The general flinched as regret slammed into him. He was suddenly very sorry to lose such a talent. He nodded and urged him to take care of himself. Then Lime came sprinting in and grabbed his hand. Lime implored him to join them. After all, she craves more time with him. Peck relented and fell in step beside him, agreeing to leave. But with every stride a storm of doubt churned in his head. He scoffed, sure she was offering it out of nothing but cheap pity from a little girl. Lime's relentless prodding drove him to her small hands. Their warmth hit him like the missing piece he'd been searching for. A voice from the convoy suddenly bellowed they'd arrived, and the guard barked at the rider to dismount his horse. Peck's jaw dropped. This was Tanbani's house, and before he could react, a woman stepped forward and shouted to the master that they'd returned. Lime's eyes snapped to her nanny, and she launched herself into her arms, hugging her with a fierce, all-consuming squeeze. Peck's jaw dropped when a colossal house loomed before him, dwarfing his own so utterly they couldn't be compared. She whirled to the gentleman and demanded, "Who is that child?" Lime snapped, "That's Brother Song." The general thundered he'd brought him along, and Peck's jaw dropped, completely blindsided by being introduced like that. The general spun to Mo Yan, voice like iron. "I'll take care of this child from now on." Mo froze and blurted, "What?" And the general staggered at that reply before snapping, "Does he really not want to?" Most let out a weary exhale and barked at the boy to follow. He already knew his hands were full, and the baby weighed on his mind. Peck's brow nodded. He couldn't grasp why everyone was stunned, and the girls swore they'd heard it with their own ears. In the East, deliver a child into a household without men, and watch them rise, born instantly into the role of heir. Mo barked at the boy that he was late. Beck flushed, apologized, and said he'd been delayed because he'd been accompanying the lady. Beck instantly blurted, "General Mo Young!" And Mo snapped, rage flaring because he'd told him to call him senior. Peck swallowed and apologized, admitting he barely understood and couldn't remember all he'd said. Mo jabbed the question at the boy. Had he prepared for the exam? And Peck shot back that he trained as an officer every day. Most roared it was amazing, eager to see how much he'd grown. Then he sprang on him. Mo unleashed a full-power strike, warped the stick in his hands, and dared him to try to block it. Peck didn't flinch and effortlessly wedged a stick underneath. Mo's eyes locked on him and she instantly knew this boy was a real officer. He forged the four-direction spear's basic technique into a razor through relentless training battles, and Mo snapped, "How much longer are you going to just defend?" Peck spotted the teacher's temper flaring and pounced, unleashing every skill he'd been holding back. You could stride right up to him now. Rage flared in Mo and he snapped at the laughing guy. "Why are you laughing?" Did the guy really expect this? Now Mo was much stronger. Mo muttered, "There's nothing I can do about it," snapped his hand into a new grip on the weapon, and Peck caught the shift instantly. Mo whipped his stick into a helicopter spin, and lunged into the attack the instant he was told to. Explode into a desperate parry and deflect it. He unleashed his most devastating strike and the aftermath was jaw-dropping. Mo snapped, "What's wrong with you?" Where had every last shred of his confidence gone? Peck jabbed a finger at the elder and snapped, "What are you talking about? Didn't he use those special techniques?" Mo shoved the question at the boy. What did he make of the hairs lined up against him on the battlefield? Mastering special techniques is only one fierce step on the road to passing the exam, not an enemy who'd spar with him by the book. He mustn't dare forget the reason he exists. Peck shouldered every crushing strike, each blow hammering him, and he knew his weapon would splinter if this kept up. Out of nowhere, Mo unleashed a long-range strike that snapped Beck's weapon in two, and Beck instantly knew it was a combat spear. Stubborn, Mo sprinted at Beck and snarled, "This isn't over!" Beck saw his raw strength, but new martial arts on the battlefield were a different beast. Beck grinned, did the unexpected, and suddenly let a part clatter to the ground. Mo froze, shouting he'd be killed like that. Mo yelled for him to dodge, but Peck spun on a dime and effortlessly parried the attack. Peck had worn his family sign at his neck the whole time. In a secluded spot, he finally took it down, gripped it in his hands, and scrutinized it with unblinking eyes. He ached to return to those memories when Lime suddenly appeared, revealing the pendant and greeting him like they'd been apart forever. Peck demanded of the lady, "Is she finished yet?" Lime fell abruptly silent, then snapped, "Lady!" Lima's voice went quiet as she admitted she'd been mistaken. Peck shot back, "What's wrong?" and pushed, desperate to know. What had he done wrong? Lime whipped around and snapped, "You seriously don't understand Young Master Song?" She ripped off the pretense and confessed she hadn't taken a walk in ages. He broke his promise and never showed. Peck shouted, "Lima!" She spun around instantly, grin blazing, and shot back, "What? Didn't she hear?" Peck snapped at Lima to cut the teasing and be more careful. She knows the nanny will blow up if he calls her that. Lime suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Peck gaped and blurted, "What are you doing?" And she snapped back, "What's wrong?" He used to give her piggyback rides. Peck shot back that they were children then. Lime snapped, "And now what?" Their eyes locked and both cheeks flamed. Nanny's warning slammed into Peck. Everyone might call him the adopted son, but to the mistress he was nothing more than a toy. The toy must obey. Did he get that? Peck clenched his fists and shot back that he remembered. Lime blurted to Brother Song, "What about now?" Beck instantly dropped into a squat and snapped for her to climb in. Lime's surprise burst out, "What are you doing?" Peck stammered, How what?" He genuinely assumed that's exactly what she meant. He figured she was still a child, so he slung her onto his back, certain nothing bad could come of it. Rage boiled in Lime. She snapped at him to stop and vowed she'd go herself. Peck leaned in and demanded to know what she was thinking. Should he carry her? Lime barked for him to leave her alone and not follow her. Beck swallowed his pride, apologized, owned the mistake, and offered to go with her. Lime cut him off and told him not to follow. The nanny watched them at that moment and saw Beck knew exactly where he stood. The real trouble burned in the lady's heart. They pressed on to the bridge, where Lime urged Peck to drink in the sunset. Peck watched calm snap over her. Her mood flipped in a heartbeat, proof she was still a child. Tanbani slammed into his memory. Only 2 people had ever been kind to him for no reason. He couldn't protect his grandfather, but he'd throw himself in front of any threat to keep Lime safe, no matter the cost. Suddenly they weren't alone on the bridge. A man flanked by stern security stormed up and barked, "Is there a girl like that around here?" The guard asked if he should bring her. The gentleman snapped no. Someone that beautiful demanded far more than mere entertainment. Word had it she came from a noble house, and he barked orders for his men to hunt down where she lived. At this moment, in front of the imperial palace, the general dropped to his knees, stared up at the sky, and said nothing. Mo demanded how long he'd keep sitting like that. Wasn't that enough? The general replied he knew defying the emperor's decree counted as treason. If he can't stand waiting, send him home. Mo's fury exploded and he snapped, "I'm going to the palace right now." He could be holed up at a banquet Chiang Maso threw, refusing to appear. And he can't tell if the man on the throne is the emperor or Chiang Maso. The general snapped at him to watch his tongue. And this Chan? He prowls like a predator, biding the moment to tear him down. How can Mo not see they'll pounce on the tiniest excuse and rip his power right out of him? The emperor is sharp. Chang can drench him in honeyed words, but his steady eyes won't be tricked. Before long, the whole truth will hit him. Until then, he braced himself and waited. While inside aides told Agency Chief Chiang Maso, the Governor-General still stood by for orders, and no excuses remained to refuse him. Chiang shot back that he was still stubborn. What an ignorant general. He judged the moment had come. Sia barked a warning. Don't provoke the Governor-General. If word reaches him that the Emperor is gravely ill, his 300,000-strong army will march on the imperial palace. Chang snarled that he was worrying too much, declaring that without the Liudong army the country would be overrun by barbarians. The general knows this better than anyone. Does Saul realize the Eastern general's obsession with his family will shove him straight into a trap? The next day, early in the morning, Lime leaned by the window with a needle flying as she mended her clothes. Then she froze and gasped. "It's raining!" Right then, the stranger stood before the palace, sinking his boot into the mud, and demanded, "Why did the rain start the very moment I went to fetch a new bride?" The servant asked if he should get new shoes. The boy snapped no. Keeping the worn pair would make him look sincere and sway her. Arriving at the palace, guards surge forward and demand who they are. This place doesn't let just anyone in. Without warning, he snapped, "Who are you?" and barked at the servant to reveal their family crest. He snarled at the guard. "Is the Secretary of State's son just anyone to you?" The hunter froze. Panic hit him like a fist, and he couldn't force out a single word. The boy's servant barked at them. "Say your thanks. The master's in a good mood today." Peck bulldozed through training, shrugging off the raging weather outside because he needed to be strong. Through every punishing training session, he replayed Lima's face, her smile burning bright as she locked eyes with him. Rage burned hottest in him. He could feel her feelings, yet Nanny had already branded him a mere toy. Lime stormed up and spun toward him, surprise splashing across her face. The instant Peck saw her, he knew he was in trouble. Puski snatched a rag, wiped her face, and demanded why she'd gone to the training ground. If she got sick, Nyanya would be furious with him. Lime shot back that the rain was hammering down. She reached to open an umbrella for him, but he snatched it and poured it over her. Peck's childhood slammed back into her. Spotting him sprawled on the ground, Lime dropped to his knees and apologized, while the man sat stunned, wondering why that memory had suddenly exploded into his mind. Laughter burst from him, unstoppable, and Lime gaped before blurting, "Why are you laughing?" He froze and stared. She looked taller now yet was still a child, and only he felt the world tilt. Peck urged them to go, warning she'd catch a cold. Lime erupted, pointing at him and snarling it was all his fault. A man barreled up and shouted he'd finally found it, and when they spun around, a stranger stood before them, flanked by his own guards. Lime demanded, "Who are you?" This was no place for strangers, and the man flared, calling the question offensive and roaring that they'd become one family. Lime's eyes snapped wide as she demanded what he meant. He confessed he'd accidentally spotted her a few days ago. His heart blazed for her, and he was desperate to tell her. He came to propose because he considers it the duty of a noble man. No dowry needed. His father is Secretary of State Lee Taken, and Limey barked, "Get out of here!" The guy didn't get it and snapped, "What?" Peck instantly stepped in front of them and barked that they'd been told to get lost. The guy snapped that this boy won't stop pestering him. Who is this kid anyway? Peck's breath hitched as a single thought snapped into focus. Who is he? Nanny's warning cut through like a whip. Don't be mistaken. He was nothing but the mistress's plaything. Mo drilled the training into the guy until the reason he was here was burned into his bones. Lime cut in for Peck and declared him her beloved, confessing she'd fallen for him the instant they first met. Peck jerked, spinning to face her as Lima snapped, "Don't look at me like that." Embarrassment flamed across her face. Peck had already guessed her feelings, but when she spoke them aloud, awkwardness slammed into him. He burst into booming laughter, then snapped, "Are you making fun of me?" He sneered. "Looks like I have to teach them a lesson on how to deal with someone of high class." The guy's guards exploded into attack as Peck snapped for Lima to dive inside. Lime snapped back and resisted instantly, but Peck barked, "Listen to me, leave now." Confronted by this guy's guard, Peck's block failed. He was blasted off his feet and crashed to the ground. Peck screamed at Lima to run away from here, but the naked man lunged, slammed his body onto the guy and started crushing him with a vice-like squeeze. The man glared at Peck and snarled that, despite a few victories from those techniques, Peck wouldn't pass the exam with skills like that. He was utterly outmatched by the squad leader. Terror clawed at Lime and she screamed at Brother Beck. He strode up to them and declared it all true, that haughty, unshakable look on his face fitting his status like armor. Lime slammed her palm down and shouted, "How dare you storm someone else's house and attack people? I'll never let you get away with it." A sly grin curled on his lips as he taunted her. "He won't let her go, will he? What will you do? Tell everyone the young mistress is in love with her servant." Lime stared him down and vowed she meant it. He shot back that he planned to take her as his wife, but if she agreed to be a concubine, he'd forgive her. Lime wouldn't dare stoop to that kind of humiliation. The instant those words landed, she struck him with a fierce slap. She spat, "How dare you? Do you even know where you are?" And he answered by slamming a savage kick into her stomach. Lime crumpled to the dirt, pain shredding her, and when Peck's fury erupted, a warrior slammed a blade to his throat, freezing him. The warrior barked for him to stay stone still. The man glared at the girl and demanded, "Who do you think you're hitting? Unless you want him to lose his head." Lima snarled she'd make him pay. He burst into laughter again and beckoned his man to hand him a sword. The warrior whirled to the young gentleman and spat that he couldn't. The boy snapped, "Shut up, give me the sword." Yet he still wouldn't kill her. He blurted that she was pretty cute. I wondered what her face would fetch. Now they'll find out what she says when he scratches her face. The warrior's jaw tightened as his master crossed the line. They'd been ordered to only scare her a little. He's got to stop this lunatic. The lunatic barked at Lima to freeze, and one careless move from him could accidentally hurt her. She cocked her head to the side, fear clawing at her, and he laughed, saying it made that face even nicer to look at. He let her sob on as if her tears pleased him. Right then Peck vowed to protect her and swore he'd never let that bright smile fade. Peck tilted his head forward and pressed it to the blade until it met the blood, and the warrior froze, thinking, what is he doing? Even if he's only a lowly warrior, if they slay a member of the Eastern clan, they'll unleash a storm of trouble. Peck drenched the ground in blood and roared he must protect her. The second warrior snapped awake. He had to end this now, before the madman could harm Tanbani. Suddenly Peck wrenched free from the warrior's grip and screamed at him to stop. Peck lunged without warning, blade a silver blur as he tore into the others. The warrior sneered, called him a fool, then wrenched the sword from the commander's hand. He thinks a sword will finish this? The commander will smash that delusion with the raw power of his martial arts. The warrior lunged at him, blade a blur, roaring that merely holding a sword doesn't mean you know how to wield it. The warrior realized he'd caught him. Then Peck erupted into an evolution, unleashing his true essence. Shock ripped through the warrior. He couldn't tell what kind of tree it was. Peck dodged aside and surged toward that guy. The warrior roared at the master. "Defend yourself!" The boy demanded to know what his man carried. But Peck saw nothing in his path and split his head open. Gasps exploded through everyone as the warriors realized they'd lost their young master. And Lime, fear strangling her, screamed, "Brother, son!" Peck never imagined his day would end like this. Staring at the man's decapitated head, the brutal truth slammed into him. He'd killed a man. He froze before the corpse, nailed to the spot, unable to lift a finger. The guard's face crumpled, disbelief ripping through him that the young gentleman was dead. The warrior snarled, "Pekka, you bastard!" then barreled in from behind and unleashed his strongest attack, aiming to finish the guy off. Suddenly, Mo the warrior burst in to protect the boy, then staggered as recognition slammed into him. He knew the boy. Mo lunged at them instantly, fists flying, snarling, "How dare you dirty dogs meddle with an unmarried lady!" Overwhelmed by the attack, the warrior snapped his head up and barked at Mo. "Why are you here?" Mo didn't stop. He pressed the attack, schooling Peck with a brutal lesson. After landing a hit, he barked, "Do you understand what you did?" Peck froze, words dying in his throat so he could only mumble. Mo snapped, couldn't stand it, and thrust a hand toward him. Lime tore across the room, seized his wrist, and cried out that he'd done nothing wrong. Mo dropped to his knees, pleading with the lady to let him go. But Lime crumbled and instantly burst into tears right in front of him. Rage tore through Mo. This fool had killed the top Murrum's son. How could they possibly hush it up now? Lime demanded to know if Brother Beck was okay, but the boy choked out that he'd killed a man. Lime cut him off, swept him into a warm embrace, pulled him tight to her and murmured, "Don't worry." Lime grabbed his shoulders, eyes steel, and snarled, "Don't lose yourself. Nothing's going to happen. We'll get through this." The next day the general opened his heart to the boy's father, and voice raw, said he was sorry the boy had died. Surprise slammed into him and he spat with burning hatred. "What a pity! My son is dead. How will they answer for this?" The man was State Secretary Lee Taichan. The general barked, "You dare speak of responsibility?" And Deacon immediately plopped onto his ass. Deshawn knew the general of the East could sever his head this instant. He demanded to know why the general was so calm. His son had endured torment within these walls. The general mulled it, then snapped, "What would it cost him to give birth to, and raise another one?" Rage boiled in Taishan. He wouldn't be spoken to like that and barked, "What did he say?" The door burst open. Taikun's guard shot up, and at that exact second Limmy stepped inside. Lime hurled herself to her knees and cried to her father that Brother Songbeck was blameless, that all the blame belonged to the young master who wanted to mock her. Decken heard it and snapped, denying it on the spot and calling it nonsense. His son would never mock the lady. Dechen demanded, "Isn't it time the lady told the truth? Does she really think a single lie can settle this?" He roared, "Tell the truth right now, or I'll kill her myself." Rage ignited in the general, and he crushed the glass in his hand until it shattered. The general shot to his feet and snapped at the advisor. "What are you trying to say? My daughter is lying here now." Dechen crashed into a chair as the truth slammed him. No matter how toothless, a tiger is still a tiger. If he loses control, he'll end up headless, Tashin thought, then snapped, "Either way, their lives aren't equal." The general gasped, "Equal? Take on?" Han shot back that an ordinary soldier had slain the Secretary of State's son, a sin that now threatens to tear the very foundations of their nation. The general sneered that if he were the secretary, he'd lop off this ordinary warrior's head. Why shout now and wreck his relationship with him? Tikkun barked to the general. Bring this warrior to me, now! Lime's heart plunged as her plan fell apart, and she realized Brother Song was about to be killed. The general told the secretary, grief shredding his voice, that his son was dead. What brother would stand by and watch his sister being molested? Tushan staggered, choking out. What does that mean? The general barked, what don't you know? And dropped the bomb. Songbek isn't just his daughter's guard. He's the general's adopted son. At that moment, Nanny, flanked by her servants, stormed into the guy's Songbak chambers and barged through the door without a knock. Peck locked eyes with her and felt the verdict land. His fate was sealed. He'd already lived longer than he should have, and knowing Lime was safe was enough. Beck barreled up to Nyanya, beaming. Nyanya, we haven't seen each other in ages. Then quickly asked, is Mrs. Lime all right? The nanny barreled up and shouted, Young master! Peck froze, wide-eyed, and demanded, Why are you doing this all of a sudden? The nanny barked that the bath was ready and to follow her. Peck froze, bewildered, not understanding a thing. The general sat in his room, sipping his tea, when Peck finally showed up at his door after everything. The general told him those clothes transformed him. He looked like a different man, sharper and far more impressive. He dropped into a deep bow before the family head, and the general barked that he'd ignored him all this time. Hadn't even noticed how much he'd grown. Beck told him no. Waves of gratitude crashed through him for the family patriarch who'd taken a lone orphan into his home, and he wanted to apologize for the trouble he'd caused. The general recoiled, snapping that he has countless enemies. For a man of his rank it's inevitable, so he must stay forever on guard and shield his daughter. Does Peck even get what they're trying to tell him? He can't shield him either. In 3 days, Mo Yan will storm the battlefield with a fresh squad. Let him ride at his side. Peck didn't want this, but rage boiled up and he snapped at the general that everything would go exactly as he ordered. Peck marched on, the general's warning roaring in his blood. The moment he reached that place, he'd see exactly how cruel people could be. He'd have to slay these vile animals. Peck knew how cruel they could be, and he wasn't going to die here. He could become a beast himself. But out of nowhere, a girl's silhouette materialized before his eyes. Peck peered hard and locked onto the woman, and Lime sprinted up to him, breathless and urgent, asking, What do we do now? Pung stood frozen, at a loss for words, while Lime writhed in agonizing pain and begged him to speak. Peck snapped at Lima to calm down. They were brother and sister now. And the lady's eyes lit with an idea as she declared they could leave. Peck's eyes widened. What? Lime begged with all her might, urging them to run away together and hide where no one would ever find them. Then he'd never have to kill anyone again. Peck instantly yanked her hands off his shoulders and asked her for forgiveness. A couple of days later, Peck appeared at Lime's windows and declared he was leaving tomorrow. She swallows her pride and forgives him for failing to grant her wish. Then they part ways, not seeing each other for a long while. Peck clung to those glorious moments with Lime, hating to leave. But the general's orders forced him to obey. At parting, he swore he'd look after himself and return no matter what, then slipped his medallion into her hand. The next morning, Mo seized command of the men and barked, Be careful! You're carrying expensive goods. Cradled in their hands are supplies destined for comrades on the battlefield. Treat them like fragile lifelines and handle them with absolute care. He spotted Peck marching shoulder to shoulder with him toward the battlefield. Mo asked if he'd said goodbye to the lady yet. Peck admitted he hadn't. She still seemed upset. Mo knew the battlefield devoured people. Nobody lasted long. Pity hit him for the man. But a grim part of him admitted this might be for the best. Mo snarled that they were leaving soon and ordered the boy to follow him. A voice from behind tore through the air, shouting at him to stop. Peck spun to find the nanny there, demanding the woman explain what had happened. The nanny snapped, Take this, and the lady pressed the object into his hand. Peck took matters into his own hands and suddenly understood why the lady hadn't seen him for 3 days. She was frantic with worry for him. Lime climbed the mountain to her tree, scanned the world around her. But she'd come for one thing, to say goodbye to Peck. Clutching Peck's medallion, she poured out a fierce prayer that he'd stay safe and come back to her unscathed. Everything spiraled into darkness the moment he plunged into the world's hell, a place where good and bad had ceased to exist. The enemy spotted a lone figure in the distance, and the commander barked, Kill him! They skidded to a stop at Peck, as the man planted himself like a statue, unflinching and ready to finish them off. The barbarian commander roared, Finish off the Imperials now! Commander Mo roared a command, hurling his troops forward to halt the barbarians' charge. When enemies closed in, warriors roared, most often ordering them to slaughter every last one, leave no survivors. A shout rang out that he was asking for help. Warrior Mo spun and saw Beck alone against the warriors, cutting through them with effortless ease. The moment the fight exploded, Peck snapped into a monster. Blind to anyone in his path, he tore through and annihilated everything before him. Barbarians closed in, snarling they'd kill the boy. Peck clutched his spear and spat that they weren't human. They were animals. After the solo fight, Peck stared up at the sky, breath ragged. He'd survived today, and a brutal question slammed into him. Which of them was the animal? Mo slid up to the boy and asked, "Can't you sleep?" Peck's jaw dropped. Surprise froze him, words snagging in his throat. Mo warned the guy tomorrow's fight would be the toughest he had ever faced. Beck leaned in and asked General Mo if he hadn't gone to bed yet. Mo shot back that he'd asked to be called senior in private. Mo spat that he was a weird guy. He obeyed orders like a machine, never questioned them, acting like his own life didn't matter. Peck blinked, baffled, and muttered an apology as Mo snapped he'd been here 3 years. This fight would finally send him home. Mo rushed over, asking if the boy was okay. Peck shot back that people weren't people at all, and maybe he'd gone mad with them too. Mo leaned in, eyes sharp. "You worried about the lady's reaction?" Peck couldn't answer. His throat clenched and he froze. Mo leaned in, eyes blazing, and told him he didn't have to hide it from her and shouldn't worry. No matter what he did, she'd be on his side. And from now on, Beck would call him senior. Beck swallowed the word. He couldn't call him that. To him, Big Brother still meant the man who'd abandoned him. He swore he'd call him that one day. But when the moment arrived, he broke his promise, and everything flipped into something he never expected. The next day, as battle raged, the barbarians roared they'd annihilate every last one of them. Mosaw's instincts screamed. He whirled on his men and demanded, "What's going on? Why can't we contact the rear?" The warrior barked to Mo that he'd been told the rear troops had retreated. Mo exploded, shouting that the imperial court was to blame. The barbarians roared from the ridge, shouting that the enemy's rear lay wide open and declaring the empire had finally lost its mind. Oirat Tazar's commander shot back that these insects were enslaved by the savage scramble for power, abandoning the country's safety. That was their true nature. Lime sat in her room, tracing the medallion Beck had left behind as a parting gift, clutching it like the last piece of him. Suddenly, Nanny burst in, blurted she had something to tell, and Lime snapped she'd already declared she'd refuse Mr. Cheon's offer. Let Nanny say it herself. Nanny shouted there was news about young Master Song Beck, and the instant Lime heard her brother, she sprang to her feet. Lime burst outside and froze. 3 whole years had vanished, and he was finally back. The general snapped, "Is this true?" And the intelligence officer met his stare and confirmed it. The warrior shot back that General Moyan's army had been utterly annihilated. But Lime burst in. The words hit her like a punch, and she crumpled into unconsciousness. The general reeled, unable to fathom what had happened, and snapped, "Call a doctor, now!" That day, the battle site lay in ruins, everything destroyed, and by an impossible twist of fate, Peck crawled from the wreckage alive. Badly wounded and staggering, Peck stared down every warrior and vowed to Lama, "Don't worry, I will never die." In the imperial palace, Chang sat on his throne and laughed at the news, then barked to his courtiers. Was Mo Yun truly slain on the battlefield? It was like sending the general of the East into battle one-armed. Jung asked Secretary of State Taishan if he liked his gift. Chang snapped, "How? Will you join me now?" Taichun shot back that he had to see Beck's corpse first, the man who had killed his son. Let them hand him the reins. He'll rip the general of the East from power and brand him a traitor. Chung snapped at his servants, eyes blazing. "You heard every word. Find Song Beck's body and bring it to my feet." Near the imperial court, Beck staggered, bloodied, slamming his spear against the courtyard stones as each clang echoed his struggle. The crowd froze, terror written on every face. This kind of warrior had never been seen here, yet he ignored their fear and strode among them with cold, unshakable confidence. Beck eyed the palace, grinned, declared the traitors must be having a blast here, and dubbed him So Chan, official. So reveled in his estate's comforts and laughed. "How can I be this happy at 40? The second emperor declared it was far better here than in the palace. He retorted that it was only natural. Could they even afford such a thing at court? The emperor snapped, "Will everything be all right?" He meant those civil servants, utterly unable to repel a second barbarian assault on their own. So why had they helped them at all? So threw back his head and laughed, insisting everything had already been agreed. The emperor froze, jaw dropping, and demanded, "What do you mean?" When the smoke cleared, the sovereign sealed a 1-year non-aggression pact with the barbarians. He snapped at the emperor to silence his fear and listen for the sake of their future. When a thunderous roar split the air and the glass in his hand shuddered, someone outside roared at the enemy to stop, and the emperor barked, demanding to know what was happening out there. The doors flung wide, and the wounded Peck staggered into the room where the two traitors were reveling. The Emperor demanded to know how he dared break in, but Peck ignored him and sliced his head clean off. He stood frozen, fear stealing his voice. Beck cut through the silence and blasted at the official. "What happened to him?" I snapped. "Stop, think about the fallout if you kill him." Peck hoisted his spear, barked for him not to worry, and vowed he'd soon meet his damn eunuch friend on the other side. They realized he wouldn't stop and finally screamed for him to halt. Too late. Beck's spear arced and cleaved the man's head from his shoulders. At that moment the streets roared with life. People strolled and laughed, while girls playfully badgered the guys, pulling them into the fun. One of the guys slammed to a stop, locked eyes with the crowd and barked, "Where did those border warriors come from?" The man jabbed a finger and barked, "Here!" They slammed to a halt in front of the brothel. Bo Chung, the brothel's owner, lit up at the familiar faces and called out, "Welcome, Mr. Chung." Chung staggered back and blurted, "Do you all know him? He's the commander of the 10th Army." Bo demanded to know how she could be unaware. The whole city was buzzing about him, and young Master Song was inside. She was the one who would see him off. Chan pressed himself against the girl, his voice a low confession that almost no one truly knew him. For a mere courtesan, she knew far too much. Chan stormed into the room and vowed to Bo he'd return to see her once he'd set everything straight. Bo's glare seethed with hatred as he realized Chong had become head of the 10th Army at only 30. People call him kind, but he's a cunning fox. Chan burst into the crime room, astonishment slamming into him, and he blurted, "This is an amazing job." John locked onto Beck and spat that it had been his doing, proof he was alive, while Beck sat on the couch, fixing the guy with a cold, menacing stare. The next day, the news slammed into Lima, and she bolted straight into town to see if it was true while the nanny shouted after her to wait. The city erupted in terrified questions. What's happening? Has this criminal actually chosen to turn traitor? Lime barreled through the crowd to get a look. A man reeled, stunned when a shove sent him stumbling and someone demanded, "Where did she come from?" Lima's breath caught when she spotted Peck in the cage. Joy detonated through her. He was alive. And she broke down in tears. Taiwan barreled up to the boss and demanded, "Why not?" Chang snapped that now wasn't the time for Beck to die. Taiwan, baffled, asked what he meant, and Chang said Beck was the only one who'd survived that battle with the Mongols. Now every eye was locked on him. They'll drag him into a merciless interrogation to force him to explain why he murdered that official. But after that, Decken seethed, snapped that he understood, then barked at him to handle their job while he took care of his own. Rage boiled in Chung. The secretary was a fool, and a little patience would hand him exactly what he wanted. Chung saw through Zhang's feigned neutrality, yet Zhang smuggled back the man who'd murdered a government official. Zhang was clearly up to something. Worst of all, he could be clutching damning proof that ties him to Tazar. Until we know his next move, there's no rush. Sean whipped around to Hagwan and snapped that a bad feeling gnawed at him, then stormed over and asked the chief if he'd called him. Chan snapped that if Tai-sung starts acting thoughtlessly, he should get rid of him. Right then, Peck was slammed behind iron bars. Surrounded by a phalanx of guards, the criminal sat shackled in iron. Tayson, seeking nothing but revenge, stormed into the prison and spat that his life had been hell. Beck's fury exploded the instant he saw his face, and Taesung snarled he wouldn't let him die in peace. Neither he nor that girl. Peck snapped at his words, fury flaring as he snarled he'd kill him. If a single hair falls from Lime's head, he'll slaughter anyone even remotely tied to him. He lunged toward him, but the short chains snapped taut and dragged him back, keeping him from getting closer. Dushan said, voice raw, that he finally sees the man for what he is. A beast trapped in human skin. He should have died there, and both that man's death and the girl's death are his fault. The general leaned in, voice sharp, and demanded whether Chung could really save Beck. Chung lifted his glass with slow, icy calm and declared he could. He laid down one condition. The general snapped, "What's the other condition?" That he return Song to him. The general seethed that they'd been treating him like a nuisance, and Chong finally snapped, "You still don't get it? No lowly clerk could betray an entire army. Keep the general on his guard. Those bastards won't back down without a fight." The general demanded to know why. Chong had no interest in politics, so why was he helping him? Young's grin ignited as he told him, "Mo Young's my friend." Of course he'd jump in for someone close. Realization hit the general like a blade. His suspicion was true. Chang Maso will pay a brutal, unforgiving price for what he did. Right then, Chan Maso's follower sprinted across the roof of the house, hot on Chan's heels. Relief punched through me. He had zero evidence tying him to young Maso. Daikin was the real problem. And if he made a move, it would turn deadly. He barked he'd have to report it, and then Mrs. Lime's scream tore through the air as she begged Nanny to let her in. The nanny clamped her in a fierce grip and snarled she couldn't let her go. Lime begged to be freed. She had to get to her brother's son. The nanny pleaded with the lady to calm down a little. He gaped at them, utterly stunned. Lime always got her way. So late that night she slipped out of the palace in silence toward her brother's song. Then she spun around, spotting a shadow on her tail only to shrug it off as imagination. While unseen on the roof, a man dropped to the ground and melted into the dark, set on following the lady. Chan sat alone in his palace, gripping his drink so tight it shook as a single burning thought ripped through him. Why hadn't he contacted him? Glass shattered in his hand. The servant sprinted to him and urgently asked if the master was okay. In that instant a cold truth slammed into Chung. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't. No way you entrust such a task to someone whose origin is a mystery. Chan leaned in and demanded, "What about Beck's interrogation?" His man met his stare and said flatly, "The day after tomorrow." Jiang felt it in his bones. Once the interrogation hit, Tichang would be frozen in place. But Jiang was certain Tichang would still try some desperate, reckless move while pinned. If Taiyun recklessly hurts his back, Yonggil could swoop in to torment him, and that would explode into a serious problem. Sean sprang to his feet from his throne and barked, "Hand me the sword!" The boy blinked, baffled, and asked, "What do you mean?" Sean's grin curled into a sinister laugh as he snapped to the boy, "I'll handle everything myself." Lime tore through the city's streets, heading straight for the prison dungeon where Peck sat. She snapped her head around and heard a girl on the porch shouting at passers-by, beckoning them to come inside and see them. The girls on the second floor also sprang to their feet and summoned the men up to their rooms. Lime met the girl and blurted out that she'd already promised to do anything for her. The girl snapped at the lady to never mention that place again. She never would have dared say that if she'd known what the place really was. Lime demanded what was wrong with him. The girl snapped that the people there were nothing like those she'd met here. Nobles prize cooperation and demons revere raw strength. But Haman surges with a chaotic ragtag rabble. She was just a civilian with no martial training and didn't belong there. Haman sat beside the red light district, so a beautiful girl like her would be snatched up the instant someone noticed. Lime answered, voice steady. She'd understood every word. The place was deadly, and as she turned to go, she swore she'd find another way. After these words, terror slammed into her and she snapped at the lady. "Don't you even think about going there!" Lime's jaw set and a cold, iron certainty seized her. This was the only way to save her son. She stormed into the neon-soaked red light district and pinned a man with a single question. Where could she find a Hallman establishment? Lime blurted she'd heard he could be found near a brothel. The man hesitated, then shot back to the lady that they don't sit in every brothel. Haman cloaks their identity in shadow. Ordinary people can't trace where they came from. Meeting them is like chasing a ghost, and word says she's from a rich family, so let her walk away before this blows up. After she slipped away, he slammed a hand to his chest and seethed. How did she find out about me? Regret hit him. She'll never meet them here. Out of nowhere, a guy crept up behind him and demanded to know what they'd just been talking about. Walking through the neighborhood, Lima watched girls pounce on men, trying to seduce them. Lime wondered where she'd find these Howmen when a little boy suddenly asked if she was looking for them. Lime talked to him, and they set off. And along the way she fretted how far they still had to go. She'd already come so far. Would she be okay? So she asked the boy how far it was. He sang along to a tune as they walked, and told her they were almost there, urging her to be patient a little, which made Lime's suspicion flare. Then the boy suddenly announced they'd arrived. Lime peered at what looked like an abandoned building and asked if it was empty, and the boy turned to the guys and said he'd brought her. Lime's eyes snapped to several men who stepped out right in front of her. One slid a couple of coins into the boy's palm and gruffly thanked him for finishing the job. He snapped into a bow and vowed he'd wait for the next assignment. Beaming with delight, he called out a cheerful goodbye to them. As the boy was leaving, he spun back and told Lima not to be so upset, snarling that in this place everyone lies and only the strong rule. And as Lima chewed on those words, a cluster of guys closed in and fixed her with cold, hungry stares. The eldest of them cackled, jeering that the general's daughter clearly had a taste for beauty, sashaying through the red light district like it was her personal stage. Lime sucked in a tight breath and snapped, "Do you really think you can get away with this, young Master Cheyenne?" Cheyenne exploded into laughter and declared it an honor that the general's daughter remembered a simple merchant's son. Lime's eyes snapped sharp. This wasn't going to be easy. She brandished a knife, snarled for him to back off, and warned that if he dared step closer she wouldn't just stand there. Her voice cut through them. "What's wrong with you? Don't you understand the consequences if you harm me? She'd already refused his marriage proposal several times. Chan snapped that she'd misunderstood. The general would be ecstatic. He was the one who had first proposed to her. She can feel her father's life unraveling, and whether she ends up with him or not, a marriage of convenience waits to chain her. Lima snapped at him not to make her laugh. Her father would never do that. And then, out of nowhere, one of the guys lunged onto her back and seized her. He urged the woman to calm down. Lime instantly screamed, "Let me go, right now!" He cracked a confident grin and told her not to worry. This would be good for both of them. Another man thundered that if she accepted all four as suitors, she'd be completely free of the general. Lime stared at them all and saw animals within. Beasts that don't only belong to battlefields. She silently begged Brother Song's forgiveness and let a single tear fall. Clutching the woman, he barked at his friends to line up. He'd grabbed her first to claim the husband spot, but before he could finish speaking, a knife whistled straight for his head. Lime ripped free from his grip, crashed to her knees, spun around, and the guy was already dead. Shock slammed into them. "Is he really dead?" Someone gasped. Then one guy locked onto the attacker and jabbed a finger, pointing him out. The other guy sprinted after the attacker and snatched the sword, so they both ended up gripping it, and Chan shouted at them to stop. He yanked his blade free and lunged, screaming. What kind of twisted abomination would savage their brother like this? Lima swore she hadn't killed him. It turned out the guy lunged at the girl, intent on murder. At that very moment, knives slammed into him, and he was tossed aside to die right at the lady's feet. Lime froze, heart racing, baffled. How was this happening when she hadn't warned a single soul where she was going? Suddenly, from the roof of the abandoned house, someone barked that he was sorry. The fun stopped right there. He's thrilled Chan led Dongbani this far, but he won't leave a single witness alive. Panic seized one of the guys. He spun on his heel and bolted, and Chan, stunned, shouted, "Where are you running?" He bolted, screaming he didn't want to die, and as he tore past the woman, he didn't even lay a hand on her. The mercenary swore he'd end him, closed in with his knife, and severed his head just like the others. The mercenary wasn't alone. He swaggered in with a child who'd lured the lady straight into a trap. Lime's gaze slammed onto the kid who'd brought her here as a mercenary, barked at him. "Why bother with witnesses? Want to come down?" The second mercenary snapped he was already on his way. And then she realized it wasn't just the two of them, but a whole clan of mercenaries. Cheyenne's heart lurched. With escape impossible, he collapsed to his knees and begged them to spare him. He barked that he was the famous man's son and begged them to let him go, swearing he'd do whatever they wanted. The mercenary hissed, "Anything?" Chan snapped, "It's true, anything. Let them say it." At that exact heartbeat, the mercenary rammed his hook into the head. The mercenary's gaze snapped to the girl and recognition hit. Tanbani, a jaw-dropping beauty destined to conquer every man across the southern sea. Death was certain, so they'd at least toy with her one last time. Then another warrior burst in and cut down several of his men. Surprise flashed across the mercenary's face, and he barked, "Who is this?" Then he lunged, striking the man from every side with his hooked blade. He slipped the hook, exploded into a few somersaults to the side, landed on the chain, and locked eyes with the mercenary. The mercenary growled that the style could only belong to that man, then jabbed a finger and demanded, "Why him?" He thought for a heartbeat, spat, "Who knows?" then rocketed along the chain and pounced on the mercenary. He didn't hesitate at the last heartbeat. He exploded forward, closed on the mercenary, and severed his head. He slammed to the ground and, at the end, admitted he himself had no idea why he'd done it. He plunged into the fray alongside the mercenaries, refusing to yield, and Lime scanned the battlefield, snapping, "Who's helping me?" Right in the thick of battle, the mercenaries' blood went cold. They realized this was no ordinary master. And then he plunged his blade into his own chest. The mercenary snarled, "Why him? Why's he in their way?" He planted himself as the attack slammed in, and effortlessly repelled it. I shoved the question at the mercenary. He snapped back, asking why he was interfering and admitting he didn't even understand his own motive. He cut down every mercenary around him, and realization slammed into him. If they'd already made it here, this was where it all began. He'd stopped caring. Then Lime suddenly rushed up and thanked him for saving her. She'd survived because of him. He froze, immobile as carved stone, words dying in his throat. The instant her eyes met his, he realized they were the reason his hands trembled. He spun on his heel, pointed to Jin Wei, and told the lady to go. There she'd finally lay eyes on the one she longed to see. Lime dipped into another bow, thanked him for his help, then slipped away, tossing over a final, tense, "If Peck's still alive, of course." As Peck sat in his cell, a tide of warriors crashed into the prison, hell-bent on killing him. The back cell's gates slammed open with a metallic roar. They barked, "Stand!" and shoved him upright. The interrogation was about to begin. As he strode toward the interrogation room, Beck's mind thundered. How is this possible? An interrogation at this hour screamed setup. Even on the battlefield, late-night interrogations are only pulled for emergencies. He's accused of murdering an official, so the top brass would take charge, and they're the ones grilling him right now. Their uniforms sliced the silence. These weren't soldiers' steps. 3 in front, 2 behind. In a heartbeat, a warrior from behind drew a knife and clutched it behind his back, coiled to strike. Peck slammed to a stop, barked, "Have you started yet?" Then dropped like a stone and instantly turned on himself, pummeling his own body. After knocking one of the 3 out, the others snapped to attention, ready to kill him where he stood. Peck spat. There was only one. He didn't know who they were and urged them to hurry. One warrior snarled, "That fucking bastard," and ordered the others to finish him. Peck's beast instincts erupted and he clamped down, tearing the throats from his attackers with his teeth. After felling the last foe, his thoughts snapped to Theron's vow. He'd sworn to deny both him and that girl any chance at a peaceful death. Peck barked, "It's definitely him." And he had to bolt to Lima immediately. She was in danger. A voice from behind sneered, "You're really just a little animal." And he spun to find Theron standing right in front of him. Peck snarled at Theron, impatience crackling in his voice. "Wait a little and I'll come take your head myself." Theron obsessed over it until he decided the only escape was to sever his own head with his hands. Mercy or curse, he's still alive. Theron barked for his men to drag the man in alive. He would personally sever that animal's head. The warriors roared the order, and their men surged on Peck, pinning him down to take him alive. Peck sneered at fear and hurled himself into the fray, swearing he'd fight to his last breath to keep his promise to Lima. Rage ripped through Theron when he watched his warriors falter. He thundered at them, "What are you doing?" They couldn't even handle one half-mortal. The warrior roared bastard at Peck. Peck darted away like a rat, but the guy was clever. His hands were blocked. It hit Peck all at once. They were there that day. He couldn't grasp it then, but now their sword style snaps into razor-sharp focus, a perfect example for the squad members to learn from. Peck sneered that they were weak, or had he suddenly become the stronger one? Rage ignited in the warrior. He lunged forward and pounced into a savage attack. The warriors jeered they'd see how much longer the boy could dodge. Then Peck slammed to a halt as the memory of fighting enemies in the war roared back. He remembered their blades, rugged and wolf-like. His sword flashed sharp at a glance, but when the dust settled theirs carried no pride. Peck unleashed a savage kick that slammed one warrior out cold. The other froze, panic tearing through him as he watched his comrades finished off. Peck realized a warrior who traded his pride for power wielded only a dog's blade, and the warrior lunged at him, snarling, "How dare you kill me?" Peck kicked the blade into his hand, seized it with both hands, and drove it straight through the warrior's chest. At last the warrior spat, "You're a fucking bastard!" And Darren gaped, unable to believe his own eyes. Theron looked at the boy, fear lashing through him, and realized this wasn't a man but a feral animal freshly ripped from its cage. Taryn bolted instantly. Peck watched and wondered if Taryn really expected to survive after what he'd done. Beck's eyes snapped to a familiar figure bursting around the corner, and Lime's jaw dropped, stunned to find his son's brother standing there. Peck's mind screamed, "Why is she here?" as Taryn erupted in laughter, exulting that the heavens would never leave him. Peck roared for Lima to run. Theron pounced on her, convinced that with her, the beast wouldn't touch him. Out of nowhere, someone burst in and unleashed his ultimate strike, slicing the advisor into tiny pieces. Chon lashed out at Taryn, calling him an idiot who'd crossed the line. And with Bayek's help, Chon tore through the mess and fixed everything in no time. Chung locked eyes with the lady and announced the rumors had been hushed. He finally understood the gentleman's dread. Lime's beauty could tear this country apart. Confusion slammed into Lime. She couldn't make sense of what was happening as her body betrayed her and stayed frozen. In that instant, a ruthless plan ignited in Chong. Use her. Snatch the Emperor's throne and crush the General of the East. Chan summoned every last shred of strength, thrust his hand toward her and shouted, "Take my hand. I'll give you the whole world." Shock slammed into Lime as she registered every terrible detail. Voice trembling, she spun on the enemy and demanded, "What is he talking about?" Delight lit Chan's face and he held his tongue. Then Beck barreled up and barked for him to get away from her. Beck snatched up his sword and launched a crushing blow. Chang had anticipated it and effortlessly repelled the attack. Shock slammed into Peck, and he zeroed in on one burning question. Where did this man get so much strength? Chung admitted he'd been branded a beast once, and he couldn't imagine ever mastering the Tao. With those words, he lashed out with his flowing sword in a lightning counterattack. But Peck threw up his defense and drove the blow aside. The sword's razor tip hissed inches from his face. Peck snapped his guard up and parried. Peck looked from the other side, and his breath stopped. It wasn't a sword, but a serpent coiled into blade form, its tip curling into a different shape. A snake reared up right in front of his face. Instinct screamed danger, and he threw himself aside to avoid its strike. Chan burst into laughter, crowing that the guy's roll on the ground wasn't bad. Peck froze just beyond reach, locking eyes with his enemy as he plotted the strike that would end him. Chan didn't stop. He lunged again, hissed, "I'm sorry," but confessed he had more than one snake. He released another snake and hissed he'd spare his life, if he could. Peck locked eyes with his foe. In an instant, several snakes erupted before him, coiling and flashing fangs, ready to devour him. Panic surged through Lime when she saw it. She shouted to her brother's son, but Beck lunged at them and their clash detonated into a massive explosion. The earth lay utterly obliterated after this, and Lime stared into the distance, unsure whether her brother's song still lived. Suddenly Chan snapped that the guy had blindsided him. He never thought he'd manage to dodge that attack. Curiosity snapped through Chan and he demanded, "Is that boy the warrior's son?" The boy's technique let him slip past the dragon's attack. A mere foot soldier couldn't grasp this. But Peck leaned in, listened, and suddenly knew. Everything was repeating itself again. Once again, the past he desperately wanted to forget rose to his rescue, and Pet ignited with fury, shooting back at the enemy that he was wrong. Chan locked eyes with him and declared he'd keep his promise. He'd spare his life. Yet a fierce curiosity still burned behind his gaze. Whispers screamed he was the general of the East's adopted son. Could he really be nothing more than her brother? Stare all you want. Her expression doesn't scream, "Sister worried about her brother." And his doesn't either. Don't let the guy get the wrong idea. He's not judging. He revels in taboos. Beck's mind snapped into focus. He knew this enemy. A man who spoke about the general with unnerving ease, who used a feminine lilt, and who moved with flawless, deadly martial skill. He commands the military department, answering only to Emperor Chiang Maso. Chung Maso, the general's arch-nemesis, and the mastermind who lit the fuse on all this chaos, locked eyes with the boy and asked, "Will you come with me?" Broken on the battlefield, the general became a toothless tiger, power drained and exposed. If he doesn't strike first, a hungrier predator will tear him apart. If he follows him, his dream could explode into reality. Maso flashed a polite smile and reached out his hand to the boy. In an instant, the world flipped. A squad of guards stormed in and zeroed in on Peck. Chan locked eyes with the man barreling toward him and snapped, "Looks like it's my turn to finish this." As he was leaving, he urged the guy to mull over the offer, then rocketed into the air and vanished. Beck locked eyes, said his name again, and in that heartbeat knew Chiang Masa was terrifying. His martial might and spirit blazed with ferocious power. Lime bolted up to Brother Song and hurled herself into a desperate, crushing hug, like she hadn't seen him in years. Peck barked for her to stop, but Lima shot back instantly. She wouldn't let him go. The guards gaped, stunned by what unfolded, then shouted that they seemed okay. Annoyance prickled the teacher. Words failed him as he stood there, watching them lost in each other's love. The teacher insisted he'd poured every ounce into persuading everyone and was sure everything would fall into place. But the chief himself stormed in, seething with fury. The next morning the servants were already rehashing the previous day's events when Lime barreled past them so fast she knocked them clean off their feet. The maid whirled to the mistress, but Lima brushed her off and begged them for forgiveness. Curiosity sparked in the maid's eyes as she blurted, "Where's the mistress rushing off to like that?" The girl grinned, breathless. "I haven't seen her this happy in ages." "He came back yesterday." The maid snapped, "Who came back?" Lime burst into the guy's room, chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath after running. Grinning, she flung the door open and beckoned Brother's son inside to share breakfast. Her breath hitched as she stared into the room. It was utterly empty, and her brother was gone. Deep inside the clan's territory, the chief and Peck slipped through shadowed paths, heading for a secluded hollow where no one could hear them. Peck shot the chief a stunned look, baffled. What was wrong with him? Out of nowhere, the chief suggested he go for a walk. The chief sliced through the silence and declared it felt to him like the first time they'd ever walked beside him like this. Beck snapped that everything was correct. The leader spun and, voice raw with gratitude, thanked the boy for avenging Moyan. He'd always treated Yen like a son, but his rank shackled his hands and stopped him from avenging him personally, and if he hadn't stepped in, Lime would have been doomed. A debt bound him to that man forever. Peck listened to the head at that moment and said nothing. Peck scoffed, saying it was nothing compared to the favor the chief had shown him. But the chief barely hesitated before bellowing for the boy to bring him to the Tsar's head. He'd grant the wish, whatever it was. Peck had steeled himself for it, but his voice died in his throat. At dusk, Peck slipped into the humming city to wrestle with his wish for a while, obeying the chief's orders. Lime had been there the whole time. She spun to face her brother and demanded, "Why are you doing this to me?" Peck stormed up to her and demanded what she meant. Lima erupted, shrieking they'd gone ages without breakfast together, and he'd just vanished. Finally, they met face to face. He couldn't care less about her. Peck locked up, words dying in his throat. He didn't know how to answer. His mind pulsed with something else. He obsessed over the desire the chief had commanded. Lime asked him if he could hear her, but Peck suddenly doubled over as laughter ripped through him. Shock froze Lime and confusion clawed at him. Then he burst into a howl of laughter so loud every head in the crowd snapped to him. Lime asked why he'd suddenly burst into laughter, but Peck stayed silent and pulled her into his arms. Lima's face flamed crimson as she spun toward her brother, and Peck snapped he'd never let her go again. Warmth and the love Lime had been waiting for slammed into her, and a single tear of joy streaked down her cheek. That evening, the detachment commander stormed into the chief's room and demanded, "What did you order the man to bring to the Tsar's head?" The chief snapped that everything was correct, ordered him to bring Tsar's head, and the commander leaned in, fury boiling, asking if the chief understood what that meant. If he failed, his life would hang by a thread. The leader shot back that he was risking something far more valuable than his own life. Shouldn't he pay a fair price for it? Isn't he right? The truth slammed into the commander. Even now he was using his daughter. He's a monstrous man, the general of the East. And the commander's blood ran cold when he realized everything here was far worse than he'd expected. The next day they surged forth on their journey, sweeping up every warrior ready to lay down their life for the general. The captain anointed Peck commander, and now he's leading an army of juvenile and adult criminals. He steps up to lead it now. His past achievements still don't cut it for commanding elite soldiers. No excuse shields him. Assassinating a boss is a grave crime, but if he pulls this off now, he can wash his sins away. The commander barked, "Do you understand everything?" And Peck met his gaze, snapping that he understood the order completely. He jolted as a voice tore through the silence, shouting at Lima not to move toward the army. Lima barreled toward her brother to say goodbye. Unstoppable. Even the servants cried for her to stop, but she paid them no mind. Lime barreled up to her brother, gasped for breath, and screamed at Peck that he was a total liar. He'd promised earlier he'd never let her go. He'd sworn everything would be different. So why is he leaving again now? Pet leaped off his horse and wrapped her in a desperate hug. Beck dropped. "This is the last time," like a bomb. Lima stared, stunned, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Beck seized the moment and proposed they marry when he returned. Surprise and joy lit Lima's face as she blurted out if he was lying. Peck shot back that he was making her a promise. Lime beamed and flung herself into his arms, clinging so fiercely that her joy blinded her to the fact he was leaving and would only be back soon. The warriors erupted into raucous laughter and taunts, calling it just a shame. He was still raw and inexperienced, and a man without a woman was doomed. One warrior's fury snapped. He leveled a murderous glare at Peck, poised to kill him. Major General Yu Chihuk strode into Yongchang, greeted his guests in person, then saluted the Governor General. The captain snapped in disbelief. You're the new Governor General?" While Chahak stood there practically radiating triumph, Chike demanded, "How could they not rejoice in their freedom?" Suddenly the lady stepped out and confronted the captain, asking how he had been doing all this time. He strides up and greets the new Governor General, who snaps that the lady is here too. He'd even forgotten. The Governor General's voice dropped as he asked the lady if he could stay with her today. Would she mind? Startled, she gasped and vowed she'd move heaven and earth for him. She'd be overjoyed to have his company. The Governor General bellowed they could finally celebrate their return properly. Tonight they'd get drunk like it was their last time. Rage exploded inside the lady, crushing her from within, and her voice died before it could reach them. As he threw back his drink, Chake said that when he heard the eunuch was being given away, 10 years of suffering seemed to tumble off his shoulders in an instant. The Governor General's memory slammed into place. Major General Chahak, a subordinate of official Su, who answered to Chang Maso, had been the one to expose their corruption to him. He'd betrayed his master. The Governor General's jaw clenched as he weighed the traitor's fate. Chahek unexpectedly thanked the Governor General, then slammed them with the truth. Like it or not, they helped cause General Mon's death. He vowed, voice raw with gratitude, thanking the Governor General for giving them a shot to right their wrong, and the Governor General lifted his glass and told him to take care of it too. Chahek burst into a wild laugh and snapped that he had to see this unit's face with his own eyes. Hours later, the Governor General stared at Chahek and barked, "Are you drunk already?" Chahek roared, drunk on joy. exulting that he could finally make the bastard who sold out the country pay. Memories slammed into Shahek and he barked, "Will everything be okay with the new captain?" He'd mustered an army of scum. They claim he's still too young for this. The Governor-General snapped back, assuring General Yu. Shahek demanded to know what was happening, and the Governor-General snapped that the boy had slaughtered Mongolian soldiers at a scale tens of times greater than theirs. Pek refused the Governor-General's escort and prowled the night city. Reality slammed into him. He'd returned to this hell, and this time it was real, not a dream. He wasted no time, stormed into the camp and roused every soldier from sleep. They sprang up, demanding what kind of late-night gathering this was, their faces crackling with urgent alarm. The commander's right hand barked, "Listen up!" Song Bek, the new commander, had arrived. Soldiers froze, jaws dropping. "Is that kid really our captain?" they cried. What kind of joke is the commander's right hand pulling? The commander's right hand snapped in fury and barked for silence. But a soldier screamed he was a child, not a captain. He'd only just been torn from his mother's breast. The soldiers refused to call him captain, erupting into mocking laughter and snapping that this was no playground. The captain's right hand sized him up, a mountain of muscle nicknamed Bull, yet still a child, and he'd struggle to handle the criminals. Pek spun to them and snapped, "What's our next move?" The captain's right hand stammered an apology and begged him to repeat it. Pek snapped, "I'm asking, what do we do with anyone who flat out refuses to obey orders?" The guy barked that, to his knowledge, they had to be executed. Pek decided, snapping that no matter what kind of soldiers they were, an order was an order. Shock ripped through the boy and he spun to the commander. Pek surged toward the warriors. Then the biggest warrior suddenly loomed up and planted himself squarely in Pek's path. The warrior barked, "What's wrong?" He just stood there, silent. Pek kept his mouth shut and clocked him so hard that even the big guy's teeth flew out. Pek blasted on, snapping his leg up to crash into the big guy's head. Pek spat, "This is your only warning," then spun on his heel and strode off to get back to his business. The soldiers gaped as his raw strength exploded out. No one had pictured him as the mighty, unstoppable captain he clearly was. One soldier who despised Pek sneered, wondering how Pek had figured it out. Pek was, it turned out, the fiercest, most aggressive of them all. For criminals, this was the surest method to seize control and wrench the truth loose, and he burned to learn everything about the man she'd fallen for. Curiosity ate at the soldier. He obsessed over who the man called Songbak truly was. After the introduction, he marshaled all the warriors, zeroed in on Soldier Nam and barked, "Do you have any military experience?" The question hit Nam out of nowhere. He hesitated, then shook his head. "No." Pek spun to the others and snapped, "So none of you have ever stepped onto a battlefield?" Silence slammed down. The soldiers froze, mouths shut. None could even answer the captain's question. A jolt hit Pek. He remembered the last army had been wiped out, so they scrambled to cobble a new one, and he couldn't believe they'd start drafting people with zero experience. Out of nowhere, a man in the crowd shot his hand up and bellowed, "I'm Cho Chongbong, captain of the first squad." Chongbong swore he was working in Liaodong. Now he's been yanked over to Kengong. Pek's memory exploded. Liaodong meant he'd clashed with the Manchu Tungus. The Tungus were the same nomadic people as the Mongols. Pek jabbed the question at him. When, in his view, did the Mongols feel most at home? He blurted, "The Mongols?" Realization slammed into him, and he spun to the captain, asking to attack them in winter. Winter here is a different beast from the center. Ordering an attack now is signing the soldiers' death warrants. Beck barked that the army of soldiers must obey the commander's orders. Starting tomorrow, each squad leader will drill their soldiers. They were strapped into armor around the clock, poised to erupt into battle in a heartbeat. But Nam warned the captain he wasn't sure they'd obey. They're crawling with criminals. Problems are guaranteed. And with no loyalty, any of them could turn their blades on their own comrades in an instant. Beck paused, then barked for him to kill anyone who tried to shirk the order. Cho's eyes widened as he whirled to the commander. Once several people fall, it's only a matter of time before it claims the rest. In the morning, the lady woke before everyone else and snapped at the Lord to wake. But the Governor-General refused to rise, just staring up at the ceiling. He begged for a few more minutes to stay like that. She cut him off with a hard, "No, it's already morning." The Governor-General barked at her that she only wanted to bolt from him as fast as she could. She sighed a rueful apology. Nothing could be done, so she'd fetch the gentleman some tea. The Governor-General snapped awake, furious to find the lady utterly impenetrable. The Governor-General wrapped up his business, slipped into his coat, and faced her. "How long has it been since we last met?" She snapped that she wasn't sure about a week. The Governor-General shot back, "Shouldn't you have gotten at least a little used to him?" Confusion flashed across her face and she shot back, "What are you talking about?" The Governor-General's eyes went cold as he said, I'm talking about your real name, she snapped. What do you mean? And the governor-general shot back. Isn't it strange? This opulent building stranded out here in the middle of nowhere? He unleashed his people into the imperial palace to dig up answers, and the lady told him flatly it was just a brothel. The governor-general erupted in laughter, crowing that she was right. It really was the Cuban brothel. She froze, eyes wide and breath caught, stunned to find every drop of tea pooled across the floor. She hadn't even noticed she'd spilled it. She spat, "If you're that sure, I have nothing to say." And he was right. This was Cabin's house. What did he want? The governor-general paused, then declared he wanted her. She hadn't expected it, and her cheeks flushed bright. The general confessed, voice raw, that he'd only dared come this far because he had no idea how he could ever become her lover. She tore into him, furious that a high-ranking gentleman could dare say such things to a girl of easy virtue. Even a stray dog would laugh at him. What does he really want from her? The governor-general couldn't resist. He surged forward and kissed her without warning. The governor-general scoffed. What does it matter if she's a servant or a woman of easy virtue? He had no idea when or where death would pounce. Fear surged through her, but she shoved him aside and snapped right away. How many times have you seduced women like this? The governor-general declared she was the first. The girl shot back. How am I supposed to believe you? The general roared that even heaven and earth knew. She whirled around and spat that he was nothing but a vile pervert and womanizer. The governor-general's eyes landed on her awkwardness. She froze, so flustered she forgot her tea. Out of nowhere, the girl blurted, "My name is Yamaguchi." The governor-general's eyes flew wide as he stared at her in disbelief, and she met his look, flatly saying, "Yes, that's my name." Shock slammed into him and he blurted, "Does that mean he won?" Without missing a beat, he sprinted straight into the forest. He burst into laughter, giddy and calling it even funny. How could heaven look so unbearably beautiful? Cornered, he stares at the chaos. What move can he make while his wayward adopted elder brother dithers, unable to pick a side? The man he followed like a father is pushing Song back toward his death. To save him, he'd have to betray the man who raised him. And to obey that man, he'd have to kill his sworn younger brother. Nam barreled in, voice raw as he shouted to the general, who snapped back, "Isn't he a member of the Songbeck squad?" Word spread that Captain Songbeck had weaponized sparring, turning training into a cover to slaughter his soldiers. Inside the troops' territory, Beck tore into the disobedient warriors and slaughtered anyone who dared resist his orders. With the soldier down, Peck spun to the general and barked that he'd already reached the troops' territory. Nam snarled at the general that for days he's been executing anyone who disobeys orders, and if it keeps up, people will start fleeing. The general's thoughts snapped to his brother Mo Yan. He hated that the very first question he'd thrown at him was about life and death. After dragging him out of danger time and again, he finally roared that they'd save the boy he called his adopted younger brother. When the Eastern general demanded the Tsar's head, his world shattered. He almost abandoned everything and fled. If he rescues him, he'll burst with joy. Moyan still knows. Unlike him, his brother, this guy is a full-blown psycho. We were jolted by the general's laugh and spun to him, but he couldn't stop. His laughter erupted into a booming, unstoppable roar. The general whirled to the boy and snarled, "Try it! We'll cut Tsar's throat now." Night fell, and Peng plunged into the stack of documents and letters, opening every message and devouring it from the first word to the last. His eyes cut through the ranks and landed on murderers, thieves, rapists. Filth even scum recoiled from, and there was barely any time to train them. In that instant he was drawn to the letter and snatched it up, eyes devouring every word. Nam burst in and told the captain the general was summoning him. Peng stormed to the meeting and burst through the door into the room. Anchored beside Okiya at the table, the general shot Commander's son a sharp, respectful nod. The general slid a drink across the table and asked if the commander wanted it. Peck brushed it aside, declared he was fine, and demanded the general get straight to why he'd called. The general sneered that, just like Mo Yun said, he was boring. And Beck's mind snapped to Zhong Il-guang. Mo Yun told him that, unlike the man obsessed only with war, Zhong Il-guang was hungry for politics too. Rumors said he was close to Moen, yet he had no ties to the east. So why did he save him? Doubt clawed at the back of his mind. The general snapped at the captain not to doubt him. He'd saved him because remorse over Moyen's death gnawed at him. He still hadn't introduced them. She stood there as his fiancée, the girl bowing low as she declared, "My name is Yom Ochi." Songbeck dipped into a bow and shot his name out like a challenge. Akshi's brain snagged. Didn't the general say a young commander would come, so why did this man feel eerily familiar? The general snapped, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Oki blurted, stunned. They'd already met? How did that happen? Oxy's eyes snapped wide. Disbelief crashed through her, and recognition hit like a punch. She knew that look. He was that warrior. The general listened to them and thundered that it was time to cut to the heart of the matter. He caught wind that Beck is plotting a winter strike on the Mongol army. Prepping helps, but winter will be merciless. Does Beck actually have a plan? Uxi's eyes flared at news of a winter attack, yet she knew Karyudo, where Tazar had settled, locked in ice and turned into an impenetrable fortress. Marching an army from the central plains into that winter wasteland is suicide, and the only road to Karyudo funnels straight through it. Beck snarled he'd lead a small band into the Umsan mountain range and raise the fortress at its heart. The general roared that he'd never heard of a fortress there before, and declared it their stronghold. Peck snapped that he'd learned it on his last retreat with the general. It stayed unknown because no one from the army of the center had managed to return. The Imsan Mountains are forever swallowed in fog and clouds. The enemy has weaponized that shroud, and if we flip that mist to their advantage, the whole battle will be upended. The general hesitated, then shot back that it was a mere diversion wrapped in fog. He was plotting a fiery gambit. Peck blinked at the question. He'd only said he'd go with a small detachment, but the plan clicked into his head instantly. The man really is impossible. Gunpowder is the key to victory. A priceless resource clutched by the government, the market cornered by Chanmaso, and you still have to find a way to seize some. The general demanded how much gunpowder she could scrape together. Akshi snapped that he'd first borrowed money, and now he'd borrowed gunpowder too. She was drowning in trouble over one person. Glasses shot him the question. How much do we need? Peck froze. She could get gunpowder? He stared, trying to figure out who she was. Suddenly, the general locked eyes with him and barked. Looks like my brother's interested in my daughter-in-law's personality. Despite his shabby looks, his daughter-in-law heads the Cuban department. Glasses erupted when he outed her, and the general snapped back that he was his brother. Peck gasped in surprise. Kiban! The general snapped. What do you mean they decided on gunpowder? And which of the criminals does the captain think to take with him? At dawn, the soldiers' area erupted into training as every soldier drilled their techniques. It hit him. He'd grown numb to this life. War was about to ignite, and he had to slip away before the first spark flew. The thought squeezes the air from my lungs. He went that far for a woman. He teetered on the edge of slugging that bastard Peck before he left. But the teacher caught him slacking, roared at him, and demanded if he was going to train. Nam barked, "Form up now!" Ripples of murmurs spread through the warriors. Everyone saying it looked like Commander Sun would kill someone today. Suddenly, a massive bag hurtled down in front of them, and they all froze in stunned silence. Peck ripped the bag open in front of them and snarled. This was the price for the lives of those who would be chosen for the mission. If they wanted it, they'd have to cut the team down to 5. The proposals ignited chaos. Soldiers erupted into brutal clashes, each battling to prove who was the strongest. I watched him erupt into a thunderous shout, demanding they stop at once. It was so outrageously rude it would cost them every single one of their people. Peck warned the mission was a death trap. Only the strongest should go. We flat out told the commander we couldn't do that. His words ignited a bloodthirsty brawl. The general had cornered him earlier, demanding which criminals he'd take. If any of them bolted mid-mission, the whole operation would collapse. Word reached him that many seethed at his training, and Peck snapped that he'd promised them amnesty. They won't face punishment for their crimes. They're sentenced to live out their days as ordinary commoners. Drop the forgivable ones and watch the candidate pool plummet. The general curled a sly smile and said that was exactly what he'd had in mind. He clawed his way from servant to adopted son, and now he's zeroed in on the master's precious daughter. Don't get it twisted. He's floored by how high he's soared, yet he knows next to nothing about criminals. The general slammed a bag onto the table and declared it the perfect bait to set them at each other's throats so Commander Song could exploit their greed. The hungrier their greed, the fiercer their thirst for life. Front them half now and vow the rest upon victory, and their chances of success will skyrocket. Beck realized General Jung wore the mask of a simple man, but he read people with cold, surgical precision. Beck caught wind that Jong was tight with Mo Yon, and suspicion flared. Could Jong be trusted? Suddenly one of the warriors spun to him and demanded, "If there aren't 5 left, only 1, what do we do?" Peck's eyes shot across the arena and he froze. Everyone around the guy was sprawled on the floor, motionless. He clamped his mouth shut, spun on his heel, and strode straight to his room. Nam couldn't shake it. No matter the angle, he was still just a child who'd only just turned 20. He's rude, but he ripped through the criminals and pinned them down. He'd heard the commander was the general of the East's adopted son. What could have struck him so young? Nam strode up and declared he was intrigued by something. Peck jabbed the boy and snapped, "What is it?" Nam leaned in, voice hard as steel. Why did the commander decide to become a soldier? This place isn't fit for the adopted son of the General of the East. Peck clamped his mouth shut and strode off, leaving Nam stunned and instantly wishing he'd never asked. Peck whipped around and snapped to the boy that he had no choice, then jabbed a finger at Nam and demanded, "Why did you become one?" Nam's eyes snapped open and he blurted, "What?" Peck shot back that the guy's father and brother were officials, and with that family rank there was no reason for him to be here. The moment the commander spoke, it hit us. He was hunting his origin and had locked onto the commander's son, a kid who cares about nothing but training. Peck jabbed the guy with the question, "Was that too rude?" Nam snorted it wasn't. He was sure the commander cared about nothing but his own goals. Maybe he'd been dead wrong about him. He'd insisted his brother had talent since childhood, so people kept pitting them against each other. He adored his brother, but the moment his brother aced the civil service exam, inexplicably his hunger to learn to read and write vanished. A flash slammed into him. His father had told his brother he was a good boy and sworn his son could pull it off. In that instant, a brutal truth slammed into him. His brother was the family's only child, and he was a ghost in their home. Convinced he'd never outshine his brother, he enlisted in the military. Dad raved about my older brother, proclaiming his skills grew sharper with every passing day. He had wanted to become a civil servant, but now he has no regrets. Peck planted a firm hand on his shoulder and barked that he mustn't lose to his brother, and they'll brandish Tazar's head without fail, to make his scribbling brother look up to him. Peck cut the conversation short, and urged them to head off and get some rest before plotting their next move. Deep in the forest, a crew hauled baskets from tree to tree, and when the commanders saw them manhandling the loads, they barked, "Be careful!" Do they actually want to kill everyone here? The elder unleashed a torrent of insults at his workers, snapping that this proved why he would never work with the soldiers. Mrs. Akshi strode up and snapped, "Have you loaded everything?" The elder caught sight of her and panic crashed through him, his whole body trembling. He forced himself steady and barked that they were almost done, then froze. Why stash so much gunpowder? That stockpile could level an entire mountain. Achi's answer hit like a thunderclap. "It's true. They plan to demolish the mountain." And the elder staggered back, stunned, shouting, "What are you talking about?" Someone even asked the lady if she was joking, but the bloodthirsty worker zeroed in, grinned, called her such a cutie and said she'd be worth far more than money. Suicide Squad member Chan Oshim snapped at the boy to be patient, and vowed that once they completed the mission, he'd finally get to have some fun. Suicide Squad's Jong Bondu snarled, "You're really going to let us go?" Killing them to shut them up would be the easier, blood-soaked choice for him. But the Suicide Squad member snarled and told him not to worry. If they'd been deceived, he'd just kill the guy who thought he was something. Suddenly, one of the warriors stormed forward, eyes blazing, and snarled, "You really think you can kill me with those skills? They're absolute idiots, still stumbling blind through the mess they've landed themselves in." God erupted, glaring at the man and snapping, "You won once? Now you think you're a big shot?" If he'd had a dagger, the whole outcome would have flipped. He sneered it was already done, and a sword hid behind his back. One swing could slice off his head. Gone. No unleashed a barrage of scathing insults, drew a razor-sharp dagger, and sneered at the guy. "You want to check?" Bayek stormed over, took in the scene, and snapped, "Still haven't settled the ranks? Let them meet Chong Pao. He'll take them up the mountain." Right after work they blasted off on a long journey, but awkwardness knotted Powell's stomach. He stared at the people on the road and thought, how did this happen? He'd spent 25 trouble-free years, and to avoid becoming a beggar he joined the army. Luck landed him in the supply unit. 2 scars marked him, a failed trip to Nanjing and a meager salary. When Commander Beck strode up and asked if he knew the mountain terrain well, he saw that the boy called the 3rd commander locked his eyes with a relentless, piercing stare. So fierce the boy couldn't force out a lie. Pal shot back to the commander that he'd grown up here. This place was his own backyard. Peck barely spoke and set the bag on the table. Powell's eyes shot open in surprise and he asked, "What is it?" Peck barked it would cost him his life. Only now did Powell realize he should have refused. Who could have guessed Peck would send him with the murderers? He pressed the warrior for his home. The warrior bared the truth, Hebe, and shot back. "Why do you ask?" He spat a cold, "Sorry," warning that if they'd crossed in Han Mai he'd have killed him on the spot. And the warrior snapped that he didn't even realize how lucky he was to have 2 hands to wield daggers. He sprang up and snarled, "Want to check which falls first? The guy's hands or his head?" The warrior snatched up his sword and demanded, "Without a hand he'll shut up, won't he?" Pal exploded in fury and barked at them to stop. They were almost there. They turned and froze, tails snaking down the narrow road they'd have to walk. And Powell snapped that it was him who'd said it. An eagle tore across the mountain, a winged courier of messages, and in a heartbeat it dove down and landed at its master's side. Letter delivered, he peered down, spotted his enemies, and thundered that this mountain would be their grave. Peck rallied his team, swept his gaze over the warriors, and barked, "Looks like everyone's assembled." The commander barked, "How's your fighting spirit?" And the soldiers instantly roared in unison, "We're fighting! Ready for battle!" We locked eyes with the commander as the pre-battle air crackled, a raw electric tension that hummed through our veins. He had to pull himself together. Peck snapped at the warriors and issued 2 orders. Win first, survive second. The soldiers recoiled, shouting they hadn't heard a word. Did the commander really shout, "Survive"? Peck barked the warning again. "Don't die, survive!" And in that instant panic flooded Nam, leaving him frozen and terrified. General Zhang locked his gaze on the distant mountain as Mo Yun's words surged in his mind. He'd always said, "If the general of the East comes to power, this country will be safe." Doubt claws at him. Can he pull it off when every choice he makes puts his soldiers' lives on the line? Suddenly, the commander barreled up to the general and barked that the 3rd detachment had already left. General Chung barked, "How's the main force preparing?" Quan Yin snapped they could leave tomorrow afternoon, and Chung vowed this would end their tangled alliance. Tsar would lose his head. That evening Pak had already marched off with his army, but Nam trembled, fear clawing at him as the warrior haunted his every thought. He replayed his departure speech and the lines he'd spat out days earlier, convincing himself he was a commander who tossed his men's lives aside. Their lives mean more to him than he admits, and Nam abruptly spins to face the commander. Peck leaned in, voice sharp. "What's wrong?" Nam confessed. He didn't just have an older brother, he also had a 16-year-old sister who looked almost exactly like him. He wants to introduce them if they're in their homeland. She's breathtaking. And the instant Peck heard she was 16, Lima, also 16, shot through his mind. Now he clings to the hope that she's okay. Hearing this, Zhongbong snapped, "What do you mean? Didn't he promise to give it to her when they were drinking?" We cornered him and demanded, "Did he mean those drunken words?" With that age gap, it felt almost like a crime. Shunban fired back, "This is the golden time. He's still young. Don't we believe his words? Fine, let him show him." I just told the guy what he was going to show, but that wasn't the point. The warrior whipped around to the commander and demanded, "Are they sure they can handle the task?" He demanded, "Isn't the commander terrified they'll be caught mid-escape? They're criminals. Getting nabbed is a real looming threat." Peck clasped his shoulder and vowed, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." And the warrior spun on the commander, snapping, "How can you be so confident in them?" A memory slammed into him. The warrior who'd crushed every opponent had asked him what to do when there was only one left, not 5. He instantly locked onto the man's eyes, aflame with raw desire and the quiet, unshakable stare of a confident man. Peck swore they'd definitely come back. The warrior couldn't make sense of the commander's reply and snapped, "What?" Peck sealed his lips and sank into a charged silence. At that moment in the mountains, the warrior who'd cut down every opponent realized he'd gravely miscalculated. He stood alone to face the enemies, and the information had already leaked to them. The carts were ambushed and left in ruins, but Gong No refused to yield. He sprang back into the fray and kept fighting the enemies. He fought tooth and nail to stand against one of the strongest enemies, but his daggers only deflected the sword's strike. God No locked eyes with Pal and barked for a little help. The guide stood frozen by the cart, terrified, his eyelids clamped shut. Powell's voice shattered as he owned up to being wrong and declared they were all going to die. Gunno lunged, desperate, reaching for him and shouting his name. Pal wouldn't budge. He stood with his eyes sealed shut the entire time. God blew his top and unleashed a barrage of obscene names. Gone. No tore through every detail, said he had no choice, and snarled that he wanted to use it on that bastard. The enemy sprang forward, sword flashing, roaring at Gon. He was a fool. No true warrior would dare cast aside his blade. At the final instant of his strike he bellowed "No!" at God, refusing to die, and forced out a last bitter goodbye to his miserable life. Gunno had been hiding a secret ace the whole time. Then he unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack and smashed his enemy's head with his bare hands. Gon No growled at Mongol, "Consider yourself honored I used it on you." Mongol had no clue what it cost Gon No. After felling the Mongol, he loomed over him, daggers clenched in his hands, eyes locked on the corpse he'd just finished. Gano didn't even realize he was wielding it in a place like this. He scanned the hush, barked, "Why is it so quiet?" And rage flared. What was that idiot doing here? He gaped at his ally, shock ripping through him, and the Mongol snapped, "What trick did you pull this time?" He'd caught wind of rumors about people with strange powers hiding among them, and every whisper felt like it was pointing straight at him. The Mongol instantly sensed the man's raw power, but he was unfazed. He tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward to attack. Unshaken, the warrior carved a few lightning-sharp arcs with his sword and sent the enemy's attacks flying. The Mongol snapped. "What kind of power is this?" The warrior snarled back. "A breaking technique." And before the Mongol could utter another word, blood erupted from his mouth. The warrior wouldn't let him suffer another second. He surged forward and cleaved him in two. He swept his gaze across the wreckage and declared they were done, but the gunpowder cart lay smashed. What should they do next, he wondered. Gon bounded over to Pal and declared everything was fine now. "Open your eyes." Suddenly sensing an attacker, the warrior flung himself flat to the ground and roared, "We're under arrow fire!" He locked onto the mountain and spotted an archer. Then the Mongol burst into laughter and jeered, "That man sure can jump!" A jolt of panic hit the warrior. He'd nearly forgotten the archers, while the Mongol didn't stop. He notched an arrow, took aim and snarled, "Die already!" But at that very moment the Mongol lost his head, and before anyone could move he plummeted off the mountain like a sack. Gano, seeing this, snapped into action, resolved to save his ally, and yelled he wouldn't leave him to die here. The warrior had to die by his hand. Powell, dazed and clutching his clothes, spat that this was madness. Rage exploded in God as he barked for him to stop whining and get dressed this instant. The warrior roared that they had to reach the Mongol camp, but Gongno was cursing because nothing fit him. Gano barked at the guide. "How far?" Thick, suffocating fog swallowed the path. Their bodies wouldn't be found until the following morning. Powell barked that if they pushed just a little harder, they'd reach by tomorrow afternoon. The warrior shot back, "Can't we make it by early morning?" Powell warned the risk of being discovered was too high. The warriors snapped that they had to hurry if they wanted to do everything before the main troops arrived. Pal snapped, "Are we seriously going there together?" The warrior remained mute and scooped the gunpowder into his cupped hands. He snapped to the guy that if he didn't want to, he could run away. He already knew the way. Gunno snapped, eyes razor-sharp. "You move like a martial arts master. What are you trying to achieve?" He didn't crave money the way others did. Why go that far? The warrior snapped he only wanted to land one punch on a loser. God thundered, "What kind of nonsense is this?" But the warrior strode on and shot back. "Something like this." Gun sneered. It was nonsense only people like him could understand. The warrior waved him off and snapped, "Think what you want. I won't be bothered." Rage ripped through Gongno as he bellowed for a straight answer, but the warrior turned his back, refused to speak, and told him to step away. God thundered, "Are you really going to leave Pal here?" And the warrior shot back, "I can't drag him against his will." Pal roared to the others, "No, I'll go myself." Hours later, Peck's group reached the mountain and found the Mongol corpses. Nam heaved violently to the side, vomiting, while Peck stared at the corpses, and his breath caught when he saw one ripped clean in half. Nam barked, "Is this the Suicide Squad's doing?" Peck shot back, "Yes, and they're doing one hell of a job." Nam admitted that before he'd seen any of it he'd feared they'd bolt, then slammed his question at the commander. How could he be so sure they wouldn't run? Peck sprang to his feet and admitted he'd probably want to land one punch on his face. Nam snapped, "What does that even mean? If only one remains instead of 5, what will he do?" Earlier, Peck told the warrior it seemed he craved something else. The warrior scoffed that those bastards were so weak he wanted to challenge the commander himself. Peck snapped for him to spare the warrior, and if the warrior survived, Peck swore he'd let him land a blow. Pal and the guys crested the mountain, planted themselves on the summit, and spotted the Mongol camp sprawled below. The boys outpaced and outwitted the Mongols, pouncing at once and setting off a roaring inferno. The senior Mongols bellowed at the others to douse the flames faster. At this rate, everything would be reduced to ash. The Mongol barked, "Where are those damn bastards?" The warrior snapped, "We scoured every inch and combed every shadow. They're nowhere to be seen." The warrior stared into the blaze and realized the paltry pile of gunpowder couldn't breach the entrance gates. Peck had to arrive in time to attack. In a heartbeat, Gan-No locked eyes with the warrior and yelled, "I knew he wasn't dead!" Pal caught No before he crumpled, holding him upright. Gon staggered, a savage wound tearing into his side. He clamped his hand over it, desperate to stem the bleeding. The warrior froze and asked, "Are you okay?" Gongno erupted, snapping, "Can't you see he's fine?" The warrior admitted surviving here would be far tougher than he'd imagined, and Gongno leaned in, saying he'd heard martial artists could actually soar through the sky. Even he couldn't vanish with that many soldiers swarming around him. The warrior snapped, "Why are you suddenly talking about this?" Gunno said he'd distract them, then take this guy with him. It'll be tough to pull him away, but he thinks he can drag that noisy guy off. Pal's eyes snapped open. He blurted it to the villain. He hated anyone from the Murma Association. God himself warned, "These bastards ply you with honeyed words, dangle hope, then slam you with a merciless blow." That's how the bastard he killed met his fate. But he seems different. Gazing at him, A fierce hunger to learn martial arts burned up inside him. The warrior snarled, "If you truly want it, will you come with me? I'll make you so powerful you won't even remember the association." Gong No swore that if he survived, he'd agree. The warrior snapped that Gong No had said it himself, so he couldn't back out and choke on regret. The warrior peeled off his clothes with maddening slowness and hurled them into the corner. Gunno stared, blurted, "What are you doing? You'll get caught like that. How are you going to escape?" The warrior ordered him into hiding until the main forces arrived, then hurled himself into the fray to hold the enemy off. He'll unleash a power that dwarfs the Moram alliance, and they never abandon their brothers. The warrior cut them off in an instant and plunged into the Mongol crowd. Pal froze, baffled by his words, and shot back that he could barely understand a thing. Pal demanded of the warrior what he was talking about. Gunno paused, eyes cold, then shot back that he looked like he belonged to a devil cult. The Mongols swarmed the warrior, their shouts ripping through the area. "Capture him! Even kill him!" The lone Mongol roared at the warriors, demanding to know what they were doing. He was only one man, but a single warrior didn't pause. He charged into the enemies and fought them alone. His blood ran cold as he realized there were far more of them than he'd counted. And in a heartbeat, one of the Mongols' deadliest warriors was suddenly standing right in front of him. The mightiest Mongol roared that the warrior was finished, but the warrior stood unshaken, eyes locked on the colossal prey looming before him. The Mongol lunged, blade flashing as he snarled, "Die!" and the warrior rocketed skyward, flipping over in a lightning-quick somersault. He vaulted up the gate and plunged straight back into the fray against the remaining enemies. The Mongols were powerless as he tore through their ranks, effortlessly annihilating them one by one. Right after the murder, dread slammed into him. He'd overstepped, and only one desperate move was left. Hold out until the main forces arrived. The Mongols stared, baffled. What kind of man is this? With those skills he could have bolted in a heartbeat, so why did it feel like he was only buying time? The warrior stilled his strike and circled like a coiled predator, and the Mongol's gaze snapped to that direction, instantly knowing where he stood. He roared for the archers to unleash their arrows this instant, and vowed to batter the main gate down. The warrior slammed to a stop above the gate, heart thunderous, knowing he'd unleash everything he had in one final blow. He unleashed a devastating strike, then prayed the little one would absolutely keep his promise. He unleashed a bone-shuddering sword strike, cleaving the main gate clean in two. The Mongols roared at his men to clear the way at once and let them cut him down this instant. Beck stumbled into an ambush in the mountain pass, and just then archers unleashed a volley that struck and wounded Captain Lee. Nam's brain snapped to the task and a cold doubt cut through him. Had they really failed? He barked to the commander, "Retreat now." The enemy was tearing them apart. Peck spun around and caught the exact instant the Mongol wounded his soldier, then sneered and kept jeering over the fallen body. Peck's stomach dropped. Far fewer soldiers lurked in the ambush than he'd thought, and if those people were heading for the fortress, they'd be stepping into certain death. They slammed the order at the commander. "Decide now." Peck realized that at this pace, Tsar's head hung by a thread. An explosion ripped from the mountain, a chill of wrongness stabbing him. He spun and saw the slope devoured by fire. Peck's eyes snapped to that direction. Certainty hit him. Their house was there. Nam staggered, shocked, and blurted, "What is it?" Victory surged through Peck. His men had succeeded, so he roared at Namu to gather his soldiers and follow him, telling him not to worry about any ambush. Nam's eyes snapped wide and he demanded the commander explain himself, but Peck stayed silent, spurred his horse, and thundered toward the Mongol's house. But the warrior who'd carried out the commander's order and smashed down the main door collapsed to the ground, jaw clenched and mind racing. He swore he'd never do it again, and with them still nowhere to be seen, they're clearly struggling too. Their plan exposed, ambushes probably lurked in every shadow. Had he overestimated this kid? A Mongol thundered in and demanded why he was smashing the gates with no one behind them, then lunged, seized the boy and snarled, "Don't expect to die easy." Powerless, the warrior realized that dying on the battlefield would be a blessing for the demon, and pity burned through him. He'd only wanted one last conversation. Suddenly everything flipped. Someone hurled a spear that slammed into the Mongol's skull and saved his life. The warrior's eyes snapped open as he took in the scene, shock ripping through him. The Mongol couldn't stay upright and toppled, crumpling right in front of him. Peck burst out with praise. "You nailed it!" then quickly apologized for being late. In that heartbeat, the Mongols watched their mightiest warrior fall, death ripping him from their ranks. The warrior demanded, "You come here alone?" Peck snapped, "Everything's as it should be. What's wrong with that?" The warrior barked, "You serious? What the hell are you even needed here for?" Peck fired back, "If you're worried, get up and help." Peck vaulted off his horse without a second's thought, and thundered straight at the rest of the Mongols. Pek refused to go unarmed. He snatched his spear and hurled himself into the Mongol throng, every man poised to die for their chief. The Mongols snatched up their swords and roared for him to stop. But Pek paid them no mind and lunged, driving his spear straight at the loudest of them. He felled not one but two at once, their identities meaningless. Only the orders that bound him mattered. The rest of the Mongols froze solid, rooted to the spot and unable to lift a foot. The enemy's sheer power left them motionless. The warrior froze. He watched in disbelief as the captain's single strike shattered their spirit, and there were still too many of them. What could he do with the rest? Pek barked. "If you're rested, get your ass off the ground and fight!" The warrior staggered, heart thudding. Pek had really decided they'd fight one-on-one. Pek asked if he needed more time, but the warrior sneered, mistook it for mockery, and erupted into a harsh, scornful laugh. He'd survived a parade of lunatics in the demon cult, but this one was a full-blown psycho, and the warrior told the captain he thought his job was done. Pek snapped back instantly, offering more money. The warrior shook his head. He had the cash, but he'd keep his promise. Pek snarled he'd hurl him aside if he couldn't keep up, and the warrior shot back that he'd expected exactly that. He snarled to the commander, "Don't grab my legs later!" And they exploded forward, attacking the Mongols together. The rest of the soldiers sealed the ambush and tore off without a second's pause. Nam's heart slammed when he realized they'd been delayed far longer than he'd thought, and he clung to a desperate hope that the commander was still okay. He burst onto the scene, stunned, demanding what had happened. Pek snapped that they were too late. The warrior barked. They couldn't have dragged themselves faster. He'd nearly died right here. In Morum, a warrior sprinted to the general and declared he'd received word that Captain Sun's attack on the line had succeeded. Chan burst into laughter, crowing, "I knew it," and declaring Brother Song had absolutely crushed it. Adjutant Chung Won-young roared that they could finally unleash the diversionary maneuver. It was time to move out. Guanyan snapped, "What about that girl?" Zhang gasped in surprise, and the warriors swarmed him, shouting, "Is it true you're getting married after this campaign? She's so sweet that even the general seethes with envy." Sean snapped, declaring it true. He's getting married, but are they happy? The soldiers erupted in triumphant shouts, swarming the general with congratulations and insisting he'd finally taken the right step. General Zhang snapped at Adjutant Guan Yuan, "Why are you whipping up this circus?" Guan Yuan smirked, "They'll find out anyway. And for us, it's just another piece of good news." The soldiers erupted, swearing their allegiance on the spot. The general was blindsided, cheeks burning with embarrassed surprise. Suddenly, Captain Chang Yesan stormed toward them, realization exploding inside him. This was the moment of the young. The general, still younger than him, and even the kid his nephew's age, charged in and did their part, and it slammed him. He was starting to feel old. The warrior thundered, "Isn't it monstrous that those who've bled and toiled for decades are cast aside in favor of the young?" Rage flared in Captain Chang Yi-san as he snapped, "Who are you?" In a heartbeat, an ordinary warrior stood before him, utterly silent. Chong Yi-sang saw an ordinary warrior, but the bigger question was how he even knew that. Suspicion flared and he snatched up his sword. The soldier admitted to Captain Yesen he'd leveled his sword at a common soldier. Yesen snapped, "Who are you? Speak your name." The soldier instantly ripped off his armor and hurled it aside. Captain Yesan froze, jaw dropping as he wondered why the man was stripping off his clothes. The soldier threw back his hood, locked eyes with them and barked, "Is that proof enough?" He'd come to deliver a message. Captain Yesan's eyes snapped to the snake mark seared into the man's skin. He knew instantly these were the Emperor's subordinates. So why was his man here? The soldier demanded the captain kill Zhong Elguang, and Yesung froze, blurting that the boy was suddenly asking him to kill the general. The soldier insisted the mission was doomed either way, so Commander Chang let him fall back and focus on surviving. Commander Ya Song demanded why he had to kill the general. The soldier growled that the man would become the next governor-general. Samak Jun, the Eastern General's military advisor, barreled into the chief's presence to report that Zhang Maso had begun to act. They've plotted to cut down Bayek and General Zheng, the opening salvo that will unleash their assault on the Eastern General. Now he must race to the General of the East right away when a soldier suddenly slams into view and barks, "Samajun, where are you going?" Samachun, the Eastern General's military advisor, reeled in shock and snarled, "How dare a mere eunuch stand in my way?" The soldier flung a bag at his feet and barked it was a gift. Samajong shot back, "What kind of gift?" He cracked his eyes open and froze. Under the gift meant for him lay Kondok's head. A soldier barked they'd uncovered a rat spy and demanded it be caught. Then the bomb dropped. The rat was the son of a respected man. What madness! Their leader dangled invincible power, and he snubbed it to join the old man of the East. Let the military advisors sound the alarm now. Don't forget the disaster his choice could unleash. Sa demanded, Did he actually slay the emperor? Still, every ambush failed. They couldn't kill the Eastern general who had saved the emperor's life. He shrugs it off, but his body screams that his health is faltering. The soldier hoisted his sword over him, and with a cold sorry, admitted he'd never used his brilliant mind for his master. Sa snarled at the soldier. Revel in it now, but history will still judge us. The soldier sneered he didn't care, dismissed it as too trivial for a dying speech, let go of his blade, and severed Sa's head. He stalked away, bending over Saul's body to mutter he'd made a mistake. The general of the East would be branded a sinner in history. At dawn, Peck slammed a hand on the warrior's shoulder and roared, "You're really not coming with us?" He knew that man's strength could turn the tide in the next attack on Karudo. The warrior snapped he'd had enough. One more of that and he'd lose his life, so he'd cut his losses and head straight back to his homeland. Peck snapped, "You sorry?" His blows kept missing. The warrior sauntered over, smiled, and declared everything was fine. He had no idea why. Hope flared in him. He knew they'd meet again. Peck spun and wished the warriors a good journey. The warrior's breath hitched when he realized Songbek was the man the girl loved. At first he'd thought him nothing but a boy. On the battlefield he obliterated every rival, his raw, untrained strength making him stronger than anyone. No martial arts needed. Imagine him mastering those skills. He'd become unstoppable, and Gano slammed the question at the warrior. If you liked the commander so much, why didn't you follow him? Was sentimentality clawing at him? The warrior felt it, and coldly decided it no longer mattered. He swallowed everything, declared it was time to set off. The moment he spoke, Pal and the guy locked eyes and froze. The warrior spun to him and asked if he'd come too to the demonic cult. Pal froze, panic flaring, and spat out, "Are you crazy? Going to the demons?" The warrior crowed that beauties lived there the Middle Lands couldn't touch, and Pal shot back that he was already married and even had children. Gano fired the question, "Is it true?" The warrior launched into a desperate plea, trying to convince him and urging him to think it through. Gungno blurted, "Are there really that many beauties?" The warrior spun and pinned him with a cold, unblinking stare. The warrior snarled that it didn't apply to him. They had eyes, so his face wouldn't fool them. Gong No exploded, rage crackling in his voice, and demanded what he was even talking about. The warrior smirked. "No girls? I'll at least land a drinking buddy there." And Gunno shot back instantly. "Then I'm not going." At Haryudo's military camp, General Zhang boomed they'd finally strike tomorrow, and Guanyang shot back that if Commander Xiang arrived in time, their victory would be effortless. The general asked, surprise flickering in his voice, but inwardly he steeled himself. This battle would drag on for a long time. It looked inevitable. Then, without warning, he snapped at Adjutant Chong. "How are you going to relax once the war finally ends?" Yen announced he was heading to Huashan. The general's eyes went wide and he shot back, "Are you sure?" Yen nodded. Yes, his second son was their disciple, making the general laugh in astonishment, since Huashan was famed across the martial arts world. He shrugged it off as luck, saying he'd only stayed the one night. Then, an explosion ripped the night open, and the general tore outside, barking, "What happened?" Warriors erupted into shouts of, "We're under attack!" And right before his eyes the Mongols crashed together, locked in a savage fight to the death. Yen snapped at the general, "Retreat now, stay, and we'll all be cut down right here. Order the general to give the command this instant." The Mongols stared at the smoldering enemy camp he'd set ablaze and roared that they weren't going to follow their plan. Near Herr Udo, Songbek's party pushed for camp when Yungbong snapped at the boy, "Aren't you eating way too fast? Or is the commander hiding a secret mistress there?" Nam barked, "Enough jokes, sweep for stragglers. You're the one who said they eat too fast." Chungbong slammed to a stop, fury roaring in his chest, and snapped that Nam was nothing but a bore. You couldn't talk to him about anything. Nam's blood ran hot. They were racing the clock. Cross the mountain, link up with a detachment of the main force, and strike the enemy from the rear. They lacked the troops to mount an attack. Yet the commander barreled toward the camp with an unnerving, frantic haste. Peck yanked the reins, his horse skidding to a stop as he stared in horror. Too late, his entire camp was burning to the ground. The warriors' voices exploded into the air, screaming for everyone to hold out a little longer. The Mongols tore through the soldiers one by one, stone cold and fearless, their overwhelming numbers crushing every defense. The Mongols erupted into triumphant roars. They'd razed the entire enemy camp and now shouted with fierce, unshakable confidence. I scoffed, demanded to know what was happening, and Chanban snapped that they'd been betrayed. Nam erupted, snarling, "Watch your tongue, traitors!" The attack on Mount Umsan was Commander Sun's plan. Peck admitted the first squad's commander had been right. No wonder the mountain was nearly deserted. They'd been warned about the attack. Chunbong jabbed the commander with a sharp question. What are you going to do? Beck hesitated, then wheeled his horse and rode off the other way. Peck announced they'd detour to attack Tsar. Terror slammed into Nam, who gasped. What? Nam lunged at the commander, demanding, Are you really going to abandon our allies? And Peck shot back, Do you honestly think we can save any of them now? War had taught him only to win. Yet in that moment General Chong refused to yield, fighting on alone against the entire Mongol army. Chong roared, What's your problem? Get out there and fight like real warriors. Stop acting like brats. Jung's eyes ripped across the scene and slammed into the truth. Nam Shin had abandoned him, and now he had to finish them all off. Memory slammed into him. Shin had warned that in this world, nobody truly wants to die. In his final heartbeat, he'll shrug it off as bad luck. If his death could turn the tide and win the war, he'd hurl himself into sacrifice without a second thought. Jung burst into laughter. The words racing through his head weren't his beloved's, but belonged to an ordinary guy. Chan met their eyes, voice steady and fierce. It's true. If my death can end this war, I'll sacrifice myself without hesitation. He'll slaughter every last one he can, and Sunbeck must return with Tsar's head. At that moment, Tazar watched the battle and snarled that the fight had dragged on far longer than he'd expected. The servants snapped to the chief that they were fighting a fate they couldn't win. Tsar shot back at the boy. Didn't you say one of them would be a traitor? He knew the people of the Middle Lands couldn't be trusted. The servant snapped at the chief. Don't worry. As long as Zhong Ilguan's forces stay split, victory will be yours. The servant whipped his head back and saw Zhonggong still alive, when a Mongol suddenly bellowed to the others to stop them, and they were set upon. Tsar sprang to his feet, eyes blazing, and snapped at the warrior. What's the matter? Didn't they agree with that guy? The servant froze, eyes wide. What just happened? Why is P here? Tazar snapped into action, decided then announced they must greet their guests properly. Tazar clenched his jaw, vowed he'd enter the battle himself, and barked at the armorer to bring his spear. A servant hurried to the chief and reported they still hadn't received confirmation. He'll only rally the palace behind him when they're staring down certain defeat. Tsar spun and barked for him to go tell that eunuch the deal was off. Beck stormed into the war, fighting the Mongols to the death and cutting down every foe again and again. Peck spun, saw far more support troops than he'd guessed, and before he could react, someone slammed into his back and knocked his strike aside. Tsar's jaw dropped. The man actually blocked his spear, and Tsar, armed with razor instincts, was stunned. Tazar roared he'd take him on himself, but Peck sat unflinching in the saddle and faced him from his horse. As new messages flooded in, the chief snapped at the servant. Read it again! The servant burst in, shouting that the general had been made governor of the East, and that his treason had been dragged into the light for the whole world to see. The new emperor vows to wipe out 3 generations of his family to avenge the murdered predecessor, but because of his colossal service to the nation, he alone will be forgiven. The governor-general's daughter will stand before the royal court and pay for treason with her life. The chief barked, Behead General Ma at once, send his head to the eunuch. They seized the traitor instantly. He screamed, collapsing to his knees and begging the governor-general for mercy and forgiveness. Rage roared in his voice as he told the governor-general that, at this rate, his entire family would vanish. The general demanded the chief's plan. They couldn't stop the traitors from here. The chief erupted, fury burning in his eyes as he declared, We're going to the Palace of Prosperity. Lime sat in her room embroidering pictures when a sudden prick lanced her finger, and she snapped that everything had been wrong since the morning. Suddenly the servants swarmed her, urgent and breathless. Lime snapped to the nanny, What happened? And the nanny hissed that she had to run away immediately. They accused the gentleman of treason, and when Lime heard it, his voice vanished. He went utterly speechless, not a single word escaping him. Right then, Beck clashed with the leader of the Mongol detachment. Their duel deadlocked as everyone around them lunged and hacked to kill. Tsar insisted he was riding sharp for a middle dog, and the instant he struck, Peck barreled in and blocked it. Rage erupted in Pet as he lunged back, snarling, Shut up! Tsar flashed like lightning and dodged. Peck surged and unleashed another brutal lightning-fast strike. Tsar saw it and darted aside. Tsar told him it was a brilliant technique, but Mo and Spear weren't featherlight. They weighed like anchors. Tazar unleashed a brutal strike. The boy slipped it clean and stayed unhurt, but the enemy pressed on, surged forward, and overtook him. Peck's mind screamed, What do I do? He couldn't even move. Then a cold memory struck. The Orays were a tribe of Mongol forest dwellers. Western Mongols, forged from mixed blood, carved a fearsome reputation with unstoppable bravery. Across the Mongol steppe, most tribes hail their rulers as Khan. The Oirat roar a different name, Taishi. The Oirat's bravery is legendary. At the Tambo incident, they thundered in and seized the Ming Dynasty emperor. As a tribute to the other Mongol tribes, he alone was granted the exclusive right to take a different name. It slammed into him. Taishi Oratov is the Tsar, and the enemy sneered at the guy. Tired already? Disappointment crushed him. Pek swelled with fierce strength, and Tazar spat at the man. If you have nothing left to show, then die. Pek's Tsar leveled his spear at him, but he suddenly knew he outmatched his attacker in strength and skill. Confusion slammed into Pek. He froze, clueless what to do. Then a lightning memory struck. Someone had asked if he'd ever considered learning real martial arts. Pek swore the warrior knew them, but whichever way you cut it, the warrior slaughtered far more than Pek ever did. The warrior owned up to it. He'd nailed it. If a master stood here, the whole fight would flip. His techniques hit only untrained opponents, useless against anyone schooled in martial arts. Pek shrugged, calling it a solid excuse and clamping his mouth shut. And the warrior leaned in and snapped, "Do you really want to argue?" A cold truth slammed into Pek. No matter how mighty the commander was, he stood no chance against someone trained in martial arts. Pek realized he had only one way to survive. He ripped his grip from the horse and plunged to the ground. Disbelief slammed into Tazar. This man had let go of his horse and was already squaring up to fight. Tazar barked at the youth. What kind of jokes are these? As the warrior hurled himself off his horse, abandoning it and staring like a man who seemed ready to die. Pek froze, yanking his mind back to that chance moment that kicked everything off. Memories don't unlock like a switch, so he clung to the only constant he'd ever trusted, the true martial art that kept him standing. This was the one he loathed above all, and the one he burned to become. Pek dove into this fighting technique, ripped through the gears of speed, then surged forward and unleashed his attack. Tazar's jaw dropped. He blurted that the boy was charging straight at the horse and sneered, "Just a fool." Pek snapped his attack into a new rhythm in an instant. Tazar noticed the shift, but it was already too late. The guy lunged and slammed into point-blank range. Tazar stood helpless as the brutal assault smashed through him, and Pek seized victory by striking down the leader of the Mongols. Amid the battle, brutal blows toppled Tazar. His wounds gaped, crimson itching to spill from him. Tazar's eyes locked on his hand. He saw his internal organs were damaged. Pek closed the distance and asked, "Already tired?" Tazar shot back at the boy, saying he'd called him a youth, because from a distance he looked young. Up close he seemed even younger. Pek leaned in and asked, "Any last words?" Tazar shot back, "Don't fool yourself. The world of the Middle Lands won't last forever. One day everything will change." Pek spat a curt word, severed his head with a single ruthless swing, then turned to the Mongols and thundered that the war was over. He slammed the halved head of Tasaris down before them. Then, impossibly, the war's finale fizzled into a shocking anticlimax. After the Khan fell, the Mongol army always scattered, and Pek stormed into his camp, clutching the Tsar's head in his hands. General Chong, wounded and slick with blood, still clung to life and drew ragged breaths. Chong's eyes snapped open, and he shouted that the commander had returned. Pek said nothing, and flung Tazar's head down at his feet. Then he hoisted Tsar's head high and shouted, "Here it is!" While Chan, wounded and gasping, managed to say the young man had done well and was a good boy. Pek felt it, undeniable. Unease coiled in him as his weak voice trembled, his life hung by a thread. In the end, Sean gripped his sword and brandished it before him, and Pek snapped, "Don't worry about the bride. I'll take care of her." He forced out a thank you and at last breathed, "Brother." Chong's hands fell away, and the sword clattered free, and in that instant he knew the general was dead. Pek squeezed his shoulder, urged, "Rest well," then locked eyes with Mo Young and told her not to worry about him. A voice spat, "This mudblood Sean ruined everything." He immediately spun and locked eyes with the enemy. The soldier snarled that with the leader's plan in ruins, the commander couldn't even count on a peaceful death, and he lunged, blade flashing. Recognition slammed into Pek. He knew the technique, but the soldier pressed the attack, poised to deliver the killing blow. Pek froze as it slammed into him. He'd abandoned his weapon. Then a shout ripped through the chaos. "Fire directly at the enemy!" The soldier snapped around, shock blazing in his eyes, and as he lifted his head, Pek spotted strange weapons streaking toward them. Confusion froze him for a heartbeat. Then arrows hovered inches from his face. He instantly mouthed a final goodbye to life. Pek hovered nearby, eyes locked as dozens of arrows screamed toward the soldier. Pek scoured the arrows, desperate to name their owner, when Captain Ye-san slid up behind him and announced he knew the boy was alive. Pek's gut clenched. San, the Iron Horse Squad's oldest commander, had pulled his main force back before the clash even began, leaving them eerily intact. Murdering a comrade would erase every scrap of proof of collusion. Pek locked eyes with the squad leader and hissed, Was it really him who betrayed their army? Commander Yason's voice cracked with betrayed surprise. Betrayed? Why are you so sure? Beck fired back. Isn't it betrayal that the Emperor's army didn't protect us as promised and just walked away? Commander Yason snarled. Who are we supposed to protect? We have nothing left, so why is he calling him a traitor? Beck snapped. What are you talking about? And Commander Yason finally relented. Okay, I'll tell you. The Governor-General's daughter is in danger. Those words ignited Peck. He bolted, hooves screaming, love driving him as he galloped to save her. He demanded the commander repeat himself. If the commander wasn't lying, he'd be a traitor to him forever, not a commander. Commander Yason thundered that the Emperor was dead, and most likely the Imperial Palace is now consumed by a brutal war for power. He heard Chang Maso had sworn to eliminate the Eastern General who'd tormented him for years. Shouldn't he hurry? He lost the thing he swore to protect, but I still rushed to shield him. Beck tore through the streets, praying he wouldn't be late, while Commander Yason stared down at the Governor-General's lifeless body. Yason said, judging by his face, he strode off with no regrets. And then the man whirled back, rage boiling because Jiang had pissed him off to the very end. Yason paused to think, then blurted that it might sound like an excuse, but he truly had no idea about the attack. He refused to stand by and watch his subordinates be slaughtered while their superiors clawed at each other for power. His gaze snapped to his son, riding among the Mongols and clutching the Tsar's head, and he knew he had to save him. He personally sent him to his death, and now he swears he'll make it right. If Commander Song returns, he'll do for him what he couldn't do for Chan. Only if he survives will everything turn out the way he wants now. In Morim battle roared as warriors battered the borders, desperate to force their way into the territory. Archers bellowed at them to stop anyone from scaling the wall, and the traitors got exactly what they deserved. Suddenly the head himself burst into view before them, yanking his sword free and cleaving an enemy's hand from his wrist. The leader roared that his warriors must not halt, driving them to surge forward and fulfill their duty. The servant turned to his commander and declared their losses were unsustainable. He insisted it was time for them to intervene. The old man vowed he'd assume command of the squad if he pulled off the mission. Only after he'd accounted for the losses. The group's commander, Ambuha Chongshim, snapped. He clamped his hand around the man's throat and hoisted him until he dangled inches from the yawning abyss. The servant demanded what the commander was doing. Chongshim shot back that since the old man had shown him kindness, he could speak his mind as he pleased. Tell him to repeat that now. It's their reckless streak that's exactly why they still haven't been promoted. The servant sneered that with skills like those he'd always be a shadow beside his peers. And Yung Shim nodded, admitting he was right. No matter how hard he tried, he was only the commander of the Ambu group. The servant swore he understood everything, so the commander dismissed him. Zhong Shim barked that one thing remained unknown. The servant kept killing people for the sheer thrill of it. Right then the servant begged the commander to calm down, but Chung Shuk gave him no chance and flung him off the cliff. Chung Shik blurted that he was an idiot. The leader snapped that his chatty mouth was a problem. Then a warrior stormed in with a letter for the commander. The letter screamed the news. The Tsar was dead. Zhong Ilguan was dead. The Mongols were retreating, and no support would come. Zhong Shik spat that they were idiots who couldn't even do their jobs properly. Imsan spat out no victor. No side would get reinforcements, and if that news reached him, they'd already heard it. The chief got the letter right then, and Chongshik realized that if the old general learned no reinforcements were coming, he'd snatch his daughter and vanish. This will make things even easier for him. He immediately barked to his men, "Time to hunt!" Right then, the general leaned toward his daughter, and Lime cut him off, snapping to her father that she didn't want to. Why force her to go alone? She plants herself here and waits for her son, while the general grimly tells his daughter that Beck won't be able to come. Lime demanded what it meant. The general snarled that the troops at Yumsan had been routed, but when he looked up, Yongshik's men were standing before him, and the general spat that they were nothing but Jiang Maso's dogs. Peck's path proved far tougher than he'd expected. A horde of enemies leapt from the shadows and ambushed him. He kept his head in the chaos, hurled himself into the fray, and cut down everyone who stood in his way. A sudden sting ripped through his hand as a wound opened, and he watched blood slam past his defense, spilling out into a growing puddle. Pain lanced his left arm. He'd steeled himself, but it was still impossibly far away. The warriors roared that this guy was exhausted, declared the creature nothing more than a man, and he barked for them to attack him all at once. Peck saw the fight stretching forever, and their ranks pressed in like a tide. A flicker of confusion hit him as he paused, measuring his next move. Out of nowhere, an ally leapt to his aid as spears whistled straight for the enemies, and Peck whipped around to spot his guys. Nam unleashed a string of curses at the commander, demanding why he'd gone alone. then vowed they'd bulldoze a path and shield him every step of the way. Peck knew helping him now was treason, and he branded them fools. Chongbong charged up out of nowhere and snarled to the commander. "Who else is a fool here? Let him leave them here and move on." Chongbong thrust his hand forward and shouted, "Grab it!" Beck, realizing they were impossible to handle, shot his own hand out to meet it. Beck looked up and snapped that they had to move to the Changpen fortress. When they arrived, the commander met them and bellowed that reinforcements had finally arrived. Beck's apology landed cold, as he owned up there would be no reinforcements. And the warrior spun on Commander Sun, voice sharp as he demanded what that meant. He caught wind that the battle had no victor, and figured some troops must still be standing. But Peck spat the truth. Their army was almost completely destroyed. Mongols burst from the shadows and annihilated Zhong Ilguan's troops, and the reinforcements who arrived coldly refused to aid the eastern general. The warriors erupted into desperate voices. There would be no support. What could they possibly do with the little they had? The warrior's eyes snapped to his jittery soldiers. Fear crackled through them. Liao Dong's support was their only hope, and if this kept up, Pak barked at him to link up with the Liaodong army. The Iron Horse squad thundered forward, ripping the road open. His eyes cut across the ranks and found a battle-forged army. Every soldier razor-sharp from training and trusting him without question. He suddenly understood. Mo Yun had raised him incredibly well. Beck snapped a quick question at General Ma. "Is Lime okay?" General Ma snapped that he was too late. The lady had just left for Liaodong. He could breathe easy. The Governor-General himself strode out to see her off, so nothing would happen. Help him and your family will wear the traitor's brand for generations. If his warriors want out, they must slip away now. Yung Bong roared that he'd rather turn traitor than live a miserable life, and the others snarled they'd never work for the eunuch. Peck declared it good, saying they'd finally know what mattered most right now. He roared at us that we had to survive. "That's right, Commander." Peck shot a grin and said it was fine. They were heading to Liaodong now. Then locked eyes with General Ma and asked if he was sure he wouldn't come along. General Ma shot back. "The commander himself knows the Governor-General is a master of his craft. Not a single warrior could touch him. Yet Peck still sent him there." Peck knew just how monstrous the old man's strength was. Why then? A cold dread slammed into him, but Peck refused to stop. And when he crashed into the forest, he was met by dead bodies. Peck burst into the forest and stumbled on the wounded nanny. She lifted trembling eyes and gasped that he'd grown so much. Worry gnawed at her. Not even the master knew if he lived or lay dead, and the mistress would be overjoyed. Peck realized instantly the wound gaped deep and it was already too late. The nanny told the boy not to worry about her and to sprint after the lady to save her. She begged him to forgive her for being too strict with him. Before her eyes he bore the look of a child betrayed by the world, and with it he strode into the place where he was to rule. That place devoured childhood, but watching him rise from its cruelty filled her with joy. So she handed the lady's care over to him. Pet squeezed her eyes shut and snapped that he didn't blame her. She'd risked everything for Lima, so just let her wait a little. She vowed she will send her to a better place. Peck whipped around and sprinted at top speed to save his love. In the forest, the general fought with the others, throwing himself between the enemy and his daughter to defend his honor. The enemies jeered, ordering the old man to quit resisting and just die. "It's better for everyone," they sneered. The general refused to yield, spun his sword in a deadly dance, then hurled a roaring blast of fire. He unleashed one savage strike that wiped out 3 attackers who'd lunged to kill him and snatch her daughter. Commander Shim locked eyes with the general and instantly knew. This man was the palace's finest master. Yet an old tiger is still an old tiger. Shim exploded forward with a lightning-fast assault, but the general had already read him and effortlessly parried the blow. The general barked that the dog was stubborn, and Shim, giddy with victory, snapped at the old man to surrender. The general snapped that a wolf hid among the snakes, raised his sword, and drove it straight into the enemy's head. Lime stood frozen nearby, panic clawing at her as she saw her father's hand slick with blood. The general snapped that everything was fine and ordered her to be quiet. That wound didn't even merit a flinch from her. Shim said that the general of the East is truly the best of the best. Can he face them all alone? In a heartbeat, the others sprang to their feet and drew their blades. The general's jaw clenched as their numbers swelled, and he realized reinforcements had arrived. Shim barked it was time to finish. They shoved his worry aside. Their master would treasure his daughter. But in that split second, Peck lunged, jabbing his spear straight at him. Shim snapped his sword up, shielding his body, as the warriors shouted to the captain, asking if he was okay. Shim's eyes snapped to him. This was the general's adopted son. Could he really have survived the battle? Beck barked, "Luckily you're not late this time." Lime locked eyes with Sun and beamed. The general asked if he was okay, and Beck spun around, vowed he'd buy them time, then barked, "Let them leave with Lime." Lime demanded what he meant. They'd only just met, and regret slammed through Peck. There was no way out. The old man could protect her where he couldn't, and this was the only way to keep her safe. The general planted himself at his side and demanded, "Where have you ever seen a father abandon his child in danger?" He snarled at him, "Take Lime and run away with her. Survive." The general and PAK leapt into battle at once, charging straight into enemy ranks that numbered in the hundreds. Shim watched the old man and the boy slaughter his people and roared at him to drop dead and quit gloating. He staggered, thinking, how did this happen? A perfect opening gaped wide. If this keeps up, the master will erupt in fury. The situation twisted into something far more tangled than he'd thought. Then he jerked his head to the sky and, in a single electric instant, spotted the one thing that mattered. Peck and the general tore into the enemy lines, driving them back and never once letting a single foe close in. The warriors roared to the others to keep attacking. There were only 2 of them. Peck obliterated any chance they had, his power so overwhelming they were nothing but targets. He burst in at the last second. Shim plunged his weapon straight through his chest. At the end, Shim said he didn't believe it. Before he died, Shim rasped, "Where does the child draw that strength?" And in that instant, Beck's resolve snapped into place. He could do it. He just had to hang on a little longer. The general roared to Peck that he was under attack from behind. Peck whipped around and came face to fangs with a snake. Peck's eyes snapped wide. "It's a snake!" The general surged forward and in one brutal sweep, lopped its head clean off. Her head sliced clean off. The snake still writhed across the dirt until her strength bled away and she fell lifeless. The general leaned in and asked the boy if he was okay. But suddenly a crushing wave of sickness slammed him, and blood began to seep from his skin. Peck stormed up and hissed that he'd gone too far, then screamed, "Let him out of here this instant!" But the general cut him off and refused. He barked for him to snatch the lime and get out of here. Peck snapped at the old man. "What are you talking about? You're the one who should be leaving, not sending a warrior." The general hoisted himself to his feet and, voice raw with a father's last plea, told Beck this was his last request as his father. Beck was speechless, had no words for the old man. Suddenly, the enemy chieftain stormed into view and sneered, "It's a pleasure to watch your family quarrel." The moment they spotted their master, the enemies dropped to their knees and cried out, "We greet you, master!" A surge of raw power ripped through the general, his martial arts sharpening into a razor's edge. He won't last long. Beck's blood boiled the moment Chiang Maso appeared, and the general sneered that his ugly face hadn't changed at all. Maso leaned in and demanded how long it had been since they'd last seen each other. Did the old man even know how fiercely he missed him? He'd kept inviting him to the palace, but the old man refused to go, so Maso had to come to him. The general fixed his stare and ordered Beck to watch over Lime. Beck's jaw clenched at leaving the old man, but he obeyed. Peck bolted the opposite way, scooped Lime up mid-stride and tore off. Lime, bewildered, cried, "What's the matter?" Peck begged for her forgiveness, insisting he had no choice, and Lime screamed that she wouldn't leave her father. The general shot a sidelong glance at his daughter, tracking her with an unwavering gaze. Lime couldn't just leave, he screamed. The general spat that Peck was nothing but an asshole, and Peck never once called him father, not even at the very end. Maso barked for his men to hunt down the boy and girl. Shim obeyed on the spot and tore off to carry it out. Maso snarled he would never forgive a second mistake. Panic seized Shim, and he bellowed for his men to charge into battle. The general was stopped cold. His true rival, another enemy, stood before him, and he couldn't lay a hand on them. Maso snapped, "What do you think you can stop?" The general's reply slammed into the room. "I believe in my son, and now his damn life will end here." The general braced, coiled like a spring, and launched his attack without a second's hesitation. Masa snapped into action, seized his sword, and launched a lightning-fast strike as their strength detonated, hurling shards of energy in every direction. Muso snapped at the old man, surprise like wildfire in his voice. He, the imperial family's finest, couldn't swallow that the enemy had bested his sword with shocking ease. Meso rocketed into the air to carve out distance, shouting that the general's wounds were far too deep. If he keeps throwing himself into the fight and wielding brute force, the backlash will shatter his mind. The general asked, "Is the Emperor's killer worried he's losing his sanity?" The general swallowed hard. Masa was right. He was pushed to the brink, but he had to hold the line until then. The general vowed to strike again, told the enemy not to worry, and swore he'd stay razor-sharp until he killed him. The general turned himself into a shield, holding the line until his children slipped away to safety. Meso burst into raucous laughter and declared it utterly fascinating, but the general wielded 12 slashing swords. Meso snapped to the truth. His techniques were forged to shield the Emperor, born from a non-aggression truce between the army and the imperial court. It's a clandestine decree forged to muzzle any martial challenge to the emperor, containing only state-sanctioned techniques. He had to learn the world harbored other forces. Meso didn't hesitate. He struck instantly. The blow slammed down like a thunderclap. The general lunged to parry it and was hurled far away. The general's gaze landed on the sword His Majesty had given him. A jagged crack split the blade. Realization slammed into him. This blade was a sacred symbol of the imperial family's power, and ordinary martial arts couldn't even crack it. Maso said the general had halted it and looked unbeatable. Then the general went pale when the enemy unleashed a bizarre technique. He felt the energy slam into him instantly. It thrummed with a majestic power far beyond its plain disguise. Meso suddenly burst out with the question he'd long burned to ask. If they were the same people as the imperial family, why should being born common force them to abandon their dreams? He clawed his way to the summit, even after giving up his manhood to become a eunuch. And then a single thought detonated in his mind. If those pathetic bastards already dominate the whole country, why can't he seize it for himself? The general roared to the enemy that he'd ceased to be a man. But Maso leveled his sword and barked for the snakes to pour out. He roared in order to obliterate every remnant of the past, and the snakes immediately lunged at the general, fangs flashing. The general stood his ground to the last, jaw set, ready to rip into them and prove he wasn't to be trifled with. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. The general lay utterly spent, and Maso sneered, "How time flies. The emperor's best swordsman reduced to such a pitiful sight." The general snarled at the enemy. Turns out he trained outside the palace, mastering a demonic fighting style. Maso spat that it was pure evil, snarling that martial arts answer only to strength. What difference does it make if the art comes from the imperial family or from demons? The general barked, "How can a man who lives on the palace payroll be this ravenous?" He himself warned that breaking the non-aggression pact would come back to bite him. Meso hoisted his sword, voice cold and grateful as he thanked him for the warning. The general snapped his head up, eyes hollow, bracing to kiss his life goodbye. He was haunted by the thought that if he'd known it would end like this, he'd have been gentler with them, and he clung to the hope his children would survive. Maso showed no mercy in the bloodthirsty battle. With a single ruthless flick of his wrist, he severed the general's head. At that moment in the forest, he hunched over, gathering plants and humming to himself, utterly oblivious as he went about his work. The warriors closed in and grilled him, demanding, "Have you seen a young boy and girl around here?" The boy locked eyes and demanded, "Who are you?" The warrior snapped that he'd only answer the question he'd been asked. The chief jabbed a finger and barked, "Shut your mouth!" Shim stormed up to the boy and locked eyes with him. Shim pierced the silence and knew the man held no answers. Their threats would achieve nothing. He was just an ordinary ignoramus. Shim barked, "If you run into any of them, turn them in. They're traitors who committed treason." The boy snapped that he understood everything, and Shim barked orders for his people to move out at once. They couldn't have gone far. Shim's world shrank as he grasped the bitter truth. Slaughtering the innocent changed nothing. Now people like him belonged to the master's grip. He bolted upright and clutched his aching back, then rasped, "I can't do this anymore. The years are taking their toll." He shot a sidelong glance and ordered the others out now. Peck and Lime sprang from the bushes. Peck dropped into a deep bow and poured out a fierce thank you for saving their lives. The boy replied he'd only been sitting quietly. Peck barked at Lima to say goodbye too and told her it was time to go. But Lima, utterly unlike herself, froze and said nothing. Lima cried she wanted to go back to her father. Peck admitted he knew they couldn't. The girl shrugged it off, insisting it didn't matter. He was strong. She understood nothing as his power roared, and Peck's memory jolted back to the moment he'd asked his brother to come back. Lima begged him again to return to their father. Peck bristled and tried to refuse, but she cut him off mid-protest. Without missing a beat, Lime's voice cut sharp. "I understand. I'm going to save him, even if I have to go alone." He lunged to stop her, but she slipped through his grasp. Head bowed, he knows her suffering better than anyone, and he can't bring himself to hold her back. He has to seize her and bolt, but doubt claws at him, so the guy spits. "Are you hesitating because you're afraid she'll hate you? But isn't hatred better than regret?" The question sliced through. Peck bristled, offense igniting the instant the word regret hit his ears. Memories of her furious, offended face directed at him slammed into his mind, and he exploded into laughter, rejoicing. Peck slammed his fist into his palm. What was he thinking? He vowed he'd never let her go again and told the boy he'd repay him one day for saving them. Peck spun and sprinted after her, but the guy scoffed that he'd already gotten a good look and wanted to take her on as his student. He snapped back to reality and demanded, "What other student?" then began spouting nonsense. He'd clearly grown old, his mind shrouded in fog. Lime plunged deep into the forest. Seeing nothing ahead, she frantically searched to find her bearings. A brutal truth slammed into Lime. She couldn't change a thing and had to go back to Sanu. Yet her heart yanked her toward a different path. She knew she couldn't rely on him forever. But a sharp rustle in the bushes snapped her into full alert. She spun around, sure it was a dream. Then the enemy appeared before him and roared that he'd found her. Shim demanded to know where Beck had gone. He stared. Why was the lady wandering alone through the forest? Maybe that freak had abandoned her and bolted. Shim begged the woman to forget him and flee with him. Lime barked at them to stay away from her. Shim barked at his people without a second's hesitation. Her body is precious. Treat her with respect. A ring of warriors closed in on her, barking for her to come with them and snarling they'd strike if she dared resist. Lime's eyes snagged on the hand thrust before her and she screamed Sunu's name. The warrior snapped. It was useless to call after someone who'd already escaped. Everyone knows Songbek treasures his life above all. He'd never come. Then out of nowhere Beck bursts in and severs his hand in an instant. Ambushed, the warrior howled in searing pain as the second, unable to hold on, had his head sent tumbling. Joy surged through Lime the moment she saw Peck. She ripped up any thought of running and vowed to stand by him forever. Peck apologized and declared he was ready to return to his father. And when Lime heard it, joy lit her face and she smiled back at him. The warriors swarmed him, snarling that the brat was hopelessly stubborn, and their leader barked for his men to shove him back. Peck realized he was surrounded and instantly unleashed the Iron Spear's tremor. A single seismic strike that annihilated everyone encircling him. Ruthless to his core, Beck would kill anyone who dared threaten Lima. Peck watched, breath hot and furious, as every enemy he felled surged back at him. He had to hunt down their leader and cut him down to make the rest crumble. He ripped Lime away, then grabbed her and yelled, "Leave everything to me! Run from here!" Lime couldn't bear the thought of losing Peck again, but with no other option, she flung her into the water. Fearless, Beck lunged into battle to save his girlfriend, and with a handful of crushing blows, tore through his enemies until none remained. Terror surged in Lime, and Beck barked for her to cling to his side. The commander chasing them sneered that their luck had run out, then barked for his men to finish him off and seize the woman. Peck charged into the fight. Lime watched, heart slamming as the truth hit. The whole battle was about her, and if she hadn't dug in her heels, and if she hadn't bolted, if it hadn't been for her, sleep would have been safe. Peck battered them without respite, then suddenly halted, and when he glanced at them a flicker of fatigue shadowed his eyes. Beck felt any escape vanish. Protecting her was his duty, and he'd have to give everything he had. He remembered with sickening clarity. His powers were gone, and his brother had abandoned him for that very reason. Everyone who helped him was cut down. Only Lime survived, and he swore he'd never let her slip away. Beck, ruthless and consumed by rage, cleaved two enemies with one thunderous strike. He ripped the blood-slick spear free, and every enemy froze, eyes wide at the ferocious strength pouring off him. The squad leader exploded, snarling at the guy, "You're a goddamn asshole!" And Beck, in turn, utterly spent, believed one more push would let him pull it off. Out of nowhere, the commander hurled himself at him and screamed, "You're a pathetic upstart!" Peck burst into the white light, grinning with relief that he'd finally emerged. And when he wondered who'd lured him out, shock hit. He'd done it himself. The captain unleashed the first strike with his axe. Beck snapped his spear up and drove the blow aside. Crushing pressure hit Peck like a freight train, overwhelming him and sending him hurtling backward. Pinned to the ground, he froze for a heartbeat, then hurled himself into a brutal counterattack, every strike driven to protect his love. A question burned in him. Where did that power come from? The commander cut in, eyes narrowing. Now I understand. His technique is incomplete. He swore it was a cancel technique, but the moves were fused with other martial arts, and he kept hunting down the source of his power. One blow, and a brutal truth smashed into him. His internal energy was far too weak to fuel the techniques. That cheap trick might fool ordinary fighters, but a true master won't be fooled. Now he's about to unleash the raw, brutal grace of real martial arts. The captain barreled into the man, tackling him and roaring for him to stop. Peck held his ground, fearless, timing the perfect moment to deflect the strike and smash back with a brutal counter. Beck threw caution to the wind and lunged first, but the commander struck back and sneered that Beck was slow. I stormed up and barked, "What's wrong with you? Where'd your confidence go?" Then forced him to actually start responding to his punches properly. Beck snapped. Rage ignited in him. He refused to take it anymore. He answered him with his spear, unleashing a merciless flurry of stabbing strikes. The commander let out a low, amused chuckle and taunted that the man could even mimic the spear's aura. This guy was anything but simple. Imitation still imitation. This is how real internal energy works. I channeled it and unleashed it on the guy instantly. Beck never imagined its strength, so he hurled himself forward and absorbed the full impact with his body. A cold truth slammed into him. At this rate, he wouldn't survive much longer. Something had to change. By now, even a total newbie can spot it. Limey's skill is overwhelming. Not even sleep stands a chance. Her existence will haunt him if he disappears. Once she's gone, Cyan can finally break free of him and live happily ever after. Peck dropped to his knees as the realization crashed over him. Hagwan was right. He couldn't match a man schooled in true martial arts. The commander slammed his sword up to his face and snarled that if he died now looking bored, wouldn't that guy think so? Beck's blood ran cold. There was no way he could beat him, but he'd risk everything to get Lima to safety. Lime spun toward him and shouted, "You must live!" Fear ripped through Beck, leaving them shattered as Lime decided to hurl herself off the mountain. A boy tore after her, sprinting to grab her before she fell. Lime slammed her eyes shut the instant she fell, never seeing Peck sprint after her and thrust his hand out. Lime plummeted like a stone. She plunged into the water, and Peck locked onto the churned patch where she'd fallen, blind to the fact she'd already swum out. Beck locked eyes with her as the crushing truth slammed into him. He couldn't protect her. Unable to say goodbye, he shouted her name. The commander saw it too. As the situation unraveled, he scrambled to find a way to warn the master. Beck gave him no time to react. He spun around and lunged, driving his spear straight at him. The captain thrust his hand up, jabbed a finger at him and snarled that it was all his fault, then brandished his sword and bellowed, "Die!" Beck whipped his spear around, knocked the opening strike aside, then surged forward with a savage counterattack. Dumbfounded, the captain watched the man stop his strike and nullify the 6 spear combination's basic technique. Beck smelled a setup. So why was the captain suddenly unleashing basic martial arts on him? In an instant, PJK's grip failed, and the spear clattered from his hands. The commander gaped, stunned that the boy had let go of his weapon. Peck meant every inch of it. The instant the commander spun, he rocketed forward, both feet driving straight at the commander's face. The blow crashed into him before he could dodge, ripping a wound across the commander's face. The commander slouched back, scoffing that the guy was just an asshole. Peck broke off the beating and bolted. Resolve ignited in him. He knew he could still save her and sprinted against the clock. The warriors were taken aback, puzzled and unable to understand what he was doing. The commander roared at them, demanding why they stood frozen, then snapped, "Move! Run after me now!" The warrior tore his sword free and sneered that the guy was just crazy. Everyone surged to hurt him, but Beck dodged every strike. After bulldozing through them all, Peck vowed he'd save her no matter what. The commander, spotting him slipping away, spat, "Rat!" and barked orders for his men to seize him. Suddenly the man froze at strange footprints along the way, instantly recognizing them as that guy's. And a burning question ripped through him. Why only his? He whipped his head to the tracks and saw they beckoned him that way. The captain instantly rallied every man, and they surged after the lad. But the captain still remembered the man hurling his weapon to the ground and bolting. The woman slipped through their fingers, and they had to kill the scumbag. The captain bellowed at his servants, "Fail to kill me and I'll slaughter every last one of you." Perched in a tree, he watched swarms of people surge after that same guy. In that second, Beck sprinted with everything he had, muttering he had to move faster. They'd catch up with him any second. A shimmering lake burst into view before him, and relief crashed through him. He'd finally made it. The commander's men had spotted him earlier and were yelling, "He's here!" Beck whipped around, stunned to see them already standing there. The warrior yanked a fistful of bundles from his pocket and hurled them at him, roaring that the catching up was over. One of them turned out to be a knife that struck the guy square in the legs, and Pet couldn't handle it. He buckled and collapsed to the ground. The warriors erupted in triumphant cheers, roaring they'd struck dead center, and that the guy was a rat. Peck lay on the ground, his leg wounded. Numbness crept in, and when he realized he couldn't feel it, he knew it was the end for him. He rallied, deciding this wasn't the end. Even if his legs were cut off, he'd claw his way onward. Guards slammed in from both sides around them, sealing off every escape as their swords carved fresh wounds into his body. Beck crumpled to his knees, wounded, while the warriors jeered that this legless fool was useless and ought to have his stump hacked off immediately. One of them flinched, refusing to do it and stepping up to keep him, while Beck slowly oozed liquid and staggered toward the water. He screamed in his head for Lime to hang on just a little longer. He'd be at her side any second. A cool breeze brushed his arm, and a flicker of joy shot through him. He still believed he could save her, even as every last scrap of strength slipped away. A man materialized before him and barked, "Do you want to live?" Beck froze. He recognized the man who had saved them in the forest. Peck shot back that he wanted to live and that the man should live. Then the man spun and saw the guy had slumped unconscious. The warrior snapped, "Where did this guy come from?" And the other shot back, "I don't know. There's definitely no one here." The second warrior demanded, "Isn't that the man? How did he end up here?" The other snapped that Hatagam had saved him, so if they killed him they could have him, and they'd decided to just scare him. He slung the boy onto his back and froze as he heard the warriors whirl and level their swords at him. The warrior barked for him to throw the kid to the ground immediately, but music seethed when the officials stepped in under his feet. The commander barreled in and snapped at his servants, "Did you catch him?" The man froze, wariness sparking in his eyes when he faced the officer. The commander sprinted flat out, screaming, "Where's that bastard?" Then the man they'd met in the forest suddenly appeared before him. The commander snarled they'd met again, and warned that if he abandoned the kid and walked away, he'd be spared. The man begged, "Can't you just leave?" The commander snapped he wouldn't repeat himself. "Leave the boy, and you'll live." The man snapped that the world hadn't changed a bit, and the commander, stunned, demanded, "What are you doing?" He brandished his crude tool as the commander sneered, "You really gonna fight them with a sickle?" Don't make him laugh. Does he even realize who they're facing? Darkness slammed down, and the warriors staggered, blindsided. The warriors demanded, "Why this sudden darkening? What's the matter?" Then they looked ahead, and the moon loomed huge before them. The man snarled that who they were didn't matter. What mattered was that they were in his way now. Pity drained from him as he hurled himself at them, weapons swinging, cutting down everyone in his path. Unleashing a barrage of brutal strikes, he ignored the men, the tree, then spun his attack around and cleaved that tree into several pieces. The commander staggered back, jaw hanging open as disbelief clawed at his chest. He couldn't believe this was possible. Before he could even form a word, the man's attack tore clean through him and ripped him open. When the dust settled, he stared at them and froze. Not a single one remained alive. They were all dead. The man locked eyes with the guy and snapped, "I'm not sure picking you up was the right decision." Maybe he'd burst forth as a new wind to reshape the world. That very evening, the old man fished on the lake. The old man declared, "That's very strange," as darkness slammed down and dawn ripped itself back into the sky. All his life he'd never witnessed anything like this. He even dreamed he'd landed a carp. But today there wasn't a single small fish to be found. It lunged forward to peck, and the old man snapped into action, reaching to seize the fish. He yanked the rod, froze mid-pull, and felt that exact jolt tear through him. He knew something strange lurked inside, and since he wanted to play, the old man shrugged and let him. Agony ripped through the old man. He snarled that it still hadn't worked and bellowed for the fish to stop hiding and show themselves. After a long, grueling stretch, fatigue clawing at him, the old man rasped that this might be the biggest fish of his life. He leaned close to the fish, his jaw dropping when he spotted a girl sprawled on it, and he blurted, "What is this even?" Back home, the old man launched into the kitchen, whipping up a meal while Lima lay in bed, peacefully resting. Senses slammed back. She shot her eyes open, swept the room with a frantic glance, and thought, "Where is she?" He spotted her and leaned in, asking if she was awake, then planted himself before her and pressed a bundle of food into her hands. Terror ripped through Lime. She bolted into a corner and yanked a blanket over herself like a trembling shield. He shut his eyes as a sudden truth hit him. He'd never bothered with appearances. Then he confessed he'd picked her up by accident and shoved a plate her way, insisting she eat before it went cold. He abandoned the food on the table as the truth slammed into him. When a man lives alone, he stops caring about appearances. He spun around and asked, "What's your name?" Her clothes screamed she wasn't an ordinary person. The question snapped Lime to attention, and every past moment slammed back into him at once. But rage exploded from her. She screamed, "I don't know," and insists she can't remember a thing. The old man leaned in and asked if she remembered anything at all. Lima shot back that she did, and then confessed she remembered nothing at all. The old man snarled it was trouble. He only hauled it from the river and swore he knew nothing more. A bolt of memory struck him. He sprang to his feet and blurted, "I almost forgot." He plucked the locket he'd shown her from around her neck and, while treating her, unclasped it. Maybe she'd suddenly remember something with him. But Lime erupted into a relentless coughing fit, and the old man saw her and cried, "What's wrong?" Lime snatched it and shot back that she didn't know. It's not like her memories are gone, so why won't the tears stop? That evening in Sun Tzu, the old man fixed the man with a tired look and confessed they'd been apart so long he couldn't even recall the last time they'd met. The man leaned in and asked, "Wasn't that about 10 years ago?" The old man rasped, "I was gone so long I thought we'd only meet in heaven." He watches, stunned. The guy's unchanged, and his martial arts are absolutely jaw-dropping. He shot back praise, crowing that the old man's medical skill was jaw-dropping. He'd yanked a near corpse back from the brink. How old is he now? The old man snapped that after seeing his great-grandson he'd stopped counting. He'd been waiting to die, but with things still left to do, he'd have to keep living. The man smirked he'd stopped counting after 102, but the old man leaned in, spoke about him, and asked his great-grandson if he'd take him on as an apprentice. He barked that they looked alike, then unleashed his brother Cho-Ren, the one they'd been ripped from as children. Strength sapped, he was forced to hand his burden to others, and now he's stuck in that same grim spot. He swore he'd help him, then looked down to find the tea in his hands already ice-cold. The old man declared to his great-grandson that if he so wished, he could do it. The man shot back that he meant to teach him everything. The old man froze, baffled that his best student would treat a stranger like that. The door slammed open and Peck strode out. Beck cried, "Where is he?" At that exact moment, the man he meant lay battered, wrapped head to toe in bandages. The old man snapped that he'd been awake all along, then dropped that he was in Sonsu. The man had brought him here and healed him, and Beck's memory snapped into place. This was the herbalist. Suddenly he remembered how he'd lost Lime. Agony exploded through him, rendering him helpless as he crumpled to his knees. Beck's mind screamed, "What's wrong with me?" His body felt like it was tearing itself apart, and the old man watched, knowing his medicine was working. The drug that saved his life works, but it racks his whole body with savage pain and can knock him out cold. He spurned it even while gravely wounded. Now he grits his teeth and bears that searing pain. Every harder motion fed its strength. He must stop it now before it spirals out of control. The man bolted upright before the teacher and strode forward, and Beck's heart slammed. He knew he had to go. If his Lima is dead, he must stand over her corpse with his own eyes. The man barked at him. "Where are you going? Are you really going to search for that child?" The man shrugged and said she's probably fine. But this place crawls with officials and their people right now. With those skills, he'd be dead in seconds. Darkness swallowed Beck. He swore he'd live and whispered, "Something child of his life." He refused to die before he found her. Beck hauled himself to his feet and edged toward the forest. The man leaned in and vowed to teach him how to cheat death, even if he wanted to die. Peck whipped around, disbelief blazing in his eyes as the man barked, "Study. There's nothing harder than living." The next day the old fisherman growled that the world yawned so vast there was no way and no end. He trudged a road that stretched forever, his body exhausted and his feet aching. Something rooted his feet. He couldn't force himself to halt, and then Lime's voice sliced the air. "What's that there?" The old man rasped that their love was doomed. She'd left too soon. Lime chose to be supportive and said the leaves were tumbling. The wind had fallen silent, and flowers were pushing up across the silent mountains. The old man gasped and blurted, "You know that verse too?" Lime shrugged with a grin, saying it had suddenly popped into her head, a delighted spark proving the lines had already clung to her memory. The old man grinned, called it a blessing that she still held fragments of memory, vowed that once she reached that place, she'd reclaim the rest, brushed off any worry, and named her Cyrene. Earlier, the old man proclaimed that from today she was Chol Serene. She gasped and shot back in surprise, and he answered, "Yes, you can't go around without a name all the time." His last name, Chol Ugan, literally means beautiful like the sky. Did that charm her? She kept insisting her name was Chal Siren, but Ugan snapped that the real issue was her missing memories. He suspected the demonic cult might know a way to wrest them back. Siren's words snapped back into his head, and a half-remembered image of a demonic cult surfaced. She remembered, crystal clear, that they'd tossed aside the common laws, lived by their own fierce code, and carved out an independent life beyond the central lands. Their cruelty branded them the demonic cult the instant Grandpa was unmasked as one of its members. Suddenly, Ugin roared to Cyrene that they were almost there and they'd plunge through the cave, smashing through everything in their path. After passing through the cave, Ugin roared that this was the 100,000 mountains of the demonic cult, and Siren stared, shock ripping through him as he realized they stood on the cult's own lands. After we entered the city, the streets exploded with hawkers screaming and beckoning, trying to pull every passerby in to buy their wares. Siren blinked, a flicker of surprise at how peaceful it was. Ugin shot her a grin and asked, "Surprised that people in a demonic cult can be this calm?" Siren blinked, confusion cracking her voice as she snapped, "No, it's not like that." Ugin erupted in laughter and shrugged. "It's okay. Everyone in the Middle Lands feels that way. People still live here. And after the Great War, the folk of the Midlands branded them demons, with everyone spitting curses their way from time to time. They even mowed down ordinary people who'd never trained in martial arts and called it justice. Let her see with her own eyes. How could all these people be sinners? They're just like folks from the Central Plains, laughing and crying through the same joys and sorrows." Guilt devoured him at the thought they'd end up hating each other, and they didn't stay in the town. They cut through it and kept moving. Cyrene knew she should be grateful he'd saved her. Yet a foggy, nameless bitterness clung to a memory she couldn't even drag into focus, and she could only picture the disappointment burning in his eyes. Logan leaned in and jabbed the question. Are you still worried about prejudice against your cunt? Cyrene bowed her head, apologized, and admitted to the old man who'd saved her that she'd been a terrible granddaughter. Ugin snapped. No, not everyone here is perfect. Like the Central Lands, this place hides rogues who push their reputations off a cliff. She needs to recover a little, and now they're heading that way. Before him, the dark forest they had to pass loomed like a black maw. They slammed to a halt as Cyrene realized this ground belonged to a demonic cult, complete with a massive, gaping entrance. She spotted the man, and a tremor ripped through her. She couldn't understand why she was shaking as Ugin strode up and thrust a sign into their view. It all failed. Ugin barked, "What's the matter? Wasn't that enough?" The warrior answered his lord, "No, it wasn't," and thundered for everyone to greet the deputy head at once. Shock slammed into Cyrene when she realized her grandfather was the cult's deputy head. Ugin beckoned her to come through as well. Panic ripped through the sect as frantic whispers declared the deputy head had arrived. "The great demon has returned," one of the guys jolted when he heard their voices, surprise ripping through him as he blurted, "Deputy head?" The crowd erupted for the deputy. A man wrapped him in a fierce hug, and Ugin snarled to the cult leader exactly what he was doing right in front of everyone. Every eye locked on them. The cult leader sneered, "What's the big deal? Can't he hug a friend he hasn't seen in 30 years? Ugin leaned in and asked the guy if he was doing well, and the cult leader admitted he wasn't doing much. He was stuck doing the boring, soul-draining work of running a cult. Yunjong-han, the demonic cult's head, barked, "Who's the girl behind him?" The cloth couldn't hide her beauty. Ugin spun on his heel, giving Cyrene the cue. She whipped off her hat and revealed herself to greet the head of the demonic cult. Jaws dropped the moment her true beauty unveiled itself, and everyone swore they'd never seen anyone so breathtaking. Some men stared at their wives and felt sickened. Then the guy locked eyes with her and a stunned thought hit him. Why is this woman here? Beck drilled non-stop and devoured mountains of information, even straining to curl his hand into a fist. Peck jerked his head up and said he thought he had almost recovered. Then, out of nowhere, his eyes locked on a book lying beside him. Earlier, the man had warned he'd need a month to fully recover, so for that month he had to devour this. Meet Bakken, a body-born martial art, and what he's about to learn demands perfect harmony of mind, body, and energy. A discipline that will sharpen him into something stronger. Beck snapped the book open, his mind racing at the idea that some martial arts can only be mastered in theory. He can't wait for a full recovery. He slammed the book aside, resolve igniting. He needed strength, and fast, so he plunged into relentless training. A girl and her sister burst toward them and demanded to know what he was doing. They'd ordered him to stay motionless until his body recovered, and he flung that command aside, moving anyway. Beck hurled himself into relentless training to grow strong enough to save the one he loved. 100 thoughts clashed in his head, but he snapped his senses shut and plunged into training. In that heartbeat, his teacher's voice sliced through. "You're not doing it right." And a brutal, blinding truth slammed into Beck. His teaching held far more power than he'd ever guessed. The teacher watched the kid's movements and snapped that his strength was still that of a child. Obsessed with his looks, the techniques themselves chained him. "First, we free Peck from blame and fight for a clean restart." Beck's face went blank. He didn't understand what that meant, and had no clue how to even do it. Sayo suddenly surged toward him, but when Beck spun around he caught sight of her standing far off, utterly still, and not coming any closer. Sayo dropped into her chair, slid a small box from her pocket, and announced that even the faintest scratch had vanished from the Lord's body. "So what happened in the end?" Beck shot back. "It's probably all thanks to Mrs. Zhao's miraculous medical skill." The salesman spun around and shouted, "Where did the men go?" Beck demanded answers, and the madam strode in alone, every man conspicuously absent. The CEO said Min swore she'd catch her at the market, so she showed up and purposely slowed her stride. But when she finally arrived, it still threw everyone for a loop. Strangeness prickled Peck's skin. He shot up from the table and barreled into the forest. He tore ahead, then a jolt of memory hit. Sayo had said Min had gone to fetch clothes because the Lord's robe was threadbare. He'd grab her at the market, order her to sew him new garments, then come. Beck's eyes narrowed. This girl wasn't from these parts, had no acquaintances here, so lingering like this would scream, outsider. Suddenly in the market a man materialized behind her, called her name and said, "We haven't met in a while." They whipped around and found a wall of hulking men packed in front of her. And in an instant they knew why the crowd was charging at her. Beck's memory snapped into place. For months those men hadn't been late once. so their sudden absence screamed that something had already happened. Min lay crumpled on the ground, wrists bound and her lips clamped shut. After locking her in the basement, he spat that she was a fool. She'd hidden for years and they'd burned through so much energy searching for her. They finally had her in their clutches. Let her stew a little longer and you'll see her soon. They'll get double for her again. He slammed the door shut, burst out, and a guy stood there calling him Big Brother. The guy pressed him. What's wrong? He pressed again. Is she really okay? The man snapped back immediately. I didn't understand a single word. The guy blurted it out, panic in his voice. He's afraid they might cause way too much trouble. Even tucked away, they've ignited a village-wide panic. Now it's anyone's guess whether the police will dare to step in. He snapped back that the guy was new here. Hadn't been around long enough to understand what was going on. Stunned, he blurted he probably did. The man snarled. Remember, the smaller the village, the more convenient it is for us. This place is so secluded, not a single official will lift a finger to search for her. Peck suddenly spotted a heap of abandoned clothes on the path. Oddly, he snatched one up and inspected it. Beck spat that the men swore she slipped off to the market to order clothes for him, and a scrap of cloth tucked in that secluded corner screams she uses that path all the time. Someone just snatched it. The fabric's still fresh, ripped minutes ago, so the baby's probably still somewhere in the neighborhood. Peck's eyes snapped across the area. Searching every spot one by one would swallow up too much time. Give the trunk a light shove, climb up, and the baby's right there in an instant. He'd already wielded those powers. Now he'd mastered Chen Qi and slammed it into his arsenal. Doubt claws at him. He can barely believe he could do it again. Even after that doubt is gone, obligation forces him to deliver. It was the martial art he'd honed to reflex, so Beck tore into it with every scrap of strength. He had to. He triggered his technique and shot up the trunk like a bolt, scaling it effortlessly without even glancing at how tall it stretched. He landed on a branch, found his footing, and resolved he had to keep going. He'd braced for a brutal fight and found it easy. Then his foot betrayed him. He slipped and began to fall, and his fingernails clawed into the wood to stop him. Dangling from the tree with one hand, he gaped. Astonished he'd mastered his fighting power. And with a slow, controlled shove, he hauled himself upright onto the branch. Peck swore it was impossible to wield consciously. It betrays you and kicks in when you least want it. Breaking techniques, he thought. Beck's eyes darted frantically as she hunted for any men. She was still a little girl. Men filled the house at that moment. She wasn't alone. They must have rounded up the others earlier and kept them here for a few days. Min's memory snapped back to the day she first stumbled on them. And in that instant, she felt how painfully inexperienced she'd been. They should have questioned her the instant they stepped toward her. And the moment she lost her parents seared itself into her forever. They kept her fed and draped in fine clothes to blind her to the rotten truth. People were plotting to seize a child like hers. She dared to love Mr. Peck. Now the penalty will crash down, plain as day. Suddenly the street exploded into motion as the men swarmed him, shouting, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Then blows rained down as a chorus screamed, "Catch this man! Strangle him!" The men caught every sound, and in that heartbeat their minds screamed, "What's going on?" Then the door exploded into splinters right before her eyes. A voice cut through the silence and called to her. The men pried her eyelids open and saw Mr. Beck's shadow. Peck declared, "She's waited a long time, hasn't she? Now it's time for her to go home." Peck saw she was exhausted, hoisted her onto his back and barreled home straight through the woods. He snapped his head to the side and saw she was racked with distress, her flushed cheeks giving her away. Beck swore he'd heard she even stormed into the market to force him to close. So why did she wear it herself first? Out of nowhere the men demanded to know why he'd done it, and Beck blinked at her question, bafflement sparking across his face. Does the Lord even grasp how lethal these people are? They traffic in humans and slaughter without a second thought. If the master were suddenly struck down, how could she possibly endure it? She's just a simple maid, once sold to Hong Lai and clawed her way back to freedom. Who did she think she was to claim any right? Suddenly Peck exploded, declaring she was part of his family, his dear little sister. The men couldn't bear those words. In an instant they burst into raw, choking sobs. No one had ever said that to her before. Beck spun around, spotting tears on her cheeks and snapping, "What happened?" Min's voice shook as she whispered, "Can I call you brother?" Beck shot back that if she felt comfortable, she could call it that. And the men scoffed, leaning in to demand, "Really? She can?" Beck shot a mental ping to Lime. "I've got another lovey-dovey little sister. Consort would be the more accurate title." The next morning, Beck dove into sparring with his teacher, who refused to yield and unleashed his deadliest techniques. The teacher's head snapped up as he realized his blow had been repelled. The teacher realized his student had already learned to command the power's flow. But he kept coming, launching blows from every angle. Peck shattered my expectations. He grasped everything the instant it was shown. Realization hit the teacher hard. Controlling the current alone won't subdue the enemy. What will he do next, he thought. His eyes shot open and he caught sight of his apprentice barreling in, a fist hurtling straight at him. The teacher had only a split second. He scooped up grit and hurled a churning cloud of dust right in front of him to blind and disorient him. Peck slammed to a stop, panic rising. He realized he was screwed and had no idea what to do next. The teacher's voice suddenly ripped through the dust from the far side. Was that the right of the heavens? His technique? He jerked his head up and realized his strike hadn't landed. The teacher had rocketed into the sky. The teacher stormed down and dropped the bomb on the student. He'd already mastered it. Peck snapped that honing his techniques just throws his strengths wide open for his opponent to see. His mentor demands he cast aside practiced techniques and unlock the fierce power sleeping in his unconscious. The teacher roared, "Exactly like that. When technique crumbles, the true essence surges free. When he masters it, he'll behold every phenomenon and fling his eyes wide before the two moons." His mentor's praise hit Beck like a thunderclap, his first ever, and the goal still slipped from his grasp. Lime is within arm's reach, but his hand keeps coming up empty, and he doesn't know when he'll finally set foot there. The teacher strode off, ordering the student to fashion a wooden sword for him. From tomorrow, that simple blade will become a kind of art. Beck's jaw dropped when his teacher commanded him to take up the sword. He'd never been told to do that before. A few days later, Seo and the men pushed into the forest, where she found the younger one pale and trembling, gripped by something and too weak even to speak to her. The CO spun toward her and barked for her to hand over her swords. An unburnt child can't be forced into that kind of work. And Mr. Beck changes his mind. During this period, she'd still be burning the midnight hours in prayer just to stay close to the Lord, wouldn't she? The men shrugged. No big deal, they said. Madam had erased every trace of her pain. Caring for Big Brother Bayek was her job. So when Sia heard he was actually her big brother, shock slammed into her and she swore she'd misheard. The next day, Beck slipped into his new clothes, loved the way they fit, and declared to the men that he'd always be here if she needed anything. Men beamed at her brother's words and blurted, "This is fantastic." Suddenly Seo burst in, froze at the sight and thought, "What's going on here? When did they get this close?" She knows the Lord saved her, of course, but this closeness suffocates her. The CEO shoved that aside and saw they looked breathtaking together. Suddenly the teacher stormed in and snapped that the sword was nothing more than a tool for killing dogs. No better, no worse. Forged for one savage purpose, this sword learned no techniques. It's made only to hunt and kill dogs. That's the legendary blade. Beck insisted it's even the name of the taekwondo style. The teacher snapped he couldn't say if the guy even realized it, but the guy had already forged Whitey Zhenfei into his own flesh. That's why it's forged only in the crucible of battle. They call it Tweti Janfai. He'd fought through countless battles and crossed death's threshold more than once. Now he had to step up and show him the art of war, the horrors he'd seen, and the pain he'd carried. Shock slammed into Beck. He'd never swung a sword before, but he straightened, steadied his breath, and vowed he'd do it. Back gripped the sword with both hands, voice tight as he warned the disciple was still raw, had never swung a blade, and begged forgiveness in advance. The teacher stared at the stance. It didn't look like a sword, and that only proved it was the true sword form, executed with flawless technique. The teacher beamed and declared it really exciting, and Beck's stare snapped into a menacing blade as he demanded, "What exactly?" The teacher declared he'd finally grasped what would come, and Beak exploded into motion, rocketing forward to launch the first attack. In a heartbeat, dust exploded across the battlefield, snuffing out sight so nothing could be seen or understood. Half a world away, Lime trained under her new teacher and dismantled every opponent who dared step up to her. Siring barked, "Pounce on her at once. Don't be afraid just because she's a chef." The teacher vowed she'd master the sword art and obliterate everything, erasing it all from existence. To master this art, she must forge an unshakable calm in the fiercest trials and eclipse every rival. The teacher stepped up and asked if she understood his words. Siren snapped back, "A sword is a tool for killing, no better, no worse." The teacher's eyes flashed with pride as she pronounced it exactly right, and unleashed her to put it into action. Siren shot forward like lightning and tore into her opponents. After sparring, Beck plunged into the forest, drew his sword, and launched into testing his new techniques. The attack hit like lightning and a sledge, the blade cleaving the trees clean in two. Peck skidded to a stop, swept his gaze around, and realized he'd blasted through everything faster than he'd expected. The technique showed its teeth, slamming into Beck until his breaths went shallow. He couldn't catch a proper one. Beck pressed. "He pulled it off, didn't he?" The teacher declared. "One strike that severs the soul. A magnificent sword art." It was a knockout. The next day, Beck marched straight to the teacher, announced himself, and asked to be accepted as a student. Beck remembered. 3 years had thundered past since they'd started training him in martial arts, and his teacher's hair had already gone silver, every crease on his face shouting how he'd aged. If he'd been clueless about martial arts back then, he'd have walked right past it. Now every move screams meaning to him. The teacher ages because he invented a technique that channels his inner strength through his body to siphon in spiritual herbs. When his teacher finally bestowed the inner strength on him after more than 100 years of successful training, time froze around him, then ripped back to life. He'd been the one who carved away the teacher's remaining time, and now he knows how to answer a gratitude as deep as the sea. He's still racing toward the lost cup. He won't let it slip through his fingers. Without warning, the teacher fired a question at him. "When you leave here, what are you going to do?" And Beck went rigid, frozen, mid-breath. The master cracked a grin, spun on his heel, and snapped, "Follow me." The teacher cut into the forest's heart and led him straight to a lone grave. Beck stared at the stone and thought, how about one part? He tidied with reverent precision, but a burning question gnawed at him. Whose property is this? The teacher thundered to the disciple that it belonged to the owner, the Lord of Destruction and Heavenly Power. He swore he'd be at his side for life, and if death claimed him, his place would still be right here. Beck's gut clenched. In an instant he knew his teacher had already seen he'd be leaving soon, and the teacher barked at him to accept it. Beck lowered his head as the teacher pressed a strange, never-before-seen book into his hands. He snatched the book and froze at the title, Sword of the Moon, Destructive Sword. The teacher declared it had originally been a set of 5 sword art techniques. He grafted 2 more techniques onto it, forging it into a 7-technique sword art. The very art he'd spent his entire life crafting, honing every last detail. At last he knows the moment has come to hand the reins back to the people. Beck crumpled to his knees and bowed his head to his teacher, the hopeless truth settling in that even 100 years of repayment wouldn't be enough. Time's run out. Agony sears through me. He'll come back, no doubt. And until then he begged the teacher to take care of himself. The next morning, Beck burst into the dawn, launching himself on the new journey of his life. He whipped around, eyes snapping to his room and landing on the teacher, still asleep. Beck tells his teacher he wants one last goodbye, but fear claws at him that he'll leave behind only regret. Bowing his head, Beck strode off, but his mind kept yanking him back to his past life. Truth is, he'll be gone soon. His mind's a thunderstorm of 1,000 racing thoughts, and if you keep talking it'll just stretch on and on. He pictured the men devastated. Then the teacher materialized behind him, sneered, carefree, and barked, "You going to walk out without saying a single word?" Beck spun around, stunned to see the teacher. The man fell silent and flung his sword straight into Beck's hands. Beck barked, "What sword is that?" And the teacher's voice cut through, "It's Zhulun's blade, not his personal weapon, but the sword of the Huashan school. He'll storm the Huashan school and claim the sword as they hand him the blade that belongs to his teacher." The moment he mastered the Shudian school's Shudian technique, hostility would explode around him. He had to forge himself into a weapon capable of smashing every one of these offenses, and the teacher locked eyes with him and asked if he could do it. Beck crossed his swords and vowed he could pull it off. The men stepped forward to say their goodbyes too. Sayo couldn't stop her and stopped. Afterward, the CEO vowed she'd be waiting for him and insisted he come back. At that moment, Beck's mind ripped back into the past while the teacher addressed him. Lost in the clouds, he choked out an apology. The teacher snapped, "What did she think she was doing, ringing him non-stop when he wouldn't answer?" Beck replied that he was just lost in a flicker of the past, then shot back. Hadn't he told them to call him by his name when they weren't together? Vaklam Kwan thrummed with life. People hustled and the streets teemed. And on that very day, Han Shang strode into the city. Shang barked he hadn't been back in ages, but the place sits unnervingly silent. Something's off. With the other senior teachers gone, there's not a single fight to be seen. He patrolled the grounds when a strange noise ripped through the air, and he zeroed in on the battle hall as the source. Steel screamed in the battle hall as the crowd roared, demanding Zhang Gongzi unleash the sword's pride and his deadly skill. He seized the moment and unleashed the towering greatness and ironclad authority of true excellence. On the brink of death, he glared at Chi Min's opponent and vowed he'd end the ranking issue today. The men barked at him to stop being stubborn. He'd been at Vogam Quan a full day before the other man. Rage exploded in Dai. He hurled his attack and roared he wouldn't accept it. Men stood unafraid and snapped that this proved why he'd refused to waste breath on those rude, lowly martial artists. Today he will forge the true path of the Youngho world into him. They snapped, "Don't cry when you lose." The men barely blinked. They casually raised their swords and lunged at the insolent man. The battle raged as fans poured in massive wagers, and a bettor barked for everyone to hurry up and throw down everything they had. A bookie stormed into the crowd, barking for wagers and who they backed. One man snapped he was betting on young Master Tia Sung, the heir to Tom Cook's legendary martial art. The second man roared he'd bet on young Master Qi Ming, disciple of the great hero Han Xiang, claiming he was the world's unrivaled master of the three perfections and the three secret arts. The betting man lunged at him and snarled that today was the battle of the century to decide who would become the youngest disciple among the 4 Lam Quan disciples. Bid quickly, or you'll be sorry. Stavoshnik peered closer, and disbelief slammed into him as he realized who was standing right before him. Die-Eye snaps at his opponent. What are you doing? Are you going to dodge this until the end? When do we get to see who wins and who loses? The men realized it. The same raw brute force approach, his sword art stripped down to nothing but savage chopping blows. If he keeps pushing until his strength shatters, victory will land as easily as flipping his palm. Momentarily distracted, men found a blade inches from his face. He hooked his sword around the others and slammed the attack aside. The blow exploded with such speed the men never saw it coming, and it hurled him backward. The men erupted, roaring. Who in this life wields a sword without proper sword arts? You nearly ruined his precious blade, Day snapped. That's why I told him to switch to a sword. Don't let him use it like a woman. Have him yank out every remaining sword. He refuses to hear those words. He hasn't unleashed his full power yet, and that stubbornness costs him the victory. The men seethed and demanded, "What did you say?" They surged forward, hissing, "Did you mean that about the woman?" The men sneered he'd be crawling back on his hands today. The men instantly catapulted his sword skyward as his opponent watched, laughing at him. Dai pressed, "Are you finally ready to get serious?" Min snapped that he'd driven himself into this position. Don't let him complain later. Dai finally unveiled the 3 perfections, the 3 secret arts, right before his eyes. Men hurled every one of his swords skyward and unleashed the sword control art. Min seethed that Ho Tom Quack's disciple had insulted him, and declared his disciples would soon be crippled. D roared that starting today he'd wield a sword, and then smash his own blade to splinters. At last the men choked out a genuine apology. The junior teacher was on the verge of becoming an invalid. He unleashed all 3 of his abilities, fixing their full force squarely on his opponent. Dai said, "The art of sword control demands speed. Stall and you're finished. 1 strike is enough to end you." Out of nowhere, a lone sword hurtled in, flashing as it sent the 3 warriors' blades skittering aside. All 3 swords thundered to the ground at once and jaws dropped. No one could understand what had just happened. He gaped at everything too, jaw dropped. Xiang burst out and slammed 5 swords into the ground around him, the blades closing in from every direction. The men spotted his teacher, but Chong immediately herded them into a room and snarled that they were fools. How dare he spout that nonsense when the Hoshan tournament is mere days away? If someone gets injured, what will they do? The boys blurted apologies to the teacher. Shang warned them to realize the Haoshan tournament, now tied to the demonic sect, would drag the disciples of the martial arts union into the fray. They're Vaklam Quan disciples, but never underestimate the young storm swelling up from the 10 sects, the one-sided sect, and the 6th grade clans. He's convinced they understand his every word. Men watched and knew this was a deadly clash that erupts every 20 years between a demonic sect bent on infiltrating the Central Plains and the Wulam martial arts schools. Every 20 years, both sides pick their fiercest champions and hurl them into a single brutal martial duel. 1 fight to settle the score and spare the rest from slaughter. Every scheme the demonic sect hatched shattered against Vaklam Quan's unshakable might, so they demanded duels between young masters. That's why the disciples of Vaslam Quan must descend on the martial arts union's grand gathering to battle for the right to be their representative. Listen, if Big Brother Tongong steps in, victory's already sealed, so why would he even bother showing up? Xiang blurted, "Where are Annie and Tui Lin?" They shot back, "Big Brother Tung bakes in Matin now." They slammed a hand over his mouth and snarled he'd mix things up. "It's A-Tin, the new tea house, not Ma-Tin." The elders surged from behind and roared, "It was Ma-Ting, wasn't it?" She snapped at Dai to speak again, as a tide of girls pressed against Than Hulao's door, clawing to shove their way inside. She flung the door open and proclaimed she'd been gorgeous all day. She'd just seen those old men, and today she finally got to enjoy the sight. She proclaimed this young master as hers for the day and made sure no one dared lay a finger on him. But who's that ugly girl at his side? Is she his favorite? She snapped at her older brother. What kind of game is this? He declared they were going to destroy Beeman. A girl burst into the room and proclaimed the title White Knife was made for a great man like him. Elation surges through her as she rushes to meet Mr. Tongbek, Pham Tsujo, the governor of Beijing. Zhizhu, Beijing's governor, snarled that it was impossible. Did the guest not grasp what a magical sect is? daring to show up and demand this? She knows Mr. Tongbek is the fabled white jade sword, his renown roaring across every river and lake. Across the globe they sneer, calling it a mediocre evil school. Dead wrong. The magic sect is no such thing. Beck snarled. I know Tang Zhao is a servant of the magic sect. Tang Zhao stands as the magic sect's beachhead, driven into Zhongyuan as the spearhead of their conquest. In just 15 years they plundered secret techniques and ripped divine artifacts from the righteous sect, leaving a wake of countless crimes. He hunted the truth down himself and knows beyond doubt they're the revitalized squad of the magical sect. Yebek thrust a small box forward and growled that he wanted only one thing: the whereabouts of the leader of the magical sect. Opening the gift, Joe didn't flinch. She confessed she'd been expecting something major, only to find out he's merely a disciple of the famed Han Hinju. It's just a bunch of naive boys. Then the girl sitting at the back beside them snapped, shot to her feet, and slammed her fist down on the table. She snapped that if she dared say that again, head of Ha or not, insulting their teacher Han Hyun is unforgivable. Joe jabbed the question at her. Doesn't she realize just how towering Han Hyun's position is? Han Hyun is the righteous sect's unbreakable pillar, holding the line now that the Huashan family's strength is crumbling. Let them court death if they insist. It's their choice. Strike down Han Hyun's disciple and brace for a storm of consequences. You don't shrug off a magic sect like faceless nobodies you can stomp into the dirt. The girl whipped around to her older brother and snapped, "Clean yourself up! Bolt from this gang. It's better than rotting with these petty scum." And if their teacher ever found out, they'd be less ashamed. A bolt of inspiration hit Beck and she blurted, "Can we change the terms?" Joe snapped, "I'll help, but only if the magic sect stays out of it." Beck declared trump and slammed the half medallion his teacher had handed him down onto the table. Joe's breath hitched the moment the medallion flashed. She realized it was one half of an order. Beck tasked her with finding one person. The moment their conversation ended, they raced straight into the head of Beijing's territory. Suddenly she whirled to her older brother and, voice trembling, blurted, "Can I not go?" The older brother's already a powerhouse. He's ranked first in the world for Hayam Tianha, so he's hunting down the family martial art. Beck swallowed, apologized to his younger sister, then shrugged and told her it was her own business. Longing burned in her chest, and it still wasn't enough. She was certain Big Brother's family had shrunk to just the two of them. Beck spotted her and snapped, "Why that face?" Then told her not to be afraid. No matter what anyone says, their family is still whole. Duty drags him on as the family's heir. He pleads with her to understand, promising he's only slipping into the black market to buy the family's secret techniques and will be right back. At that moment, Mrs. Peking Zhou zeroed in on them from her towering mansion. Doubt clawed at her. Had she made the right choice? They crown Hawa Moon the world's top intelligence force. The truth is she crumbles into nothing but fine dust. Daring to pry into that magic sect could get them killed. She'd already slammed the door, refusing the request outright. Beijing's a sprawling giant, and Mr. Tong knows that better than anyone. Those relatives who vanished 15 years ago ripped the heart out of the organization, leaving it weak and hollow. Beck pressed Mrs. Beijing, demanding to know why, and Joe locked onto those calm eyes. Yet the way he clutched half the order laid bare a deep, indomitable sadness. All her life, Joe burned with one question. Does she really see herself in him? She carried the bone-deep ache of losing someone. She still wants to help, even if it's only a little. And in the end she stopped him cold. She paused, then declared she couldn't grant the request, but tossed the master one razor-sharp tip. Catastrophe for Hawa Moon. The family cult's secret rules have been unleashed on the black market. Joe hurled one last question. What does it even mean? Beck had already decided and bolted into a brand new journey. He planted himself before the towering house, thanked Fochin, and vowed he'd come to them even if it meant walking into a trap. Joe dared to hope she'd wished Mr. Tong would run into the right person. A tearful reunion or a savage revenge. On the way, little sister's heart lurched as memories slammed in. She and Mr. Tong had been Hanian's disciples since childhood, living side by side as blood brothers. Mr. Tong always averted his gaze. Then one day he snapped, "Let them say what they want. Our family is everything." If Song and Chimin got wind of this, they'd explode with joy. And suddenly a strange man strode up to her side, bound for Beijing. The stranger's voice sliced the air. "Can I talk to her?" Surprise ripped through the girl and she whipped around, staring straight at the man. They hammered out his request, sealed the deal, and the wanderer bowed, gratitude blazing as he thanked the girl for her help. She froze. Something felt off. She'd barely stepped out of the tavern when someone was already asking for directions back to it. He whipped off his hat as the city burst into view and shouted, "Here it is! Beijing!" a sharp ache reminding him how long it had been since he'd been here. The wanderer stormed into the brothel as several girls surged forward to greet him. The elder whirled to the girl, snapped, "Why are you stalling?" and ushered her forward to greet the new guest at once. The wanderer announced he wanted to meet Fo Chen, and the elder heard it and froze, rooted to the spot. She froze, at a loss. Mr. Fo Chen barred anyone who showed up without an appointment. The wanderer snapped off his hat, vowed he'd do it again, and strode to meet the head of the sect. A memory slammed into the wanderer, and yanked him back to the childhood he spent running and playing with his friends. The girls cackled and called Mrs. Fo over, shouting, "Look at this man! He looks like a monkey!" The mistress snapped that teasing the little brother was wrong, then swept her gaze over the children and caught the bright, reckless joy on their faces. Joe was convinced these children were orphans assembled for Hawamoon. Even if they'd grown up like siblings, their lives ultimately belonged to Hawamoon. Genuine shouldn't be forced to spend their childhood trapped under such brutal conditions. Born with noble blood, he was shut out of his own family because his mother's low status sullied his name. One high-ranking ally, and his standing becomes ironclad. The girl barreled into Ms. Fo Chin's room, and Joe shot back that Ms. Fo Chin had already told them she wasn't receiving guests today. Shock slammed into her, and she blurted to the mistress, "It's our younger brother. He's here." Madam exploded, barking to her staff that business ends today and the service stops here. Mistress knew the Doanchin Lao branch was the linchpin, the engine that processed every scrap of Hawamoon's information. This is where the fiercest How woman masters burst into the fray, and she couldn't shake one burning question. Who are they, really? She flung the second door open and recoiled at the sight. All her guards lay sprawled on the floor, knocked out cold. The truth slammed into her. Everyone was still alive. She could control them but not end their lives. So in the end, who did it? A voice ripped through the chaos. "I only came to meet the sect leader," he cried. "They all swarmed me. I had no choice." The moment his voice hit her, she went rigid, every nerve screaming because it was hauntingly, painfully familiar. He saw the head and blurted that it was shocking she led Hawamoon. They hadn't seen her in a long time. Joe beckoned him to the table, thrust a bottle toward him, and declared she was stunned he was still alive. She'd heard he still hadn't shaken the Eastern Precinct's pursuit, but the wanderer shot back that the head already knew every secret of his life. Joe snapped, "Doesn't he know?" And her great sister was, impossibly, the man from Hawaman. Did they all find love, and was the disciple glued to her side? Chu realized he'd changed. The wild, murderous beast inside him had been replaced by a cold, silent presence, sharp and gleaming like a sword. She blinked, thinking what happened, and before she could react, Wanderer sliced through the silence and said he needed information on Matuo to kill him. He pressed every other branch and was bluntly told the Eastern Section's secrets belonged only to the sect head and above. He realized he needed far more information if he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Shock slammed into Joe, confusion roaring through him. Is the guy even conscious? Zhang Matuo now wields more power than the Emperor himself. He's about to single-handedly annihilate the most powerful person, and those eyes burn with a vow to kill Matuo alone. If the little wolf assassin staggered out of endless battles alive, then he might have actually pulled it off. Zhang Matuo doesn't just feud with the Dong family. He ranks among the Ting family's feared 9 great enemies. They should have rushed to him. She's the head of Hawamoon, and no deal ever lacks value. Joe shot back at the guy bluntly. She'd tell him everything, but any details about Zhang Matuo would cost a fortune. The moment the conversation ended, he charged into a one-man brawl against the attackers, and an older foe panicked, screaming at the guy to back off. The Wanderer said nothing, lunged without warning with a razor-sharp blade, and severed his head. He sent his enemy's head rolling and never noticed the little child standing nearby, frozen, eyes wide with horror. Terror slammed into the child. He whipped his face toward the forest and bolted away. He flung the book open and the pages spelled it out. Matuo came from Guangzhou and had one older sister. They forced his sister into the imperial palace as a maid and poisoned her to death. Fury ignited, he plunged into relentless meditation to infiltrate the imperial palace and avenge her. His martial technique siphons the heavens' positive energy and forges it into unstoppable power. Maybe Hawamoon's intel was right. That day Joe revealed a child to him, and he snapped, "Who is it?" Jules snapped that the boy was the son of the legendary warrior Tin Niat, and dared him to try to become his uncle. She demanded he meet one condition before she'd reveal a single secret about young Matuo to him. He snapped his book shut, thoughts clinging to the idea of becoming this child's uncle. That information was pure gold. In that instant, Tua perched on his throne and sneered, "He's a true nudist. Give him the golden crown and he still can't be emperor." Even if they named a new heir today, he'd already had his fill of playing with toys. He craved a fight with Dongfeng Tianhao. It would be so much more fun. until a menacing shout of his name pierced the air, and Tuo froze. To's eyes snapped to his guest. Recognition struck like lightning. But the Wanderer said it had been ages since they'd last seen each other. He shamelessly helped himself right in front of him and burst into loud laughter. Rage boiled in Wanderer as he locked his gaze straight into his enemy's eyes. Tuo's eyes flashed as he said, "That guy's definitely learned some martial arts techniques." Tuo barely spoke, snatched his sword, rose from his throne, and a bone-deep, terrifying aura poured off him. To snapped, "What's next?" Then they closed the distance to test how far he'd come and immediately launched their attack. The Wanderer didn't flinch. He planted himself like a rock, staring down his foe and waiting for the fight to erupt. He brandished his sword and unleashed a writhing army of serpents, but the other sneered down at him, determined to finish him off. To warned the transformation dragon would surge from the sea as a roaring blast of raw energy. Can he dodge it this time? The traveler snapped, stunned by the enemy's raw, crushing energy. The enemy had already unleashed it with brutal, overwhelming force. Wanderer held his strength back until the final second, seized the opening, and blasted into the sky. Shock slammed into To when he saw it. I'd never witnessed anything like this from him before. To barked crazy at the guy and snapped, "How dare you invade my fierce energy?" The Wanderer staggered as the truth hit him. The enemy had leached the life from countless people, and that inner power was terrifying. Only when Jin, Shi, and Shen united could anyone ascend to the stronghold's true level. How can this colossal inner force be called strong when those things stand right before him? One brutal slash would cut them off, and he'd be finished. Seizing that very speed, the Wanderer barreled through the enemy, his sword flashing as it severed the snakes' heads. To exploded, roaring at the guy to stop laughing. Did he really think he'd reach the level of a fortress sword? The Wanderer shot back that his sword it put the northern barbarian's sword to shame. Tuo roared, "You're an insolent fellow!" And their swords slammed together in the center of the room. The energy from both sides slammed into each other so hard the whole crowd froze. Not a single soul dared to move. Energy tore through the room, shredding everything around them. Not a single soul budged. The Wanderer surged forward, trying to fell his enemy with one decisive do-or-die blow. Tua's heart pounded. How had this guy climbed to such a level of martial arts? He wasn't alone here. To sneered, calling the guy a fool for daring to try to assassinate him, and then openly flaunted his inner strength for all to see. The outburst tore through the air and sent every warrior from the eastern precinct charging in. He's blown away. In just 3 years he's already terrifyingly strong. He grits his teeth and clings on. Just a little longer and his team will storm in. Wanderer snaps that all he has to do is carve it all the way out. Looking at him, the truth slams into him. He used to be weak. His level in this world is now astonishingly high. Even more insane, when a mob of weaklings attacks, no matter how many swarm him, not a single strike even grazes him. To snapped that he shouldn't brag, and the Wanderer shot back he'd soon put that boast to the test. The Wanderer slammed his sword down, driving his enemy beneath him. Tuo was blindsided and lunged to counter. Wanderer funneled his energy through his sword, forcing the enemy's blade to buckle and splinter. To froze, disbelief crashing through him. Could his own inner strength finally consume him? Wanderer spat that even his deadly martial skills, if Jinchi Shen wasn't united, were nothing but an empty shell. Tuo gaped at the scene, shock ripping through him as his sword exploded into a scatter of tiny shards. The Wanderer kept going. He surged in and landed a bone-crushing strike that tore his enemy's arm away. To stared in disbelief as a brutal force shattered the inner strength he relied on. The traveler sneered, calling it ridiculous. How can anyone debate a fortress sword's rank at such a low level? It rips me apart. So many true warriors have fallen beneath that half-hearted standard, and he isn't worthy of another word. He must die. To sagged to his knees. The fight drained from him. He knew he was utterly beaten and rasped, "Don't come any closer." He'll shower him with everything he craves. Power, money, women, even real blessings. Then obliterate every charge. Crimes and accusations of opposing authority. He vowed to wipe every stain from Dongfeng Tianhua's name, then crown him emperor. He dropped to his knees begging the man to pardon him. Then a feral will to live snapped into place. He would survive at all costs. He braced to hold the line until his guards arrived. The traveler agreed and snapped, "Time to act!" After the way he'd treated him before, if Tuo could dodge his sword energy, he'd spare him. Only one technique. Dodge it, and Tuo survives. Shock slammed into him and he shot back. Is that guy really talking? The traveler fired back an answer, sparing him the need to repeat himself. To swore he understood and believed him, mentally branded the man a fool, and clung to one unshakable truth, the flying technique. He realized he'd have enough time at first light to annihilate the eastern section's warriors right on the palace doorstep. He'd come to rue his naivete, and for now he seemed hooked on his power. just like in the old days. He hadn't expected to bolt away that fast. From that distance, the sword's energy couldn't bridge the gap. How could that sideways slash explode out of nowhere? And why did it happen? Wanderer summoned every ounce of power and from a long distance, ripped Tuo clean in two. Marching up to Tuo's corpse, Wander swelled with false strength. Then the lie shattered. It was stolen power, blown up by staged sorrow. His school would be obliterated by someone like Tuo. He'd tracked Tuo down to pry information about Limoy from him, but every lead slammed shut. He burst outside and realized his shout had already rallied Tuo's men, every one of them massed at his door. The Wanderer spat that Tuo was dead and snarled he wouldn't have killed them if Tuo hadn't stirred up trouble. The squad leader bellowed it couldn't be. Kun Kun really dead? That monster did it? Shock seared the traveler as they begged him to kill them and seize the new leader's seat. He eluded every warrior, and Kun Kun's status exploded into the hottest buzz in town. The traveler spun to them and snapped, "Looks like you won't give up that easily." His words hit like a grenade. Everyone froze in place and Guy spat the verdict. It was all their fault. The commander demanded to know what it was, and the Wanderer brandished his sword, snarling that they mustn't dare rejoice. The next day, Lady Joe snatched the letter and immediately flopped into a chair, eyes burning as she tore through its words. Disbelief hit Joe like a punch. He'd actually pulled it off, and the letter announced Matu was dead along with 150 eunuchs from the Oriental workshop. Inside the palace, investigators tore into a case to unmask what triggered the floods. Cho stared, convinced Tong had no backup. Could he really be pulling everything off all by himself? Maybe Zhuang Mado's fearsome reputation was wildly overrated. Then, out of nowhere, a thunderous knock slammed against her door. Joe brushed it off, convinced Tong was far stronger than he'd expected. Noticing she didn't answer, the guests burst through the door and hurled the box down onto her desk. Juice's eyes snapped to the box and she gasped. She looked up and her mouth fell open. This was the last thing she'd expected. The guests snapped at Madam. "Why are you hiding this like this?" Joe leaned closer, eyes widening, and blurted, "Is it really Dong too?" He shot back that he and Madame hadn't seen each other in ages, then flashed his trademark smile. In the evening, she and he slipped out to the pavilion grounds and dropped down side by side in the backyard as small children scampered and laughed around them. Two gasped. Time raced by. He's only 3 and the kid's already shot up so much. Even the older sister had whipped up a steaming meal and set it before the boy to eat. Does she even know? If this kid eats and explodes into a martial arts master, the Ting family might swoop in and seize her as a wife? Joe snapped at the kid. "What's wrong? Isn't your little brother in Shanghai right now? Rumors say the demonic sect is making strange moves." Two demanded. "Can't Uncle visit his nephew?" Madam snapped. "The brother knows I never pry into the demon sect's affairs." She snapped that if it was Mado's business she'd explain and try to tell him, but the guy cut her off. She swore she learned it all from that guy Tong. Whatever Mo is, Tong's a top client of Namen. So Namen launched the investigation. Tong's strength rivaled the Jiangmu world's greatest sects, and those mighty houses were razed to cinders in a single night. At first, he pictured towering organizations that could have annihilated Tuo. Then, the cold truth hit. It was the work of just one person. Madam paused, measured every angle, then defiantly declared it was only one Tongbacchus. Toho declared Tongbak an unimaginable master. One strike from him cut down 30 people, leaving a heap of corpses. The truth hit like a knockout. He's her age, his fighting skills are terrifying, and the master is the boy's uncle. Crushing humiliation. He thrust the precious Zhang Baishen at him. No native uncle would ever let a stranger with no blood ties best him. He's got to go now. Sister, don't forget. Simmer the Zhongbaixian until it's rich and pile his plate high. Feeding him plenty will be devastatingly effective. Cho fired back that Dong Sung Wan could untangle his own internal Tao. Was Young Ma so important they'd strike a deal behind her back without even telling her? He bellowed, "How can this be? Even if the court loses one, another will leap in to take his seat." "The bond between Hawumon and the court can't be destroyed," Joe snapped. "Then why did you come here?" The guy sneered that the magic had done its work, and Joe froze, stunned by what she heard. Beck kept asking, "Why magic?" as the spell conjured a white knife and a black knife that resembled a blader. And that sight sparked a theft. A hidden trap sprang to life on his path as mercenaries hunched in the trees, ready to leap. One of the mercenaries snarled, "That bastard. Rumor says he fell beneath the 7 fairy soul weapons, and yet he still slipped away. It's all reprisals and hollow theatrics. Once someone gets ensnared by the 7 fabulous soul weapons, not even the 4 great masters can escape it. The magic leader's moment he's waited for so long erupts. The white knife must be reclaimed at all costs, and mercenaries pounced on him in an instant." Beck felt the end closing in, his vision dissolving into a smear, but he clenched his jaw and forced himself to do it. He swore to his brother he'd be there, and he wasn't about to back down. He'd go. A voice tore through the silence. "This is how it is!" The Tong House's headman announced it. Mercenaries hounded him through the trees, their shouts tearing the air. "Bring the white knife back here!" Fearless, he snatched his sword and charged straight at them, ready to cut the enemies down. The Wanderer, cutting through the nearby forest, froze when a massive explosion erupted. He skidded to a halt, convinced a fight had broken out. The Wanderer roared that the underworld was no different from the battlefield. At that moment, Peck ripped into the mercenaries, annihilating everyone in his path. On his last breath, the mercenary rasped to the guy that after falling under the seven, their fabulous soul weapons flared uselessly. He crushed them anyway. Don't let him fool himself into thinking he'll survive. His chances are slim, and they're closing in fast. After all the fighting, Beck crumpled to the ground, utterly drained of strength. His vision went black, and death closed in. He knew Komai would explode. Now he's begging his mentor to apologize, and his inept student must be the first to go. Had he known sooner, he would have wrapped everyone in genuine warmth. Now regret claws at him for so many things. He even apologized to his father and mother, and swore he'd find his brother. In the end, he still hasn't found him, and guilt devours him. The traveler wouldn't let him die. He hoisted him onto his back and staggered toward a hidden, silent clearing. Relief slammed into Beck. He hailed the traveler as a great hero and spilled out a raw, grateful, "Thank you." Gratitude slammed into him. Bringing his news to Wulam Quan had paid off, and he'd even pledged to carry a dying man like him back to his native land. When they reach Wulam Quan, he explodes into grateful thanks and finally blurts out whether the revered hero has any brothers or sisters. Carried piggyback, memories crash over him. Days ago, he was the one shouldering others. Suddenly, the Wanderer leaned in and hissed to the lad. "We're here. Keep your voice down." He slammed to a stop at the entrance as the crushing truth hit him. So much time had already slipped away. The town lay deserted, ruins devouring the surroundings until only one stubborn house remained. Tension coiled in Wanderer's chest. This was his first time back since he was 5, and his memory was a blank. He'd only planned a quick stop on his way to Hoshan, and in a heartbeat, everything flipped. Bex lurched and spewed a strange liquid from his system. The traveler lunged forward, urgently asking the guy if he was okay, and Beck shot back, "They're here!" That familiar pine scent burned into him forever. Someone had once told him that when a man faces death, he always wants to return to his homeland. Now it hits him. Even a great hero needs to visit home more often. It'd be a crying shame if he turned up and it wasn't there. The Wanderer cut him off, barking, "Shut up and don't waste another word." He stormed into one of the rooms and memories crashed over him. This beautiful place. While Peck said it was his little brother's room, the traveler blurted, "Can I let go now?" Beck planted himself beside the door and thanked the Wanderer for his help. Gratitude burning, he thrust the book and the locket into his hands and said, "Could he ask for one more of his?" As he shifted, the floor suddenly looked different, and, to his shock, it came away so he could lift it. The traveler stumbled on the stash, jaw dropping at the sight, and Peck fired back that it was his little brother's treasure trove. Wanderer sneered. "Nothing of value. Probably just a bunch of little kids' toys." Beck urged him to have the kid cram his stuff in there. If he survived, he'd go back and find them. He had a younger brother, a kid gone missing. He raced through every alley and street, praying the whole time that his brother was still alive. Brutal. He has to swallow his pride and apologize to him. If they cross paths, tell him to repeat out loud exactly what he said. He hadn't abandoned his brother that day. He had no right to be angry with him. The traveler suddenly snapped and smashed the box with his own hands. Peck pleaded he didn't want to die. Then in a heartbeat his voice vanished and he crumpled, completely out cold. Suddenly the traveler barreled up to Peck and demanded, "You swore you wouldn't leave, didn't you?" He'd sworn he'd never abandon his brother. So why did it have to be like this? Wanderer snapped, voice raw. He'd apologized, hadn't he? He should be forgiven now. Rage boiled in the Wanderer as he roared at the guy, demanding he say what he wanted. Why is he treating his little brother like this? He stormed in and tore their world apart. He released his brother's body, the Wanderer insisting he wasn't angry about leaving him behind. Rage tore through him. The man died without his consent, and it stung more because the dead man never had a chance to apologize to his brother. He left his brother's body and tore to the corner where 3 swords lay, snatching one up as he snarled that by then his brother had already fallen at another's hands. Right then, a crowd had already swarmed the front of the house. They'd come for his brother. The masked girl snarled that no matter where he ducked for cover, they'd still have to come back here. Suddenly, every boring memory crashes back into her head again. His warrior, helmet absurdly clamped to his head, gave no reply and erupted into low, guttural, unnerving noises. She snapped his name, Luke Tay, and begged him to calm down. His mentor lay dead, Revenge had already been taken, and rage would only ruin everything. But one of the mercenaries gasped that the 7 holy soul shards poison had ripped through him. After reading the new chapter, he won't be able to survive. She believed she'd turned Tongji's massacre into bait to draw the white knife into the open. We thought it'd be a cakewalk. Who would have guessed the white knife's master is a disciple of one of the underworld's 4 sages? Wipe out every crow down to the last root, and make sure the 4 sages of the underworld never set foot in this world again. Out of nowhere, the wanderer burst outside and demanded to know if they'd come looking for the white knife. Recognition slammed into her when Tong Fu-chan's voice brushed her ears. It sounded eerily like him, but she knew in an instant it wasn't his. The white knife's owner is Tong Ong. That makes him the new Hap. And the helmeted man suddenly explodes into a low, familiar snarl again. He blurted, "Tong Fu-chuan!" The girl snapped at him to come to his senses. He wasn't Tong Fu-chuan. Rage exploded in Luke. He launched himself at the enemy, determined to destroy them. Chuan froze, holding his ground, daring Luke to step even closer. The Bao leapt skyward and dove in for one brutal, fatal strike to finish him off. Chan snapped his head up and froze. His enemy's hand was glowing, and he couldn't tell what it was or why. The bow funneled its power into his palm, and he blasted it dead on at the guy. Chan's smile cut through the anger. He knew with bone-deep certainty that avenging his brother wasn't his fight. He poured his energy into the sword and parried Luke's entire assault, hurled at him in one crushing blow. He vowed to avenge his brother. Chan snarled it was a matter of the white knife, and lunged with a single savage blow. The bow froze as a white light exploded inches from his face, shock ripping through him. The masked girl's eyes snapped wide. What on earth was that? And where did the little guy pull that insane strength from? The bow splintered under that raw energy, and the blow blasted him all the way to the other side of the world. The next morning, Sean hoisted his brother, lugged him into the forest, and resolved to give him a proper burial. He dropped the final bombshell. Mentor had once told him to read the chapter that would betray everything. He can't do it, so he and his brother share a wrenching goodbye as he vows he'll drop by now and then. Right after that, Pak tore into another city and was ambushed by a swarm of strange, menacing figures. Shock slammed into the girl, freezing her in place. She wondered what kind of incredible power that could be. Another warrior loomed beside the girl and barked, "What are you doing?" He saw she had frozen, intercepted the strike to spare her, then hurled her out of harm's way. It blindsided her. She froze, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. She forced herself upright, pain lancing through her, and when she whirled to face the elder, shock slammed into her. She saw the elder's arm gone, but he clenched his teeth, clung to life, and ordered her to tell the leader this man's power rivaled the head of a small sect. She steeled herself, spun on her heel, and sprinted into the forest. She bolted. The elder spun to the guy and barked, "Are you going after her?" Pak sneered. "If we're going to die anyway, why run now?" The elder's eyes flashed. This guy was spouting that claim without even knowing how many of them there were. Pa couldn't fathom it. How could he possibly know? The elder reeled at that iron resolve, and his life ebbed away. Out of nowhere, he burst into a loud, raucous laugh. He thought it was hilarious. Suddenly, he infused his wounded arm with a strange force and bellowed to the whole world that they were a laughingstock. Fury snapped through him. He wouldn't let even Master Kang Ho's apprentice treat MASH like that. The elder clamped a rag to his bleeding arm, barreled into the man, and spat. "Blame your own arrogance for this." He'd risk it all, even to seize at least one of his hands. Pak planted himself and snapped that it was funny. He dropped into stance and unleashed a blinding torrent of magic, and the elder mistook it for the moon. The elders touched it slowly, and hellish pain seared through them. Disbelief ripped through him. If that man could shatter the power of his 10th yang energy, he towered miles above the elders. He bulldozed him backward. The other's power wasn't even at the level of a small sect, while he himself equaled a senior elder, or even surpassed one. Pak delivered the killing blow, sneering, "Don't pretend your death is unfair. You're all going to die anyway." Meanwhile, the girl had already plunged into the forest and skidded to a halt as a blinding light flared up right behind her. Arriving at the general's, she dropped a breathless apology and explained she'd been forced to flee from there to inform him. She burst into an explanation. They'd come to the Central Plains to forge the foundation for confronting the Sects. If they dug up the Sects' secrets, they'd hold the key to obliterating their martial arts. Her mission: retrieve the Song family's secret techniques. Then, out of nowhere, someone burst in and greeted the leader. He sprang to his feet and shot a crisp greeting back to the second master. She couldn't place the second master. Then the truth slammed into her. He was the cult leader's second son. The second master went cold when word hit that the man with the white jade sword had seized the Sun family's techniques. It looked like they had failed. They'd already sealed their pact with the demonic cult, Now what do? She hurled herself to her knees and swore the master wasn't to blame. The 12 elders hatched a daring scheme. Come Volume 5, they'd bring the white jade sword back using the Sun family's techniques. They swore to shoulder every ounce of blame if it meant bringing Mr. Heju back. Before she could finish, the second master's guard lunged in and spat that she'd heard the 12 elders of Maexong might join their cult. Boom. Truth hits. Those promises were hollow, and the 12 elders are nothing special. The second lord snapped and barked for her to shut up, but she refused to be muzzled and shot back. Is the cult not worried? From the first whisper, they blew the Central Plains' martial prowess into a roaring legend, way bigger than the truth. Seething, Ju slammed his sword into the ground, a brutal display of his power. The second master froze as he realized the sword master's power matched the cult's defenders, and the truth slammed into him. She proclaimed they'd come from distant lands, and hoped they'd loved every step of their trip to the Central Plains. At the welcome banquet, he strode up and handed back the white jade sword and the Song family's techniques. The next day, the second master's daughter flung her mask aside, beaming, and declared the trip had finally paid off. The second master demanded why she was so excited, and the girl snapped that they'd been stuck on a mountain stump until now. At last, she'd lay eyes on the Central Plains. She snapped, "Huanghe, let's go!" Word is it's gorgeous there, and Kanem brims with every kind of delicacy. At the second gentleman's side, faces drained as recognition slammed in. These were the cult leader's 7th-generation disciples. The warrior girl snapped at the elder. What will you do with the boy once you seize the 5th volume of Murama's martial arts? They swore their cult member's killer would pay, but she bristled at the girl's behavior and snapped at him. What is she doing? She fired the exact same words back, declaring she was hauling them along. They'd fought tooth and nail to get this vacation. The warrior girl snarled at her. We didn't come here to have fun. The second gentleman backed her up. She's right. The Central Plains must decide their own affairs. Only 1 year remained. If word leaked that the 7th generation had surfaced in Morum, they'd be finished. They didn't need to give that dirty bastard a reason. They just had to buy a little more time. In just a year, those rich lands would fall into their hands. They only had to bide their time. Pa stepped into Huashan territory and stared across a vast expanse, spotting a long staircase that carved its way up the mountain. A bolt of certainty shot through him. This was the place to bring his teacher's sword. He inched upward when a voice sliced the silence, and he spun to find 3 people standing right behind him. He instantly sized them up as Huashan's disciples. So what had ignited their burning fury? Pac snapped, "What's going on?" The man jabbed a finger at him and snarled he didn't understand, then blasted at the nerve of coming to Huashan armed and ordered him to drop his sword this instant. It slammed into Pac. He couldn't go there armed, so what was he going to do now? The guy figured Pac must be a first-timer, so he had no clue. Don't dare show up in Hoshan armed. The law forbids it. Cheng Muchun, Huashan's senior disciple, strode forward, announced himself, and winced as he said he hoped the junior's words hadn't wounded him too badly. 100 years ago, Huashan bled as scores of its disciples fell battling a demonic cult. Since then, no one may enter this place carrying weapons. No exceptions. Not even Marima's leaders. Beck realized this man was terrifyingly strong, his level letting him cloak his internal energy. His Huashan blazed with raw power. Reaching that level at his age was a jaw-dropping feat. Mosin vowed, "Leave your weapon here. We'll guard it until you return." Pak knew it, abandoned the sword, and he'd lose the only proof that his teacher's words were true. His teacher thrust the 9-dragon sword into his hands and proclaimed it Washington's divine blade. His teacher's age dwarfed theirs. The younger ones stood no chance of recognizing it. He had to track down an elder and unlock the sword's secrets. Pox fired. "If I can't take the sword with me, can I wait here for the head?" Mosin's jaw dropped at those words. He fixed the young man with a razor stare and demanded, "What do you mean?" Puck shot back that he had to meet the head or one of the oldest people. He planted himself here, determined to wait until one of them descended. Motion shot back that the elders never came down here. She couldn't hold back. She lunged instantly to attack, and Muchin saw it but had no time to stop her. She lunged with her sword, and Pop slipped like lightning, driving his blade up to parry the strike. She gaped as he casually snapped her strike aside, utterly unfazed. Beck charged on and swept her aside with a savage sword strike. Fear slammed into Muchin for the younger girl, who rallied and landed on the ground with uncanny calm. Muchin bolted to her and shouted, "Are you okay? What are you doing?" She snapped, "Look at the guy." Did he really not get it? Motion leaned closer, heart hammering, and found a white jade cradled in his palm. Muchin lunged, slamming into him and bellowing, "Drop your weapon! Now!" Pack braced and blocked a flurry of blows, then spotted one guy hammering a single point, flat out ignoring Pack's defense. That signaled the next strike would come from beneath. Pack saw it coming and snapped his leg out to the side. She spied the elder cornered by danger and lunged in, hauling him to safety. Pocky twisted, snapping his head aside, just as the blade sliced through his hand. He realized attacks from above blasted through defenses and pinned every movement. They surge up from below, bold as hell, but he tears through the attack. There's still no match for him. Shock slammed into him when he saw what Pac was doing. Everyone froze, eyes fixed, waiting to choose their next move. A bolt of clarity hit Pac. Together they surged like one living organism, and suddenly it clicked. Maybe that's what the teacher meant on the exam. The test wasn't over. Mujin's eyes locked on the danger and he screamed that the man was charging at them, ordering everyone to get ready. Meanwhile, Pac vowed to obliterate everyone with a single earth-shattering strike. The three opponents lunged in unison, unleashing a single savage assault on their rival. The jade sword swallowed the combined fury of three blades and stood perfectly unbent. Mujin's jaw dropped, raw power pouring from someone so young. He couldn't shake the thought. Maybe this was a master from the past. Pax's blood ran cold. He saw they were in deep trouble, swallowed the urge to kill, and slammed his power shut. He sensed the gap in their combat prowess, and ripped their weak spot wide open without breaking a sweat. He braced for a bloodbath, convinced carnage was inevitable, yet it all played out as well as possible. Proof he was one of the strongest here. Mujin exploded in fury, barking at the guy that he'd crossed the line and ordering him not to blame him for the death. Rage boiled in him so fierce he never saw the guy bolt away, leaving only his hat behind. He scanned the crowd and asked where the guy was. Then Pax barreled in and clocked him square in the head. Beck barked, "You're out of practice. You need to earn real experience." Pac froze as Mukun lay unconscious on the ground, a cold dread snapping through him. Had he pushed things too far? He swallowed hard and prayed it wouldn't spark trouble. She launched herself at him, unleashing a barrage of cutting insults and snarling, "How dare you lay a hand on Washington's student?" "Don't expect her to spare his life," Punk snarled. "Don't you understand there's nothing you can do?" She barreled into him anyway, snarling, "Shut up!" And Pak saw his words weren't getting through to her. Out of nowhere, someone appeared. A figure stormed up and demanded to know what they were doing at the gates of Huashan. Raw strength radiated from him as he strode between them and stopped them dead. The elder snapped, demanding what they were doing to cause such a commotion, and they scrambled to explain at once. The younger one dropped to his knees and greeted the master. Pak gaped when he learned the younger was a master. Triumph crackled through him. This was even better. A man of that caliber would instantly recognize the teacher's sword, so he figured negotiating with him would be far easier. The elder spun around and snapped that the child had explained the sword in his hands wasn't his. Was this true? Pak watched the elder bristle with tension and knew his explanations would fall flat. He'd heard Washan belonged to the Taoist sects, so why did every one of them burn for battle? No choice remained. Pak thrust the sword forward and pressed the elder to inspect it. The elder locked eyes with him and declared, "You're an interesting guy." Muzin snapped back to his senses. Why was he lying there? The memory of being knocked out slammed into him. He jolted awake, no time to sit around. His trained instincts screamed the juniors were in danger. He shot upright. Everything looked fine, and curiosity clawed at him about that guy. The younger one gasped, "How is this possible?" He crushed the second years and even outshone the master's students. Her jaw dropped. She'd never heard of anyone who could go blow for blow with Master Chong like that. Pak and Chong clashed to the last breath, trading brutal blows as neither would give an inch. Pak watched the battle grind toward a crawl. Against White Jade, unleashing his sword styles would be next to impossible. They froze face to face as Chong locked eyes with him and snapped, "What are you thinking?" He locked his sword technique behind clenched teeth. Did he really have the nerve to surrender it? He barked at the guy to yank the sword he'd been hiding behind his back. Beck recoiled at the thought of turning Huashan's own blade on its people. Yet his hands were tied. Pax's voice cracked as he forced out an apology, hoisted his sword, and steeled himself to carry out his master's command. A grin split Chong's face when the young man finally grew serious. Then in a heartbeat, Chong's gaze snapped to the sword in the youth's hands. Realization slammed into him. It was the sword of the 9 dragons. On Huashan's mount window, a small house crouched deep in the forest. One of the young men barreled toward the house and bellowed to his mentor, "Are you here?" The mentor beckoned the young man inside. When she laid eyes on him, she gasped. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other." The mentor barked, "Chief, what urgent business dragged you here?" The head blurted, "The 9 dragon sword has returned." A stunned hush seized everyone inside Huashan, freezing them in place. Then the younger barked, "What are you staring at? Don't you have anything better to do?" Muzin barked for her to sit still and shoved all the blame onto her. The younger shot back, "Why me?" Until the very end, she clung to the idea that none of it was her fault, and pinned all the blame on him. Peck, already planted dead center, sat with Chong. The younger gaped at the sword, unable to name it. His mentor had been warped beyond recognition. So who was this man standing before him? The moment Yang spotted her, he snapped, "What are you talking about?" Her hands shook so badly she couldn't hold them steady. She dropped her head and whispered an apology, even though she couldn't place him, while a cold, personal hunger to kill him with her own hands flared inside. Mujins jabbed a finger and barked, "Look! Is that a person?" The younger one blinked and shot back, "What are you talking about? Where is the person?" Heads shot up as the mentor arrived, and Cheyenne sprang forward to greet her. The mentor's grin cut sharp as she told Chung they'd been apart for years. Then she leaned in and snapped, "Did you bring the 9-dragon sword?" Realization slammed into Beck. She was the mentor, and his chest tightened when her energy mirrored the exact fierce charge he'd felt from his teacher.